Hello, friends. Hello, and oh my God, Grey Waste Tim, what are you wearing?
I wear no mask.
That looks. Not only does that look like a mask, Tim, I'm guessing that the humidity level inside that mask is a very high number. But of course, you are quoting the King in Yellow. Tim's on his whole King in Yellow thing, everyone. Holy crap, what a costume, dude. That's terrifying.
Yeah, I know these are real thorns.
How many times did you cut your hands trying to get that costume together, Tim?
I think I got a prick for each finger.
That's cool. So now we're even. I've got a bird bite for each finger. So that's almost the same thing. Hang on just a second, guys. Let me just get... Hello, welcome to Essos Part 2. We did the 9 free cities last time. Tim and I did. Told you all about them. We freed the cities. And now we're here to talk about the rest of Essos, or most of the rest of it. I probably keep messing with my hair until I get it to be an acceptable shape. Tim, are you going to rock that costume? How much longer are you going to wear that? Because that's terrifying, again.
I mean, depending on how the sound quality is, I'd be willing to do the whole stream like this.
Oh, you're such a maniac. The sound quality is fine. I just don't want you to pass out on my stream. That'll start a whole controversy.
I'll put it back on when we get like really, really far east.
That's what you should do. You should do, because we're gonna be going to like Iben and oh my, look at that thing. Tim's a real one, y'all. Subscribe to Grey Waste Tim's channel. We are journeying to the Grey Waste today. That's the destination. We are starting with the Summer Isles, a much nicer place, and Sothoryos, which is a mean place, but we're eventually going to trek all the way across the Bones Mountains through Yiti into the Grey Waste. So Tim has a bad echo.
Well, let's hear me now that the mask is off.
Yeah, I think my volume is too loud on my computer monitor, and it's coming through. It's my fault. Talk again, Tim.
How do I sound now that the mask is off?
Yeah, it was my fault. It should be good now. Echoes still. Don't tell me that. Now it's good. Yeah. Oh, my mic switched. Okay.
Come on. Quit acting like you can't hop up here on your own.
All right. Now we should be this should be a little better. How we doing?
Oh yeah, that sounds a lot better.
Okay, all right. So, the Beyond the Free Cities. If you missed last week, that was Essos Part 1. It was the Free Cities, and now we are going beyond the Free Cities. And let's just pull up our map here real quick to remind us. Tim, okay, there we go. And this, so... Last week, let me get rid of this little freaking window here. Okay, so we did the Free Cities last time. And so now we are really just kind of going to cover the rest of the world. So we're going to talk about these summer islands down here. We're going to talk about the Basilisk Isles and Sothoryos. Now, I did a whole big Sothoryos video, so we'll probably breeze through the Sothoryos section. You know, I'm not going to explain all of my theories again in long detail. I will summarize them in brief. But yeah, I do have a 90-minute Sothoryos video, and I've got a couple of Dothraki videos coming your way. Tim, I'm starting to smell a little bit like the Ironborn series with this Dothraki. No, I've only got 2. It's not going to be 8, I promise. The first one will be visible. The first video will be out on Tuesday. So that will be Dothraki Origins and Exodus. And then 2 weeks later, I'll have a mad video that I just finished writing the script for about the Sarnori and all that. So we're actually going to skip a lot of the grasslands today because I am going whole hog on the grasslands in that video. But that will enable us to do all of this in less than 10 hours because there's a lot of material that we're going to get through. So get comfortable. And if you're listening on the rewatch, you've got a good probably 3 or 4 hours ahead of you of touring through Essos. So with that being said, let's get started. We are going to the Summer Isles first, I believe, but it's got a little prelude before that. So,
yes.
Beyond the Free Cities, Tim, do we know all of the lands and peoples who exist in the world? Surely we do not. Our maps have their limits, and even the finest of them raise as many questions as they answer about the far lands to the east, featuring all too frequent blank spaces where we have no knowledge. Yet it may profit us to discuss something of those places we do know, even if their commerce with the Seven Kingdoms is small at best compared to that of the Free Cities. So let's just see what they're talking about. Yeah, well, I mean, Sothoryos, this map, it just ends, so that's definitely a limitation of the map. Same thing with the Shadowlands and all that. But if we go in here, Tim, we will see that, yeah, we know something about Yiti, but, like, this isn't all empty. There's stuff here. You know, people live there. Yeah. You know, who lives at the Shrinking Sea, really? We don't know. We don't know half of what goes on amongst the Jungles of Mossovy. They don't let any outsiders in their territory. They make it hard to travel through there. Mossovy, we no idea. Grey Waste, I mean, Tim knows, but, you know, he's only going to release the truth in drips and drabs.
Yeah. In the official artwork, calendar artwork, we got one of the Bleeding Sea where we see a fisherman and a little skipper out there. So we know there, which implies that there are people living out there fishing in the Bleeding Sea.
I'll track that down later. I've got some artwork locked and loaded. I do not have that one, Tim. I think I did remember seeing it, though. So I'll have to track that down during a break and see if we can show that to you guys. But yes, the 5 forts, of course. We've got lots of artwork of the 5 forts that I'll show you guys. City of the Winged Men. So yeah, bunch of jibber jabber out here. We don't know what's true and what's not, but a lot of times we can piece together we can fill in those gaps rather by following George's external references to things like Lovecraft and Conan and such, which are plentiful out this way. So, yeah. Going to the summer. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, the further east you go, the more Lovecraft and Howard it becomes. But we're starting with the Summer Isles, which we've talked about, like, when we asked, where in Westeros would you like to live? And most people go with the Reach. But if we had to pick the world at large, the Summer Isles seem like the nicest place.
Yeah, I can think of a couple of places in ancient history, like the Kingdom of the Rhoynar or the Sarnori. Both seem like kind of cool places to live as far as Bronze Age lifestyle goes. But the Summer Isles, if you had to, like, retire somewhere with money, like, yeah, that's where you want to go. So go ahead and pick it up with the Summer Isles, Tim.
South of Westeros, cradled in the deep blue waters of the Summer Sea, the Summer Isles bask in the warm southern sun. More than 50 islands make up this verdant archipelago. Many are so small a man could walk across them in an hour, but Jala, largest of the isles, stretches 200 leagues from tip to tip. Beneath its towering green mountains are vast forests, steaming jungles, beaches of green and black sand, mighty rivers teeming with monstrous crocodiles and fertile vales. Wolano and Umbaru, though less than half the size of Jala, are each larger than all of the Stepstones combined. These 3 islands are home to more than 9/10 of the people of the Isles. Flowers of 1,000 different sorts bloom in the profusion on the Summer Isles, filling the air with their perfume. The trees are heavy with exotic fruits, and a myriad of brightly colored birds flitter through the skies. Where's Cleo? Where's Cleo for her entrance?
Oh, they're downstairs. My brightly colored birds are downstairs. But I'm glad you paused here because I want to point something out. So first of all, here is the Temple of Love on the Summer Isles, just to get some of the vibes, colorful, tropical. When we talk about inspirations for the Summer Isles, really we should think of like obviously just African culture in general, but also like the Caribbean,
Caribbean, Bahamas.
the Bahamas, the Polynesian islands. There's influences from all those things, and then the size. They pointed out the size. It's bigger than you think. So without zooming, here's the size of the Summer Isles, and now we'll roll up to Westeros. So you can see this would be equivalent to one of the Seven Kingdoms. Like, that's as big as the Stormlands. It's much bigger than the Iron Islands. Look at that. That's huge. The Iron Islands are tiny. These are some little windswept rocks. So, yeah, that's something that you kind of, because they're in a little bit of the same place as Hawaii on the map. If you're an American and you look and you see these islands in the lower left corner of the map, it's just easy to think Hawaii. And they're not. They're way bigger. It's the same size as the Valerian Peninsula. You see that? And not that far. And of course, the Valerians, they liked parrots. So the various birds and other exotic things of the Summer Isles were seen as luxury items among the Valerians. So yeah. Go ahead.
All right. So birds, from their plumage, the Summer Islanders make their fabulous feathered cloaks. Beneath the green canopies of the rainforest prowl spotted panthers larger than any lion and packs of lean red wolves. Tribes of monkeys swing through the branches of the trees above. Apes abound as well. The old red men of Umbaru, silver pelts in the mountains of Jala, night stalkers on Milano.
Now, as always, I like to talk about island biology, okay, as I did in the Sothoryos video. These wolves are probably imported. It is hard to know, if there was once a connect, like, you can sort of see the island of Naath is right here in the middle between the Summer Isles and Sothoryos. So there probably is some kind of underwater ridge or fault line, geothermic hotspot. The Hawaiian Islands, for example, are the result of a hotspot in the middle of the Pacific. And if you look under the ocean, you will see a long trail of submerged former Hawaiian islands running all the way to Japan, where they then subduct under that continental plate. So there could be something going on here. So how do animals get to islands? Like the Galapagos, famously, Charles Darwin got there and saw a bunch of weird species that had been isolated and didn't see a lot of the familiar species. So at some point, once man begins traveling to a place, then a certain number of animals will go with them. Rats are the first ones usually. But so it's hard to say, how much thought George has put into this. But the wolves are not like, those are not, you don't find wolves on islands usually. So it's hard to say. I also don't know if there's any wolves on Sothoryos. We hear a lot of animals about Sothoryos, but I don't know if there are any red wolves. There are red wolves in Essos. So it's possible those were, transported by man. Hard to say.
Yeah. And then things like all the different types of apes. That's something especially like the Indonesian islands, Sumatra and Java, have a lot of different kinds of monkeys and apes that are not seen anywhere else on Earth. Things like the proboscis monkey is like a very really weird looking old world monkey that's only found on the island of Borneo. So I think George is playing with that kind of topography.
Yeah, at some point, millions and millions of years ago or something, some species of apes and monkeys must have made it from Sothoryos to the Summer Islands. Maybe there was more islands or land bridge or rafts or something. And then you'd have divergent evolution. So you'd have unique species of those things here on the islands, dating back to whenever the separation happened. So, yeah, people are mentioning Madagascar. That's another one.
George plays with that with the little Valyrians, the purple-eyed lemurs, who last time we spoke of are also found in the forests of Qohor, and that is based off of the actual theory of the lost Isle of Lemuria. in the 18 up until continental drift was proven, because continental drift in the theory of plate tectonics was not accepted until very recently in the 1960s. So in the 1800s, there were, along with the lost island of Atlantis, there were also two other proposed sunken continents, Lemuria and Mu. Atlantis was thought to sit in the Atlantic Ocean between the Americas and Europe. Lemuria was thought to have sit in the Indian Ocean between the Indian subcontinent and Africa. And it was believed that Madagascar is a remain of the sunken continent of Lemuria, which would explain why there were lemur bones in Madagascar and in India. And then there's the lost continent of Mu, which supposedly sat in the Pacific Ocean. And that's a huge setting in a lot of Lovecraft tales. And Lynn Carter's the Zothic legend cycle makes extensive use of Mu as a sunken continent.
And so basically this is just, mankind starting to do science but not fully understanding the scope of geological time. So, for example, there are marsupials in South America and Australia both. Why? Because they both used to be connected to Antarctica, which wasn't always at the very bottom of the world. It wasn't always isolated by the circumpolar Antarctic current. And so, you literally, we find similar species of animals in places as far away as Australia and South America now, because back in the last days of Pangea, there was a land connection there. And you can find, these animals used to live on Antarctica too, which we have found all kinds of things. Go browsing on YouTube. It's good stuff to be, this is the kind of things I watch in my free time. But basically, yeah, that's what we're talking about. It's geological time. It's very, very old. Well, they've made their way to North America, but yeah, there's a lot of species of animals that you find in South America that are related to species in Australia, which is a very interesting topic. A little bit beside the... Yeah. Anyways, enough said. So, tribes of monkeys. Let's see. You read that. Apes abound on well. Old red men. So apes abound as well. The old red men of Omboro, silver pelts in the mountains of Jala, and night stalkers on Wolano. So, yeah, they've got their own species that have, diversified and evolved over time. So that's cool. Mm-hmm. Summer Islanders are dark people, black of hair and eye, with skins as brown as teak or as black as polished jet. So, generally speaking, the equivalent of people from Africa in Ice and Fire. And also remind everyone that the map that we have, this is the northern hemisphere, and it's one half of it. So this is like a quarter of the globe total. So, we shouldn't assume that these are the only black people or quasi-African people that live in the universe. There's probably all kinds of peoples all over the rest of the world. And Sothoryos in particular looks like the tip of a big continent. So, and then we've got in Slaver's Bay, you've got people of darker skin tone. George seems to be going for more of a Middle Eastern, North African kind of a equivalent there. And then the Yitish over here are more Chinese and Asian cultures. So there's loose correlations with all these things, but none of them are one-to-one. All the cultures are kind of mixed up a little bit, and it's always fun to tease that apart. Yeah. But yeah, go ahead.
Oh, and then chat's pointing out different things that George is drawing upon, like the silver pelts. Silver would be like silverback gorillas, the old red men, possibly orangutans, maybe even Yukaris. They're the ones that have the bright red faces. The night stalker ones, what were they called? The night stalkers on Wolano. I don't know.
There's always got to be a night stalker, Tim.
Maybe baboons. That's the most evil, violent monkey I can think of.
Yeah. A lot of monkeys are incredibly violent. I didn't realize how strong monkeys' hands were. Baboons are in particular, but all of their hands are 10 times stronger than human hands. If you ever fight with a monkey or something, don't let it grab you.
They have the strength of 10 men.
Yeah, it's chimpanzees. Yes, that's what I was thinking of. Chimps. Yeah, they're so violent, dude. They'll bite your face off. In any case, Nature, red in tooth and claw. And, oh, by the way, if you want a Reading Rhaegar shirt, the link, I can't talk. Reading Rhaegar shirt, the link is in the bottom. It's in the description. It's under the video. And I did the song with the Reading Rhaegar, and I'm wearing the shirt, and I forgot to say something about it because I'm professional and I'm good at this, and I've done it before. All right. So for much of their recorded history, they lived in isolation from the rest of mankind. This is where it gets interesting. Their earliest maps, as carved into the famous Talking Trees of Tall Trees Town, show no lands but the isles themselves, surrounded by a vast world-spanning ocean. So this has always been like, what? Talking trees with carvings in them? These sound like weirwoods, but they're not weirwoods. We know that they do have these golden heart trees, which are revered on the islands. So maybe those are the talking trees. We don't know. Do they really talk? Are they called that because they carved their records into the trees? It's impossible to know. It's George inviting us to speculate. But Tim, I think the speculation that's here sort of ties into the oaken seat and the shade trees. And you put that all together and you're like, well, maybe it's not just weirwoods that can be magical.
Yeah. Just like we have divergent evolutions and from continental drift, we could have same thing holds true for flora as well as fauna. There could be divergent evolutions of trees, and that could include our magical trees.
Yeah, and the other thing about it is on Naath, which we'll get to, there are people that sound like they might be related to the Children of the Forest. So if we're talking about Naath and the Summer Isles, like these places are not far. And even the way that this last little peninsula curves out here, like this has got to be an underwater ridge. It's got to be. So, yes, Children of the Forest say they have been around for 1,000 years, which is 1,000,000 years. So, yeah. Maybe they did cover the earth once, and maybe these talking trees are remnant, as are the Naathi. It's very, very possible, and just the kind of thing that George would softly imply without really ever filling in. So, Set Imhotep Makeru in the chat is pointing out that weirwoods, of course, are called heart trees. So we've got golden heart trees that talk and are carved. I mean, it's very suggestive. It definitely is. He's saying maybe these are the original green weirwood trees on the Summer Isles. Well, they would be. They wouldn't be the red ones. That's true. That's very true. That is true. The original weirwoods, in case you didn't know, there's a lot of clues that they were green and not bloody. So they would look more like oak trees, like white trees with green leaves, more like regular trees, I guess you'd say, that may have had natural talking faces, like the talking face in the Black Gate, the Weirwood Gate under the Night Fort. So yeah, maybe they are just original weirwoods with a different name, or maybe they're a related species. Yeah, could be.
Yep.
We'll get to the Ifrkevron, Nick. We will. We're getting there. But yeah, that's what George is inviting us to speculate on, is that perhaps there are other magic trees as well.
Yeah. And anytime that George also brings up talking trees or walking trees, marching trees, he's also invoking the Ents from Tolkien.
And also the talking heads.
Let the days go by, water flowing.
So interesting also, these maps carved into the trees, they show no lands but the islands themselves in a vast world-spanning ocean. Well, we'll keep reading, but there's a little bit of a mystery here. So, as islanders, they took to the seas in the dawn of days, first in oared coracles, then in larger, swifter ships with sails of woven hemp. Yet few ever ventured beyond the sight of their own shores, and those who sailed beyond the horizons did not always return. And we'll come back to Lomas Longstrider in a second. The first recorded contact between the Summer Isles and the wider world occurred at the height of the old empire of Gis. So that's 5,000-6,000 years ago, at least. A Giscari ship made landfall on Wallano after being blown off course by a storm, only to flee in terror at the first sight of the local inhabitants, whom the Giscari took for demons, with skins burned black by the fires of hell. All right, Giscari. That was kind of racist. You guys are not that much different, really, but whatever. The Giscari sailors took care to stay well away from the Demon Isle, as they named Wolano on their charts. They had no inkling of the existence of Umboru, Jala, or the Lesser Islands. This contact had a profound effect upon the Summer Islanders themselves, for it proved that other peoples lived in the lands beyond the waves. This is all fiction, by the way. Their curiosity and avarice thus awakened. The princes of the Isles began to build larger and stronger ships capable of carrying sufficient provisions to cross long stretches of ocean, whilst withstanding even the fiercest storms at sea. And, of course, I've got a picture of the huge Summer Islander ships. No, we have not gotten to the Zorse riding people. They're going to be the pinhead people. They're way in the future. We'll get there. They're in the Far East. Just tuned in. Why is Tim the King in Yellow? Because we're getting... Tim is frozen. Tim, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Tim?
I can hear you, but my internet's being wonky.
Yeah, you're delayed and blurry. I heard some indigenous people think that white people are ghosts. Yeah, no, I mean, I guess if we'll probably never know the accuracy of stories like this about the first time different cultures met each other. Like, there's a lot of things said about when the Europeans got to the Americas. You know, like the natives had never seen ships that big, and so they weren't sure how to describe, you know, the Europeans or whatever, and so maybe they were on. There's Tim. Well, there's all kinds of stuff, and it's hard to know the truth of any of that. Are you there, Tim? How we doing?
Yep. Okay, I think just had to refresh.
Cool. Yeah, that looks better. Chat is frozen too. What's going on? What's going on? Ecamm, come on. Cool. Well, thanks, guys. The King in Yellow is displeased. Yes. Well, we're good to go now. So, essentially, yeah, it's hard to know if this is true. You know, it makes for interesting folklore. But then, of course, they did begin sailing out. So it says, or why don't you go ahead and pick it up, Tim, with Malthar Zak.
Malthar Zak, a prince of the small island of Ko, I'm just going to assume the J is silent, was the greatest of these shipbuilders and is remembered today as Malthar the Wind Rider and Malthar the Mapmaker.
Why would it be silent? Why wouldn't it just be Koj?
I don't know. I just feel like Ko sounds better.
I was just curious where that came from. Go ahead. Doesn't matter.
A new era of exploration and trade began as the great ships struck out across the waters, dispatched by Malthar and his fellow princes. Many did not return. More did. Naath, the Basilisk Isles, the northern coasts of Sothoryos, and the southern coasts of both Westeros and Essos were all visited, and within less than half a century, a thriving trade had grown up between the Summer Isles and the freehold of Valyria. The islands lacked iron, tin, and other metals, but were rich in gemstones, emeralds and rubies and sapphires, and pearls of many sorts, spice, nutmeg, cinnamon, pepper, and hardwoods. A fashion developed amongst the dragon lords for monkeys, apes, panther cubs, and parrots. Bloodwood, ebony, mahogany, purple heart, blue maho, burl, tigerwood, golden heart, pink ivory, and other rare and precious woods were also much in demand, along with palm wine, fruit, and feathers. The Valyrians offered gold for slaves as well. Then as now, the Summer Islanders were a handsome people, tall, strong, graceful, and quick to learn. These qualities drew pirates and slavers from Valyria, the Basilisk Isles, and Old Geese. Much woe ensued as these raiders descended on peaceful villages to carry their inhabitants into bondage. For a time, the princes of the Isles abetted this trade by selling captured foes and rivals to the slavers.
Okay, so this happened with the Triangle trade as well, of course. Europeans exploiting rivalries between different tribes in Africa. So that is similar. And what's interesting here is the Valyrian connection. So the Valyrians, the taste developed amongst the Dragon Lords for monkeys, apes, panther cubs, and parrots. Now, the lemurs. What about the lemurs, Tim? Do you think the lemurs could have come to Essos during this time? Like, if the Valyrians had spotted silver-haired, purple-eyed lemurs, wouldn't they have wanted them? Maybe the lemurs that are in the forests of Qohor are an escaped population of pet lemurs from Valyria.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Now, they say that the lemurs are found not only on Qohor. Are they found on the Summer Isles or just Sothoryos?
So that's the thing. In this whole thing, they didn't mention anything about lemurs coming from the Summer Isles. So
no, I'm speculating for sure. I'm just freestyling here, but I'll look it up in a minute. But the lemurs are not just in Qohor; they are somewhere else too. I just don't remember if it was only Sothoryos. But yeah, even if they were in Sothoryos, same thing. If the Valyrians were into taking exotic pets, they would have been all about these lemurs. So at some point, they may have, taken them back to Essos, and that's how they got to Qohor. Because they don't really belong in Qohor Forest.
Yeah. And it's not the first time this happened. We know a lot of invasive species are sometimes escaped pets. That's how we've gotten not just cats and wild pigs running around, but invasive species of snakes and lizards. And there's that old urban legend of alligators in the sewers of New York, people who bought baby alligators and then flushed them down the toilet when they got too big and out of control.
Well, my parrot story starts with a documentary called The Wild Parrots of Telegraph Hill. And it's an escaped parrot population that lives in San Francisco. A breeding couple escaped and bred a whole flock. And there's like a whole flock of conures that roams around San Francisco. And for a time, they were being fed by this one person on Telegraph Hill. So there's a movie you can watch about that. And that was where I got into the idea of having parrots. So they were that's an African bird species that developed a wild population in San Francisco because people were keeping them as pets. So yeah. The Wallace Line divides mammals in Europe and reptiles in Australia. Yeah, the Wallace Line. Yeah, that's true. But only now. If you go back far enough, it wouldn't. So let's see here. Bloodwood, ebony, mahogany, purple heart, blue, maho, burl, tigerwood, golden heart, pink ivory, and other rare and precious woods were also much in demand, along with palm wine, fruit, and feathers. We just read all this. I'm sorry.
Do we want to go back to that Lomas Longstrider?
Yes. Lomas Longstrider, who visited the Summer Isles in his search for wonders, recorded that the sages of the Isles claimed that their ancestors once reached the western shores of Sothoryos and founded cities there, only to have them overwhelmed and destroyed by the same forces that wiped out later Giscari and Valyrian settlements on that perilous continent. The Citadel's archives hold a few ancient chronicles of Valyria, but none speak of these supposed cities, and there are maesters who cast doubt on the truth of these claims. So as I explained in the Sothoryos video, this is a mystery with an answer. And my answer is that this is all backwards. So it's not that the Summer Islanders formed colonies on Sothoryos. And they said before the Valyrians and the Giscari got to Sothoryos. So this would be very, very, very like Dawn Age, well before the Long Night. Okay. It's the opposite. Like I was saying about islands have to be reached by people. People evolved on Africa and in the Middle East, and then they sort of got all over Asia and Europe, various hominid species leaking out of Africa in different waves. People didn't get to like the Polynesian islands and stuff until 3,000 years ago, or less even. So, Yeah, Summer Islanders aren't native to the Summer Isles. They came from somewhere, and they probably would have come from Sothoryos, since Sothoryos is in the same approximate place as Africa on the map. And so this legend got turned around. It's not that they had ancient memory of forming colonies on Sothoryos and being chased away. Mm-hmm. It's that they were chased away from Sothoryos by all the monsters and stuff, and eventually migrated to the Summer Isles, which is a much nicer place to live. So you can see how that got turned around. And then the whole idea where they've got these maps on the trees that don't show anything else but the Summer Isles. This is propaganda that the leaders of these tribes would have been interested in. They would have wanted to tell everyone, don't leave. Like, it's dangerous if you leave. This is our safe home now. And so they drew maps where, like, there was no Sothoryos. And they probably tried to tell people, don't leave. Everyone should stay here. And so they stayed hidden for a long time. And then eventually, of course, they made contact with the outside world again, and things started evolving.
Yeah. And that mirrors the story of Braavos, in a way. Braavos kept itself a secret for years before finally introducing itself to the world.
Good point. That's true. Yeah, so I think that's really a pretty solid explanation for what happened here. And that means that Naath may have been populated during that same migration as well. Mm. So we'll get to Naath in a minute. And then, let's see. There was another sidebar. Will you go ahead and read this one?
Yep. Maester Gallard's Children of Summer remains a chief source on the history of the Summer Isles. Much of the history, which was once obscured by the fact that so many of the Summer Isle histories were recorded in highly complicated formal verse, have been rendered quite clear by his exhaustive efforts. Though certain controversies remain, Molo's questioning of Gallard's chronology of the early princes of Wolano being one example, no better work on the subject has appeared. So, so along with before we get the maps and the printed histories on the tall trees, it seems that there was a history of an oral tradition of history that was never written down. And so getting the truth of that is always going to be a huge endeavor.
Right. And it's just a way of telling us the degree of certainty that they have for their sources, where their records are coming from. They're coming from carvings on these trees and from oral records. Now, oral records set into verse is pretty solid. The whole point of setting things into verse is that it creates a rigid structure that resists change. That's why the Vedas have remained unchanged, or did remain unchanged for a long time before they got written down. There's a whole tradition there. It's another side topic that we could get off onto, but yeah, the point is you can still remember all the nursery rhyme songs from when you were a kid, because when something's in a song, it's just very memorable. And because of the fixed meter of the song, only so many words fit in the space. So it has a way of keeping things the same. So that's pretty reliable as far as records go. The difficult thing is the chronology, especially in this land where the years are weird. They're too long and stuff.
So the histories carved into the talking trees tell us that these years of shame endured for the better part of 2 centuries until a warrior woman named Xanda Ko, Princess of Sweet Lotus Vale, who had herself been enslaved for a time, united all the islands under her rule and made an end to it. As iron was scarce and costly in the Isles, armor was little known, and the long thrusting...
Let's just give a moment of appreciation for Xanda Ko, okay? Because the people on the Summer Isles, the rivals were selling each other into slavery until she came along and instilled some sort of sense of national pride and unity on the Summer Isles, and got everybody to stop doing that. So that's an incredible cultural revolution, and a very heroic character. So even though she only gets a paragraph, let's give her props. Go ahead.
Iron was scarce, armor was unheard of, so the long thrusting spears and short stabbing spears, traditional amongst the Summer Islanders, had proved of little worth against the steel swords and axes of the slavers. So Xanda Ko armed her sailors with tall bows of golden heart, a wood found only on Jala and Umbaru. These great bows far outranged the recurved bows of horn and sinew the slavers carried, and could throw a yard-long shaft hard enough to pierce through mail and boiled leather and even a good steel plate. So we're getting, the introduction of the longbow.
Yeah, this is guns, germs, and steel stuff here. Talking about the natural resources that people start off with, almost like it was a game, a board game where people start off with different things. The Summer Islanders, they learned to sail because they were islanders. They got there on those coracles. Coracles are how they got there. So they were always a maritime culture. And they've got these tremendous trees. And so they're making great ships with these trees. So the Phoenicians, for example, their connection to the cypress trees of Lebanon was very important for their shipbuilding. We see that with Iron Islands. That's why they raid the Greenlands, is to get trees, to get lumber. But they didn't have steel. And so when they're coming up against people with steel, they've got a disadvantage that they have to figure out how to work around. And they did that with these bows. So this is pretty cool world building here, pretty fun. Let's see. So to give her archers a solid platform from which to draw and loose, Zandico built ships larger than any previously seen in the Summer Sea. Tall, graceful ships, cunningly fit together without so much as a single nail, many walled with rare hardwoods of the Isles, made harder still with magics. So the rams of slaver ships cracked and splintered against their sides. So there's another suggestion of magic and tied to the trees.
Yeah.
What do you think? Huh? Is it magic?
So that's the thing. It's hard to tell because sometimes people want to place things on magic as to be like, how else could these people have defeated us? It must have been magic or sorcery. But it is possible, too, that there really was some sort of magic involved. Especially if these longbows are being made from the golden heart trees. We know in Westeros we have a similar example of Torrhen Stark's bastard brother Brandon Snow thinking he could kill dragons with weirwood arrows. So possibly something to these golden heart bows, making them like some kind of renowned magical weapon.
It's definitely a plausible theory. It's nothing that we can know for sure, but it is very consistent, and it's a good point, Tim, to bring up the weirwood arrows of Bloodraven, seemingly using magic to guide them, presumably because they are weirwood. So yeah, this does track. As swift as they were strong, her ships oft sported tall, curved prows carved into the shape of birds and beasts. These swan necks won them the sobriquet of swan ships. Though it took the best part of a generation, the Summer Islanders, led by Princess Sanda's daughter and eventual successor, Chitaniko, the Arrow of Jahar, ultimately prevailed in what came to be known as the Slavers' Wars. Though the unity of the Isles did not survive her own reign, for the Arrow wed unwisely and did not rule as well as she had fought. Slavers even now will flee at the sight of a swan ship, for each of these proud vessels is known to carry a complement of deadly archers armed with golden heart bows. To this day, the bowmen and women of the Summer Isles are esteemed the finest in the world.
She wed on light. I wonder who her husband was and what made him so crappy.
Yeah, some loser whose name is lost to history. Yeah, didn't raise the kids well. But of course, that's a common thing. And you said that even comes from Conan, actually. The character who's good at winning the throne, maybe not so much at ruling. That's a Conan thing. It's a Robert Baratheon thing.
Yeah.
They're different skills.
So to this day, the bowmen and women of the Summer Isles are esteemed the finest in the world, nor can their bows be matched by common bows, for the princes of the Isles have forbidden the export of golden heartwood since the Slavers' Wars. Only bows of dragon bone are known to surpass them, and those are exceedingly rare. Certain Summer Islanders with a desire to see the wider world have been known to take up service abroad as mercenary bowmen and sell sails. And we know that there are Black Bacaro of the Golden Company is a Summer Islander. Others have joined the pirates of the Basilisk Isles. Some have became captains of dark renown whose deeds are spoken of with dread in ports as distant as Qarth and Old Town. Summer Islanders have risen high amongst the free companies of the disputed lands as guardsmen in the retinues of the merchant princes of the free cities, or as pit fighters in the slave cities of Astapor, Yunkai, and Marine. But despite the undoubted prowess and skill at arms they display as individuals, the Islanders are not a warlike people.
So yeah, it's more like a few individuals have, messed around with the fighting pits, but for the most part, they believe that karate is for defense only, if you will. Yeah. So they've never once invaded any lands beyond their own shores, nor attempted the conquest of any foreign people. Their great swan ships sail further and faster than any vessels of any other nation to the very ends of the earth. Yet the princes of the Summer Islands have no warships as such, and seem to prefer trade and exploration to conquest. Yeah, because honestly, you can get rich through trade. You don't have to just kill people and take things. Let's be a little more creative, Throughout their long history, the Summer Islands have been united under a single ruler no more than half a dozen times, and never for long. Today, each of the smaller islands has its own ruler, styled as a prince or princess in the common tongue. The larger islands, Jala, Umbaro, and Wolano, oft have several rival princes. Nonetheless, the Isles are by and large a peaceful place. Such wars as are fought are highly ritualized, with battles that resemble tourney melees, wherein bands of warriors meet on battlefields chosen and consecrated in advance, at times deemed auspicious by the priests. They fight with spears and slings and wooden shields, just as their forebears did 5,000 years ago. The golden heart bows and yard-long shafts carried by their archers into battle against foes from across the sea are never used against their own people, for their gods have forbidden this. This makes sense also because the golden heart bows are coming from their sacred trees. Well, I guess we don't know that the talking trees are the golden heart trees, but they might be. And if they're using magic and all this, then yeah, it makes sense that there'd be some religious belief that we only use these special bows in certain circumstances and all that. So pretty cool.
So, wars on the Summer Isles seldom last longer than a day and do no harm to any but the warriors themselves. No crops are destroyed, no homes are put to the torch, no cities are sacked, no children are harmed, no women are raped. Though warrior women oft fight beside their men in the line of battle. Even the defeated princes suffer neither death nor disfigurement, though they must leave their homes and palaces to spend the remainder of their days in exile. And that's where we get Jalabar Jo, who's constantly pestering King Robert to try and help him win back his throne. He lost one of these day-long wars and now is in exile. Though Jala is the largest of the Summer Isles, Wolano is the most populous. There can be found Last Lament with its great harbor, sleepy Lotus Point, and sun-dappled Tall Trees Town, where priestesses in feather robes carve songs and stories into the trunks of the enormous tower trees that shade the town. On these talking trees can be read the whole history of the Summer Islanders, together with the commandments of their many gods and the laws by which they live their lives. You're muted.
Yes, I was choking. I was choking and dying. So we can see here all these different islands here. Doku, Zon. There's Jala with Red Flower Vale. That's where Jalabar Jo is from. And then Sweet Lotus Vale, Parrot Bay. Sounds like a good place. Golden Head, Lizard Head.
The Isle of Love.
Isle of Love. Is that where the Roinar were hanging out?
I'm not sure.
Molu, the three Exiles, the Singing Stones, Isle of Birds. That's dope. Koj. That's where they build the ships. Lotus Port.
There it is, the Isle of Women. I knew that was one.
Isle of Women. And then Stonehead way up here. So they've got Lizard Head and Stonehead. Stonehead, this is the weirdest thing in the whole Summer Isles. Stonehead, I have to say. And the three Exiles might just be a clue about the nature of these islands themselves. Like, there are 3 main islands, and these are islands of exiles from Sothoryos. So, let's see here. We'll get to the secret maps in a minute. So, whilst Jala, Wolano, and Umboro dominate the archipelago, a number of the smaller isles are worthy of mention. The Singing Stones, west of the main isles, have jagged peaks so riddled with holes and airways that they make a strange music when the wind blows. The people of the stones can tell which way the wind is blowing from the sound of their song. So again, I will look at the size. Okay, so these are very small islands, but let's see how big they are compared to the 3 sisters. Similar. So you see these 3 sisters here. People live on these islands. There's towns and stuff. Davos stops by there and has a whole thing, and there's pirates and smugglers. Look how tiny they are. That's the same size as the Singing Stones. So yeah, people live there. And that gives you, again, a little context for how big these islands are. There's a lot of room. Like, there's rival princes that can exist on Jala and occupy different parts of the island and stuff. Okay, so whether gods or men taught the stones to sing, no one can say. Okay, well, that's sounds like just wind and eroded crags and things. Stonehead, the northernmost island in the chain, is plainly the work of men. The north face of this sea-girt rock has been carved in the stern likeness of some forgotten god glowering out across the sea. I guess looking north, perhaps. He is the last visage that summer islanders see as they sail north to Westeros. And that's all we know.
Yep.
So who carved that thing? Who is that? Is that a god? Is that... Why don't the summer islanders... Why don't they know? Why don't they say, that's our god, Tim? You know, Tim the flower god. That's what he looks like. It's just...
But...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe some of the first people who came to the Summer Isles carved that, and then the memory was lost. Or maybe it was the deep ones. Yes, thank you, Michelle and Abshalom. Maybe it was the deep ones. So Koj, once home to Malthar the Mapmaker, still boasts the finest shipyards in the archipelago. Archipelago. What? I know how to say archipelago. I got roasted for saying it wrong before. I know how to say archipelago. Sometimes I just don't. 3/4 of the islanders' famed swan ships are built on Koj. So this is kind of like the arsenal at Braavos. And the Pearl Palace, seat of the princes of Koj, is renowned for its collections of charts and maps. Yeah. So Abulu, a small desolate isle northeast of Wolano, served for more than 2 years as home to Nymeria and her followers.
There we go.
So where's that one?
Northeast of Wolano.
It's not even on the map.
Huh.
Unless it's this tiny thing.
I guess that would be it.
Yeah. Oh, became known as the Isle of Women. Okay.
Oh, okay. There we go. That makes sense. Yep.
Okay. So so 2 years they lived there. The princes of the isle refused to allow her to settle on the larger islands for fear of waking the wrath of Valyria. Ah, right. They're like, look, you could stay here, but stay on the little island. Don't tell anyone you're here. Don't hang out in the main towns where Valyrians might hear that you're there, because they fled the Valyrians. That kind of makes sense. So, like, yeah, you could stay here, but you gotta hide in the basement, if you will.
Yeah.
So
my landlord only thinks there's 2 people living here.
Yes, that's it. So as most of Nymeria's, I was thinking more like Underground Railroad and stuff like that. Germany in the 1940s, as they say. But yes, as most of Nymeria's people were female, Abulu became known as the Isle of Women, a name it still bears today. Disease, hunger, and slave raids took a steady toll of the Rhoynar there, until finally Nymeria led her 10,000 ships back to sea and searched for a new refuge. So again, the guns, germs, and steel thing. The diseases, that's probably the worst one. Slavers, they can fight. But if you go to a new continent, all of a sudden, we have immunity issues. It's always happened in human history. The most famous one for Westerners would be obviously the Native Americans. Syphilis A and some other diseases ran well ahead of the Europeans' conquest of the Americas. And really, that's how most of the Native Americans died, is from diseases.
Smallpox and measles, and now measles is making a comeback. So who knows what's going to happen? Maybe tuberculosis will come back. Who knows anymore?
But it's far from the only time that's happened. Anytime you have people suddenly traveling to a new land like this, where they haven't been united by trade routes over thousands of years, you can have these immunity issues. And so it's kind of working the other way here. Usually it's people from the big continents bringing these diseases to smaller places, but it can go the other way too. And it also works that way with Naath. They have the weird butterfly disease that, we'll get to that. So a few thousand of her followers chose to remain behind, however, and their descendants remain on the Island of Women to this day. Oh, I forgot about that. There are some Rhoynar there. So if you want a hot Rhoynish babe, you can find one. You just need to sail to the Summer Isles and be immune to the diseases. Cool. That's good to know. It's not just Yandri and Ysilla, There are, of course, Rhoynish still on the river, like Yandri and Ysilla, but there's also some here in the Summer Islands, so that's cool. Go ahead and pick it up.
Though a score of gods, both great and small, are honored on the Summer Isles, a special reverence is shown to the god and goddess of love, beauty, and fertility. The union of male and female is sacred to these deities. By joining together in this act of worship, the islanders believe men and women give honor to the gods who made them. Be they rich or poor, male or female, of high birth or low, all Summer Islanders are expected to dwell for a time in the temples of love that dot the islands, sharing their bodies with any who might desire them. Most serve the gods for no more than a year, but those deemed the most beautiful, the most compassionate, and the most skilled remain. In Bravos, they might be called courtesans, while in King's Landing they were thought no more than whores. But on Jalo, Walano, and Umbaru, and the other isles, these priests and priestesses are much esteemed. For here, the giving of carnal pleasure is regarded as an act, or as an art as worthy of respect as music, sculpture, or dance.
So, the chat is having fun here, speculating about what the penalties are in the prisons on the Isle of Women. I'll just say that. Yeah, so this is also cool. Obviously, George is, as I always like to say, he's a hippie. So it is not surprising that somewhere in his world you'd have these more liberal and shame-free, let's say, views on sex. So that's cool that it exists somewhere. And yet another reason why it's might be nice to live on the Summer Isles, because you don't gotta, it's just more chill, So the vibes are good. Today, the Summer Islanders are a common sight in Old Town and King's Landing, and the swan ships with their billowing clouds of sails traverse all seas of earth. Bold mariners, their captains scorn to hug the coast like other seafarers, but instead strike out fearlessly across the ocean deeps, far from the sight of land. There are certain indications that explorers from Koj may well have mapped the western coast of Sothoryos to the very bottom of the world and discovered strange lands and stranger peoples far to the south, or across the endless waters of the Sunset Sea, but the truth of these tales is known only to the princes of the isles and the captains who serve them. This is one of the coolest things that George put in here. Mm-hmm. Secret maps. The Summer Islanders have secret maps. And yes, obviously Sothoryos keeps going. This is another clue that the Summer Islanders came from Sothoryos. They have greater knowledge of the southern part of the world. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
And George does this again with the Ibenese. The reason, we know that the Thousand Islands are actually only 300, and that's because of Ibenese map makers who were willing to share their knowledge. But this is a very real world thing where a lot of nations that were in the age of exploration, tried to keep these things a secret. So the fact that the Summer Islanders probably know where the southern tip of Sothoryos is a true to life thing. Like the Portuguese, especially, tried to keep those trade routes a secret. They didn't want anyone knowing you could get around the Horn of Africa. The Dutch tried to keep Japan a secret for years. So, it's very true to the real world of trying to keep these maps and these trade routes a secret, that no one has this sort of knowledge, because people want to hold their monopolies over these types of things. Knowledge is power.
Thank you, Tim, for filling in that bit of real world knowledge. That is exactly the context that George is sort of riffing on here. And I'm trying to see if I can find the speculative map of the world. Oh, it's Adam Whitehead. That's what it is. So Wordhead of Atlas of Ice and Fire .wordpress.com, who does the kind of the official extra maps for Ice and Fire. He has done a speculative world map here. So this is not canon, but it is good and reasonable speculation. So it's kind of fun to look at. But yeah, so potentially, and this is not canon. This is just for fun. But Adam did do this, and he's the one who did, a lot of different maps that I use, like the migration of the Roinar and stuff like that. But yeah, Sothoryos could be this big. It could be huge. And the Summer Islanders being driven away from Sothoryos, they may have lived all through down here, and there may be more people down here. Like,
I think I've seen this one. Is that the one with like the scorching sands? It's like it's like a Sahara desert sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, the Green Hell. I would say the Green Hell would be further down. But we know Genera Bellaris flew, as we're going to read in a minute. She flew for 2 years over Sothoryos and came back and said, I couldn't find the end. She's obviously lying. She obviously had a great time with some tribe and had a kid and a whole thing, and then got cast out and just glossed over the whole thing. Who knows what she found? But she did fly over Sothoryos for 2 years with her dragon exploring. So we know it is a huge continent and that it goes much further than what we see. So if you want to pick around on this map here, then it's all kinds of fun stuff here. Then that's atlasoficeandfire.wordpress.com. And here's Nathoros. It had to be. We got Sothoryos and Westeros and Essos. So here is Nathoryos. City. There's some giants up there. The Bay of Woon Woon. Love that. Okay, so let's. This is trouble. Let's put this away. So there we go. Secret maps. We don't know. Very tantalizing. The world does continue past the borders. It's kind of George just reminding us, be like, hey, there's more here. I'm just not going to write it all. Just working on that Winds of Winter. So, it's Naath time, Tim. Not nap time. Naath time.
See.
And really the only picture I have here is this one of Missandei with the butterfly. Not a ton of Naath art. Hey, what's up, Paul Keating's Ghost from Twitter? Cheers. Go ahead and pick it up with Naath here.
Northwest of Sothoryos in the Summer Sea lies the mysterious island of Naath, known to the ancients as the Isles of Butterflies. The people native to the island are a beautiful and gentle race, with round, flat faces, dusky skin, and large, soft, amber eyes, oft flecked with gold. The peaceful people, the Naathi, are called by seafarers, for they will not fight even in defense of their homes and persons. The Naathi do not kill, not even beasts of the field and wood. They eat fruit, not flesh, and make music, not war. The god of Naath is called the Lord of Harmony, oft shown as a laughing giant, bearded and naked, always attended by swarms of slender maidens with butterfly wings. 100 varieties of butterflies flitter about the island. The Naathi revere them as messengers of the Lord, charged with the protection of his people. Mayhaps there is some truth to these legends, for whilst the docile nature of the Naathi seem to make their island ripe for conquest, strangers from beyond the sea do not live long upon the island of butterflies. The Giscari seized the island thrice in the days of the Old Empire. The Valyrians erected a fort there whose walls of fused dragonstone can still be seen. A company of Volantine adventurers once built a trade town, complete with timber palisades and slave pens. Corsairs from the Basilisk Isles have landed on Naath countless times. Yet none of these invaders survived, and the Naathi claim that none last more than a year, for some evil humor lurks in the very air of this fair isle, and all those who linger too long on Naath soon succumb. Fever is the first sign of this plague, followed by painful spasms that make it seem as if victims are dancing wildly and uncontrollably. In the last stage, the afflicted sweat blood, and their flesh sloughs from their bones. The Naathi themselves are seemingly untroubled by the illness.
Okay, so I just want to say again, George is a hippie, and this is a little bit of a there's some taking a shot at his own people here. This sounds like a Grateful Dead concert. First of all, we've got music, and it's all peaceful people here. There's no fighting allowed, and we're dancing wildly and uncontrollably. And there's there's lots of babes with butterfly wings. Like, this is hilarious to me.
But then you go further, and there's like Ebola spreading butterflies.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like, yeah.
Blood just starts welling from your skin.
Narcs don't last long, is what he's saying. Like, if you're a narc, you just get found out. You can't hang, like somebody gives you too much of the purple acid, and like they just, they narc out. So this is hilarious. Now, being a little more serious, the physical descriptions of the Naathi makes it sound like they could be having some of that child of the forest blood or some related species. Again, the old ones from Lang could be green men or something similar. There's all kinds of humanoids in this world. So we can't say that Children of the Forest. Now, the things that remind us of Children of the Forest are those eyes. They're large, amber is almost gold anyway, and they're flecked with gold. The Children of the Forest have liquid gold eyes that are large. And then the culture. Like, if there was a small group of humans who met a small group of Children of the Forest, and they intermarried and created a unique hybrid culture, it would look like this. It would be very nature-centric. It would be harmonious. And then this Lord of Harmony guy kind of sounds like a green man. It sounds like the Jolly Green Giant. This is another version of Qarth the Green, really. So this all sounds very, very similar to it just sounds like a hybrid population of Children of the Forest. At least some sort of, who knows? Yeah. Maybe, like I said, if Naath was settled by people from Sothoryos, maybe the Children of the Forest hybridization happened on Sothoryos way long ago, and then the people moved. But it sounds more like the children would have been holding out on these islands as mankind was spreading through the rest of the world. And so when people from Sothoryos went west to the Summer Isles 7, 8, 10,000 years ago, they probably ran into some Children of the Forest or perhaps an already hybridized population. And that's probably what Naathi is. Would you agree with that, Tim?
Yeah. Or could be in a sort of Madagascar type setting. Because earlier Chad had said Madagascar, despite being right next to Africa, has more in common. The people of Madagascar are more in common with Indonesians than actual Africans. So it's possible that maybe the Lengi came over, because the Naathi, along with sound like children, they also sound like regular size Lengi. They're just not, they have the golden eyes and the dusky skin, but they're not 8 feet tall. They're more average size.
True. That's a good point. And the Lengi, they are seafarers, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that could be.
Because we'll get, with luck, we'll get to Lang, and we'll have plenty to say on that one.
Cool. So the disease, we don't know what it is. It could be magical, or it could just be something that the Naathi have an immunity to. I mean, it could be a very practical, simple thing here. Archmaester Ebros, who's made a study of all known accounts of the affliction, believes that it is spread by the butterflies that the peaceful people revere. For this reason, the disease is often called butterfly fever. Now, that part may not be true at all. Remember, they thought the bubonic plague was like spread by rats, right? And it wasn't. Mm-hmm. So it's just that rats were frequently in the type of dirty places where the disease was. And so they thought that that was connected, but it wasn't. So, yeah, it could be something similar here. Some believe the fever is carried only by one particular sort of butterfly. A large black and white variety with wings as big as a man's hand is favored by Ebros, but this remains conjecture. Whether the butterflies of Naath are the true handmaids of the Lord of Harmony, which also reminds us of like the Green Seer with his birds and crows and ravens, right? Like it's a similar thing. More common. Sorry, let me go back. Whether they're the handmaids of the Lord of Harmony or no more than common insects like their cousins in the Seven Kingdoms, it may well be that the Naathi are not wrong in regarding them as guardians. Sad to say, the corsairs who prowled the seas around Naath long ago learned that the chances of dying of butterfly fever were low, so long as they did not remain on the island for more than a few hours, and lower still if they only came ashore at night, for butterflies are creatures of the day and love the morning dew and the afternoon sun. So they're really going with this butterfly thing. I really don't think that's it, Tim. Because the butterflies would have to be like biting people or something to spread the disease, and butterflies don't do that.
Yeah. I mean, if George wanted to make a biting butterfly, he's well within his rights to do so, but Chad had pointed out that butterflies can carry mites. So just like how it was not the rats that spread the plague, but the fleas that were on the rats, perhaps it's the mites that are on the butterflies spreading the plague. Mites.
Okay, that's good. That's good scientific thinking there, Tim.
Yeah.
It's a butterfly parasite that's passing to the humans. New theory. All right. Uh-huh. Thus it is that the slavers from the Basilisk Isles oft descend upon Naath during the dark of night to carry off whole villages into bondage. The peaceful people always bring good prices, it is said, for they are clever as they are gentle, fair to look upon, and quick to learn obedience. It is reported that one pillow house in Liss is famed for its Naathi girls, who are clad in diaphanous silken gowns and adorned with gaily painted butterfly wings. This is sickening. And also sickening is that ugly, grotesque, fused stone fortress that the Valyrians left on Naath. It must stick out so badly there. Like, it's all this, just a jungle with butterflies everywhere and these peaceful people and this big, ugly black stone fortress. People are saying there's a Grateful Dead reference here with Morning Dew. I don't give me some of those lyrics and I'll read them. Go ahead and pick it up, Tim.
Such raids have become so frequent since the Century of Blood that the peaceful people have largely abandoned their own shores, moving inland to the hills and forests, where it is harder for the slavers to find them. Thus, the fine handicrafts, shimmering silks, and delicate spiced wine of the Isle of Butterflies are seen less and less in the markets of the Seven Kingdoms and the 9 free cities. And then from there, we move to the Basilisk Isles, which is... Now we're starting to get into the really not so great places. East of Naath, the long chain of islands known as the Basilisk Isles could not be more different. Named for the fierce beasts that once infested them, the basilisks have for long centuries been the festering sore of the summer sea, inhabited only by corsairs, pirates, slavers, sellswords, murderers, and monsters, the worst of humanity. They come from every land beneath the sun, it is said, for only here can such men hope to find others of their own ilk.
Real quick, Tim, I just want to grab this question from the chat. Somebody's asking, how did the Valyrians build the fortress on Naath when you die in like a year. This is more evidence that few stone fortresses are quick to build because they're made with dragon fire and sorcery. It may only take a few days to do it. It's hard to know, but we're talking about magic. So we're heating up all this molten stone. We're using aeromancy to whip it up, whip it good, and then freeze it into shape. So this is not carrying blocks and stuff. This is high sorcery. So yeah, they probably made this fortress in a very short amount of time.
And the dragon road crews are working at night to avoid the butterflies.
That's it.
Okay, so life on the Basilisk is nasty, brutal, and off-short. Hot, humid, and swarming with stinging flies, sand fleas, and bloodworms, these islands have always proved singularly unhealthy for man and beast alike. Ruins found upon the Isle of Tears, the Isle of Toads, and Axe Island hint at some ancient civilization, but little is now known of these vanished men of the Dawn Age. If any still survived when the first corsairs settled on the islands, they were soon put to the sword, so no trace of them now remains, save perhaps on the Isle of Toads, as we shall discuss shortly.
Okay, so real quick, here's a basilisk. It's ice and fire. It's got 6 legs and it's some sort of biting lizard. And then here is the Basilisk Isles. This is super cool art. This is by Martin Mathis, who did those 5 forts that I used on the Dragon Lords of Ancient Asshai video. So let me zoom in so you could see what's going on. It's a little Pirates of the Caribbean action. You know, got these grottos and some hanging wooden structures. Just pretty sick. It's imaginative, but it's cool. So thought I'd show you. Here's another one. So you can see there's people up in the caves there. You can see there's some structures here in the grotto. So yeah, these are weird islands. They're pirates. Anywhere you can like take a cave and make a little spot for yourself, you can kind of live, you know? Perhaps. But it is right next to Sothoryos, and Sothoryos is full of monsters, and some of those monsters can be found on the Basilisk. So like the bloodworms and, you know, the wyverns are close by. So like, yeah, Basilisk Point is right here. And then this is Wyvern Point. So they were talking about the ruins being on Axe Island, Skull Island, the Isle of Toads, and Tears. So this is kind of all around here. And they're saying there's these older ruins of people who may have lived there before the pirates came. And I think those are just the people who built Yin, Tim.
Yeah.
Meaning Squisher hybrids in all likelihood.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to know for certain because when we finally do get to the Sothoryos mainland and the people we hear are there, the brindled men, it just gets weirder and weirder and weirder to know, like, what happened. And we know, like, there's been plenty of cataclysms around the world, but it's like, is this a result of the long night in Sothoryos? We don't know. It's just a complete mystery what the hell happened here.
So the largest of the basilisks is the Isle of Tears, where steep-sided valleys and black bogs hide among rugged flint hills and twisted windswept rocks. On its southern coast stand the broken ruins of a city. Founded by the old empire of Gis, it was known as Gorgai for close on 2 centuries, or perhaps 4. There is some dispute, until the Dragon Lords of Valyria captured it during the Third Giscari War and renamed it Gagassos. By any name, it was an evil place. I feel like I've read this quote so many times. The Dragon Lords sent their worst criminals to the Isle of Tears to live out their lives in hard labor. In the dungeons of Gagassos, torturers devised new torments. In the flesh pits, blood sorcery of the darkest sort was practiced, as beasts were mated to slave women to bring forth twisted half-human children. So this is this is where we get the window into the darkest practices of Valyria, essentially. Mm-hmm. The infamy of Gagassos outlived even the doom. During the Century of Blood, this dark city waxed rich and was powerful. Some called her the 10th free city, but her wealth was built on slaves and sorcery. Go ahead and pick it up, Tim.
Yeah, so I just want to say, so Gogossos is a reference to the island of Dr. Moreau. This is a science fiction novel by H.G. Wells, and it is about a mad scientist who creates human hybrids from animals, and he does it through vivisection. So, just so we can get our context of what George is lifting from here. The infamy of Gogossos outlived even the doom. During the Century of Blood, this dark city waxed rich and powerful. Some called her the 10th free city, but her wealth was built on slaves and sorcery. Her slave markets became as notorious as those of the old Giscari cities on Slaver's Bay. 70 years after the doom of Valyria, however, it is said their stink reached even the nostrils of the gods, and a terrible plague emerged from the slave pens of Gogossos. The Red Death swept across the Isle of Tears, then the rest of the Basilisk Isles. 9 men of every 10 died, screaming, bleeding copiously from every orifice, their skin shredding like wet parchment. And this is a reference to Mask of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe.
And just fill people in, what was Mask of the Red Death about? 60 seconds?
Mask of the Red Death is a disease sweeping through the country that kills people in this exact way, and the Prince Prospero decides that he and his friends can just wall themselves up and have a huge party and just pretend like nothing bad is happening until the Red Death comes to them.
I see. Now, Amanda from Crowfood's daughter has a theory that this Red Death is actually the parasitic worms that Araya Targaryen experienced, and that Araya, because she was a Valyrian, lived a lot longer than a normal person would have, allowing the worms to get much larger in her body. And originally this disease would have been, these parasites would have evolved probably in conjunction with the Valyrians. So this all makes sense. Amanda is basically saying, a human that doesn't have any heat resistance would die much sooner before the worms got as big. And so this bleeding out of every orifice is actually a little bit similar to what was going on with Araya. And the skin shredding could be from the worms. I forget the rest of the theory, but do check out the Disputed Lands. She's got, again, a bunch of cool videos about Sothoryos. So I just want to throw that out real quick. I think it's probably some other disease, but it's hard to say. George loves to create all these nasty horrors and diseases and stuff, so.
Yeah. Well, Mask of the Red Death, when the stranger shows up wearing his red mask, it's more like a red skull. It's supposed to look like a victim of the red plague that's going around, where the skin is literally melting off people. So again, based on description alone, I'm thinking this is Poe. This is straight up Poe.
So Proudfoot is asking a good question here. How much of the Valyrian freehold culture was just co-opted Giscari culture, like Romans learning from Greeks or Arabians learning from Persians? There is some of that dynamic. Obviously, the dragons are different, but we know they learned slavery from the Giscari, and they took over Gorgai and practiced this blood magic here. So were the Giscari practicing blood magic? What's the harpy about? The harpy looks like a weird hybrid creature. So maybe the Giscari were doing weird blood magic before the Valyrians. Very possible. Very possible. And there was another good question earlier, too. Let me just grab that one. Thank you, Lady Dane, for the gifted memberships. Off-topic question about George using the Grateful Dead song Direwolf. I have read the lyrics to Direwolf. I forget what it's about. There surely is some sort of crossover, but yeah, it is off-topic for today. I've looked at it before, but I don't remember what that one's about. One day we'll do a whole Grateful Dead summit, perhaps. It would take a lot of research, though. Some deadhead would have to read the whole series and really look hard for stuff. Okay, so...
Shouldn't you just put Shad on it, then?
Yeah, I mean... He's got a lot of stuff to do. But we've caught a few things. For a century thereafter, the basilisks were shunned. Let's see. It was not until the coming of the Corsairs that men returned to the Isles once again. The Qarthian pirate Zandaro Zor was the first to raise his banner there, using the stones he found on Axe Isle to erect a grim black fort above his anchorage. So remember, they said there are ruins on these cities. Axe Isle, Skull Island, Isle of Tears, Isle of Toads. Now, what I have wondered is, we know that the stones on Axe Isle are black, because he just said he built a black castle. Were they oily black stones? They could be, because there's oily black stone on the Isle of Toads. And when they talk about this older civilization that may have left these ruins, they point to the Toad people on Toad Island and say, well, it could have been these people. So if they made an oily black stone idol on the Isle of Toads, and they made black castles elsewhere, those could be oily black stone fortresses like Yin and like Moat Cailin. Or they could just be built in the imitation of them, where it's black stone, but it's not oily stone. Because Yin is right here. And Yin has all the hallmarks of a squisher city, as we know. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Yeah. I would say possibly black sandstone. Perhaps Axe Isle might be one of those black sand beaches.
It could be any number of stone. But the thing I mentioned is just the idea of imitation. Because if you don't have any oily black stone, but you have some sort of sacred or magical association with it, then you find a different black stone and use that instead. That does make sense. Okay, so the men of the Brotherhood of Bones soon followed, settling at the western end of the chain upon the Isle of Flies. From these bases, Zandaro and the Brotherhood were perfectly placed to prey upon merchant men rounding the shattered, smoking remnants of the Valerian Peninsula. Within half a century, almost every one of the basilisks was home to a nest of corsairs.
In our present day, the Brotherhood of Bones is long forgotten, and all that remains of Zandaro Zor is the fort he left on Axe Isle, but the corsairs still haunt the basilisks. Once every generation, it seems, fleets are sent to the islands to clear out these vermin of the seas. The Volantines have been especially assiduous in this regard, often in alliance with one or more of the other free cities. Some of these raids have ended in failure when the corsairs fled forewarned. Others, more ably led, have seen hundreds hanged and scores of ships seized or sunk or put to the torch. One ended in infamy when the Lycene captain Sothoryos, commanding the fleet sent to destroy the Corsair strongholds, himself turned pirate and reigned as king of the Basilisk Isles for 30 years. Always with those songs. This is just like the family tradition, because there's also a son who was one of the 9 penny kings.
Yeah, totally. It's also just like the taste of glory and success. You're like, actually...
Yeah. Who keeps hiring these guys? You can't trust a son. No matter the outcome of such efforts, the corsairs always seem to resume their depredations after a time. And this sounds too like the same thing happens on the Stepstones, where like Lys and Tyrosh and Mir have to send in raids to sweep them out too. But after a while, they always come back. Their towns sprout up like toadstools, only to be abandoned the next year or the year after, left to rot away and sink back into the mud and slime from which they rose. Port Plunder, the most famous of them, is celebrated in many a song and story, yet cannot be found on any map, for the good and sufficient reason that there have been at least a dozen Port Plunders on as many islands. Whenever one is destroyed, another is founded, only to be abandoned in turn. The same is true of Stye, Horsgash, Black Pudding, and the other pirate lairs, each viler and more infamous than the last.
That's dope. If somebody wants to write fan fiction, like, this is the place. This is where you need to write your fan fiction. Give us the story of Port Plunder. I think George is definitely hinting at some sea shanties here.
And this is also him. That's like that Star Wars line, the scum and villainy of the universe, and this is where they all congregate.
You're right. That is. So a few of the Basilisk Isles have a certain unique aspect that warrant further mention. Talon, a large claw-shaped island north of the Isle of Tears, is honeycombed with deep caves, most of them inhabited and fortified. So this must be Talon right here. Let's see. This island serves as the slave mart for the Corsairs, where captives are held until they can be sold or ransomed. It is also home to Barter Beach, where the pirates trade with one another. On the Isle of Toads can be found an ancient idol, a greasy black stone crudely carved in the semblance of a gigantic toad of malignant aspect, some 40 feet high. The people of this isle are believed by some to be descended from those who carved the toadstone, for there is an unpleasant fish-like aspect to their faces, and many have webbed hands and feet, Tim. If so, they are the sole surviving remnant of this forgotten race, except for all the other fish people in the world, such as the Manderleys, and the people on the Sisters, and the people of the Thousand Islands. What the hell are you talking about, maesters? Bad knowledge.
Yeah. Many of the Corsairs cling to the gruesome custom of festooning the hulls and masts of their ships with severed heads to strike fear into their foes. The heads dangle from hempen rope until all the flesh has rotted off them, whereupon they are replaced with fresh ones. Rather than consign the skulls to the sea, however, the Corsairs will deliver them to Skull Isle as an offering to some dark god. Thus it is that great piles of yellowed skulls can be seen lining the shores of this small, windswept, uninhabited rock.
Okay, so I forgot about that. That there is some sort of religious tradition here. So who is this dark god, Tim? Is this a deep one god? Is this black goat worship? What's going on?
Possibly. I would say there's probably a different just in the way that the Toad Isle has the toad statue, which is a reference to Tsathoggua, which is actually a Robert E. Howard creation that Lovecraft borrowed from him. There's always, in Lovecraft, there's always like competing factions, competing cults. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Basilisk Isles each have their own chief god, and possibly back in the day we're always at war with one another, some kind of religious war for these eldritch cult.
So I'm being informed that this is King Kong. It's Skull Island. This is King Kong.
Oh yeah, the Skull Island is definitely a reference to Kong Skull Isle, but we see more of that when we get to Sothoryos, the mainland, where we have the giant apes that can kill an elephant with one punch.
Okay, so yeah, they're offering the skulls to King Kong, who lives on Skull Island. This is now headcanon. Perfect. In summary, the Basilisk Isles are best avoided, for no good has ever come to those who journeyed here. All right, well, speaking of best avoided and don't go there, it's Sothoryos. So, Tim, I need to run to the restroom real quick. Are you doing okay? Or do you want to pick up the reading, or shall I do a music break?
I'm good. Oh, how much of Sothoryos do we want to do? Because you said you wanted to.
I want to read through it. I just don't want to. I mean, I already gave my main Sothoryos theory. So yeah, we're just going to go through it pretty quick.
Okay, I can continue reading.
Okay, I'll be right back, folks. Thank you. Thank you, Tim.
Yep.
And if the here, I'll tell you what. I'll put more of it on the screen so it will be current longer. All right, take it away.
Men have known of the existence of the vast savage lands to the south since the first of them took to the sea in ships, for only the width of the summer sea separates Sothoryos from the ancient civilizations and great cities of Essos and Westeros. That's tasty tinfoil. Thanks. Of course, always glad to spill more tinfoil. The Giscari established outposts on its northern shores in the days of the Old Empire. They razed the walled city Zamatar at the mouth of the river Zamoyos and built the grim penal colony Gorosh on Wyvern Point. Qarthian adventurers hungry for profit sought gold, gems, and ivory along the eastern coast of Sothoryos. Summer Islanders did the same in the west. So, gonna have to go beyond what Dave left me here. The Freehold of Valyria thrice established colonies on Basilisk Point. The first was destroyed by the Brindled Men, the second lost to the Plague, and the third was abandoned when the Dragon Lords captured Zamatar in the Fourth Giscari War. Okay, so they captured Gogassos in the Third War, and now they take another Sothoryos colony from the Giscari in the Fourth War. So they're just losing their Sothory settings left and right here.
What did I miss?
So I hopped to the next page. I was talking about, Zamatar, the Gis loses it in the Fourth Giscari War, and we just got over how they lost Gogassos in the Third Giscari War. So it's like every war, the Valyrians take another one of their Sothory holdings.
Yeah, it's kind of like, why are we fighting over this, guys? These are proxy wars, I guess, really, because these are just two empires that are kind of right next to each other. Mm-hmm. So Old Gis is kind of existing on this southern tip of the Giscari Peninsula. Now these fields are sown with salt, and so there's only New Gis on the island here. But this used to be the seat of a strong empire. And these Slaver's Bay cities were more like adjuncts to Old Gis. So they're right across the bay from Valyria. So this George is probably thinking of like, people from Anatolia and the Middle East versus the Greeks staring at each other across the Aegean and the Mediterranean and stuff like that.
Chad is mentioning the Punic Wars, and that is straight up.
Yeah, definitely Carthage.
Absolute mad lad leading his elephants through the Alps, and then the Third Punic War, Rome's just like, we're gonna salt the earth so that nothing ever grows again.
Yeah, that's definitely probably like 80% of this. My weekly thank you to the streamers, Tim and Dave. Thank you, Lady Dane, and thanks again for those gifted memberships. We appreciate you. More like Carthage. Yeah, right. Yeah. True. Oh, I never even thought about that.
Because we have had pirate. We just Zalador Jor, the Qarthine pirate on Axe Isle.
Yeah. So and the Qarthine they're traders too who sail all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. It's just, everyone's like fighting a proxy war in Sothoryos.
Pretty much. Yeah. Okay, so where'd you stop?
Yet we cannot claim to know Sothoryos well. Its interior remains a mystery to us, covered by impenetrable jungle, where ancient cities full of ghosts lie in ruins beside great sluggish rivers. Only a few days sail south of Basilisk Point, even the shape of its coast remains unknown. It may be that the Summer Islanders have explored and mapped these shorelines, but they guard their charts jealously and do not share such knowledge. Colonies planted here wither and die. Only Zamatar endured for more than a generation, and today even that once great city is a haunted ruin, slowly being reclaimed by the jungle. Slavers, traders, and treasure hunters have visited Sothoryos over the centuries, but only the boldest ever venture far from their coastal garrisons and enclaves to explore the mysteries of the continent's vast interior. Those that dare, more often than not, set forth into the green, never to be seen again.
We do not even know the true size of the Sothoryos. Qarthine maps once showed it as an island twice the size of Great Morak, and Great Morak is right there. Zoom out a little bit. But their trading ships, venturing further and farther down the eastern coast, were never able to find the bottom of it. The Giscari who settled Zamatar and Gorosh believed Sothoryos to be as large as Westeros. Genera Bellaris flew her dragon Terrax. That's funny, Terrax seems like it's drawn from the Latin term terra, as in terra firma, for earth, because Terrax is exploring the earth. I don't know. But yeah, she flew her dragon Terrax further south than any man or woman had ever gone before, seeking the boiling seas and steaming rivers of legend, but found only endless jungle, deserts, and mountains. She returned to the freehold after 3 years to declare that Sothoryos was as large as Essos, a land without end. So, like I said, I went ham on the Sothoryos video and speculated about what she may have found and why she might have lied about it. Sothoryos seems to be some sort of Austral Africa. Yeah, there's elements of Australia here, like everything can kill you. But a lot of this, we should remember, is exaggerated too, especially with the brindled men. And I tackled that in the Sothoryos video. The brindled men seem to be more like some sort of Cro-Magnon type than a weird monster or created hybrid creature. They seem closer to like the hairy men and stuff, basically. But
yeah, my take on the brindled men is that if the Ibenese are George's version of Tolkien's dwarves, then the brindled men with their pig-like features are his take on orcs.
Perhaps. Yeah, I could see that dynamic in operation. So whatever its true extent, the southern continent is an unhealthy place. Its very air full of foul humors and miasmas. Well, again, if you're not from there and you're not immune to the diseases, then that's true. But this is also how people, I live in, America, obviously. So when people talk about going to a jungle country, then there's a little bit of fear involved. Like, ooh, all the diseases and the insects, and it's how will I be clean and how will I find clean water? But of course, people have lived there for thousands of years. So it's just a matter of knowing your environment. But anyway, George has written this to have that sort of bias. Like the Maesters are from ivory towers, literally. And they're talking about the jungle. So it's full of foul humors and, We have already seen how Nymeria fared on its shores when she attempted to settle her people there. Blood boils, green fever, sweet rot, bronze pate, the red death, grayscale, brown leg, worm bone, sailor's pain, pus eye, and yellow gum, and many more are only a few of the diseases found here. So many so virulent, they have been known to wipe out whole settlements. Now, it is true that in warmer tropical diseases, of course, they're going to breed more in these environments. But the main thing is immunity. That's really the main thing. It's if you're not from a place, you're not going to have any immunity to its diseases, and they're going to lay waste to you. No antibodies. So this is science that we understand, and the Maesters do not. So George is writing that sort of ignorance into the thing as well. So Archmaester Ebro's study of centuries of travelers' accounts suggests that 9 of every 10 visiting Sothoryos from Westeros will suffer one or more of these afflictions, and that almost half will die. Nor is disease the only danger that those who seek to know this wet green land must face. And I definitely think George is thinking of the first European colonists to try to carve a path through the Yucatan. Okay, mm-hmm. The Yucatan is pretty gnarly. If you're not from there, you're just not. Yeah. Anyways, nor is disease the only danger that those who seek to know this wet green land must face. Huge crocodiles lurk beneath the surface of the Zmoyos and have been known to overturn boats, swimming up from below so they might devour their occupants as they struggle in the water. That probably happened one time. But one of these Sothoryos artworks does have a crocodile, I think. This one. There they are. There's our crocodiles. You don't want to mess with crocodiles, period. I mean, alligators, crocodiles, just don't do it. You might see some weird stuff on YouTube with Australians feeding crocodiles stuff like it's a picnic, but don't do that. That's not safe. Australians aren't right in the head. And I say that with love, but it's true. You live on a dangerous continent. You get way too close to these dangerous animals. Or Floridians. Same principle. Yes. Steve Irwin. Rest in peace. All right. So, the crocodiles, Tim. Other streams are infested by swarms of carnivorous fish, capable of stripping the flesh from a man's bones in minutes. Those are called piranha. There are stinging flies, venomous snakes, wasps, and worms that lay their eggs beneath the skin of horses, hogs, and men alike. Basilisks, both great and small, are found in great numbers on Basilisk Point, some twice the size of lions. Are these just Komodo dragons or something? It's probably something more than that. Hard to say. In the forest south of Yin, there are said to be apes that dwarf the largest giants, so powerful they can slay elephants with a single blow. So, Tim, this is where I was wondering about evolution. We're going to get to the Jogwin, the stone giants of the Northern Bones Mountains, but they're said to be twice as tall as the giants of Westeros. The giants of Westeros are over 10 feet. So here we have apes that they dwarf the largest giants. So, hard to know how George is thinking, and we've speculated, Tim, about evolution in this world. But, of course, in the real world, we do evolve from... We are apes. We are in the ape family, right? So the fact that there are giant apes sort of tracks with the idea that there are giants that are that big, but you can't really connect these things any more than that. Go ahead, Tim.
I was going to say, this is more of a King Kong reference. While Skull Island is a reference to Kong Skull Island in name, this area of Sothoryos, especially as we get closer to Green Hell, this is Kong Skull Island in makeup. Just these gigantic, monstrous animals that live here. So, and George does that. He'll take an idea, split it into two, use one part of it in one spot and one part of it in another. We talk about this all the time, and this is an example of that. Why Skull Island has the name and the basilisk, but the actual features and makeup, like a King Kong type of ape, is actually living here on the mainland.
I will also point out, though, that when George does that, he then takes these things that he's put in his world and he stitches them together into a cohesive anthropological narrative. And so, yes, these apes are going to be references to King Kong. Definitely, and the chat agrees with you there. It's also tracks with the idea that humans evolved from apes and there are giants. So we don't know how those evolutionary branches run, probably in a tangled fashion as they do in the real world. But yeah, both the apes and the humans are getting bigger in this world for whatever reason. So,
farther south lies the region known as the Green Hell, where beasts even more fearsome are said to dwell. There, if the tales are to be trusted, are caverns full of pale white vampire bats who can drain the blood from a man in minutes. Tattooed lizards stalk the jungles, running down their prey and ripping them apart with the long, curved claws on their powerful hind legs. So George is going full Jurassic Park here with their version of velociraptors. Snakes 50 feet long.
Tim, actually, let me just say the fact that there would be these potentially dinosaurs holding out here on Sothoryos. Like, I think this is George riffing on the idea of things like Loch Ness Monster and the Plesiosaur.
What's that dinosaur? There's another cryptid, a dinosaur that's said to live in, like, the unexplored jungles of the Congo.
Yes, that's exactly what we're riffing on here. Exactly what I was trying to say. So, this sort of tells you that Sothoryos has never really been fully civilized by man. You know, it never was. Or else these things would have been eradicated.
Yeah. Mokele Mbembe. That's more than likely. Yeah.
Good knowledge from the chat.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. So, throw in a chupacabra. Yeah, this is all fun stuff to draw inspiration from if you're writing a fantasy story and populating the hinterlands of your world with weird stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, snakes.
Snakes. I also do want to point out too. It said that the Sea Lord of Bravos has one of these tattooed lizards in his menagerie.
Oh, correct. Yes, that's right. He has a freaking velociraptor. I forgot about that.
So he also has a potential Jurassic Park situation going if that thing gets out. Snakes.
I didn't expect him to breed raptors, did ya? So, somebody in the chat was just asking about the hemisphere thing. you can see that this is the northern hemisphere. Like, it's tropical and warm up to about where Dorne is and Valyria. And as soon as you get north of there, it starts cooling down. So this is temperate climate. This is more like Europe, Russia, North America. This is more like tropics. So the equator is probably right here, like right where the map cuts off. That's probably right where the equator is. It's close. Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
Snakes 50 feet long slither through the underbrush, and spotted spiders weave their webs amongst the great trees. Spiders! Most terrible of all are the wyverns, those tyrants of the southern skies with their great leathery wings, cruel beaks, and insatiable hunger. Close kin to dragons, wyverns cannot breathe fire, but they exceed their cousins in ferocity and are a match for them in all other respects save size.
Right, see, dragons, I think we're given the idea that dragons are like a little bit lazy. That's kind of part of the folklore about them. They're big, they take a lot to get roused. They eat one big meal, then probably sit around digesting it for a long time. These wyverns are like different. They're aggressive and voracious, and they hunt in packs. So just kind of terrifying. Go ahead.
Brindled wyverns, with their distinctive jade and white scales, grow up to 30 feet long. Swamp wyverns have been known to attain even greater size, though they are sluggish by nature and seldom fly far from their lairs. Brown bellies, no larger than monkeys, are even more dangerous than their larger kin, for they hunt in packs of 100 or more. But most dreaded of all is the Shadow Wing, a nocturnal monster whose black scales and wings make him all but invisible, until he descends out of the darkness to tear apart his prey. Unsurprisingly, Sothoryos is...
Yeah, so this is, just real quick, this is a big clue about dragons and wyverns being related. The biggest kind of wyvern or wyvern is black. The biggest dragons are all black too. You know, Balerion is older than Meraxes and Vagar, so hard to say. That used to seem like a stronger clue. But even with Dany's 3 that are all born at the same time, Drogon is growing faster and bigger. So I have always wondered if, again, the idea of dragon breeds and the Valerians, breeding dragons, ones for speed and, messenger service, others for war, docile dragons for road crews, so on and so on. You could have some amount of delineation and separation between the dragon breeds. So perhaps, if they are bred from wyverns, then this trait carried over and the black ones are bigger. But again, this is fast and loose with magical biology. So this is just fun speculation. We're trying to stitch it together in the way that makes the most sense and the way that George might be envisioning it. But obviously...
Yeah. And then we just fill the gaps with frog DNA.
Pretty much, yes, that's it.
Unsurprisingly, Sothoryos is thinly peopled when compared to Westeros or Essos. A score of small trade towns cling to the northern coast, towns of mud and blood, as some say, wet and humid and full of misery, where adventurers, rogues, exiles, and whores from the free cities and the Seven Kingdoms come to make their fortunes. In Septon Barth's Dragon, Worms, and Wyverns, he speculated that the blood mages of Valyria used wyvern stock to create dragons. Though the blood mages were alleged to experiment mightily with their unnatural arts, this claim is considered far-fetched by most maesters. Among them, Maester Vandian's Against the Unnatural contains certain proofs of dragons having existed in Westeros, even in the earliest of days, before Valyria rose to be a power.
Oh gosh, Tim. How would dragons have ever gotten to Westeros before Valyria existed? That's impossible. Oh wait, there's a giant fused stone fortress on Old Town on Battle Isle that's from the Dawn Age 2. I wonder if that has anything to do with that, or the other thing, if there's a... Anyway. My mind breaks down. I'm like, Great Empire of the Dawn theory in 10 seconds, and it's just like collapses. But no, for real. I am going to do a video collecting all the loose bits of information that give us clues that dragons did used to be in Westeros in the Dawn Age. There are some loose things that I need to collect and do it. But anyway.
Well, this thing is like, I always say Septon Barth tells no lies, but this one is one where I think it might be both, where there might have been dragons that existed for Valyria, but then Valyrians tried to make their own dragons through some kind of like selective breeding program. So I think both things can be true.
Yeah, I actually am not sure either. It does seem like there was some amount of magical alteration done to dragons, but I'm not positive that the Great Empire of the Dawn created them wholesale. Mm-hmm. They may have, but fireworms are just very. I don't know how you'd ever capture one and breed with it. Like, you'd have to have some real powerful magic to work with fireworms. So, I to this day am still not sure about this. I will again refer you to the Disputed Lands and Crowfood's Daughter's several videos about the Dragon Bond. Pretty much the best Dragon Bond videos you can find anywhere. So definitely check those out. She definitely does think that they were created by the Great Empire of the Dawn along the lines of what Barth is talking about. So,
let's see. There are riches hidden amongst the jungles and swamps and sullen, sun-baked rivers of the south beyond a doubt. But every man who finds gold or pearls or precious spices, there are 100 who find only death. The corsairs of the Basilisk Isles prey upon these settlements, carrying off captives to holding pens on Talon and the Isle of Tears before selling them to the flesh markets of Slaver's Bay or the pillow houses and pleasure gardens of Lys. And the native races grow even more savage and primitive the farther one travels from the coasts. The Sothory are big-boned creatures, massively muscled, with long arms, sloped foreheads, huge square teeth, heavy jaws, and coarse black hair. Their broad, flat noses suggest snouts, and their thick skins are brindled in patterns of brown and white that seem more hog-like than human. Sothory women cannot breed with any save their own males. When met with men from Essos or Westeros, they bring forth only stillbirths, many hideously malformed. The Sothory that dwell closest to the sea have learned to speak the trade talk. The Giscari consider them too slow of wit to make good slaves, but they are fierce fighters. Farther south, the trappings of civilization fall away, and the brindled men become even more savage and barbaric. These Sothory worship dark gods with obscene rites. Many are cannibals, and more are ghouls. When they cannot feast upon the flesh of foes and strangers, they eat their own dead.
Okay, so let's just, again, dispel some of the racism here. Cannibalism is something that humans have been practicing, unfortunately, for a long time. And there's new research showing that Neanderthals were eating a lot of people in Europe and vice versa a little bit too. So these are not necessarily dark gods or obscene. I mean, it's pretty gross, but it's nothing that we don't do. So not we as in you and me, but we as in people. So then we've got this interesting bit about the square teeth. A lot of people commented on my Sothoryos video to point out that could be a clue that they're actually vegetarians and that all this flesh eating is not true. Big square flat teeth, those are for like crushing vegetable shoots and stuff. Meat eaters always have pointy ripping teeth for shredding flesh. So this actually could be a little clue that this is propaganda, that they are not flesh eaters. But who knows? Maybe some are. Maybe it happened one time, or maybe there is lots of cannibalism again because Neanderthals and ancient man apparently did that. Meat is meat, I guess. So then the other thing that's interesting is that Sothory women, when mated with men from Essos or Westeros, they bring forth only stillbirths. So that means that, like, evolutionarily, they can get pregnant. So there is a common ancestor somewhere, but the degree of separation is such that they cannot produce viable offspring. This is not the case with the hairy men. The hairy men did interbreed with humans, and we got the Ibenese out of that. So these brindled men are even a little further away from people than the brindled men are. But they do seem to be some fictional kind of, Neanderthal or other humanoid species, right?
Yeah. And then with the Ibenese, it's said that when they mate with people from Westeros or Essos, most of the offspring are sterile, but most does not mean all. And that's why we also get things like the Skagosi might have Ibenese in them. Brownbed Plum says that he has some Ibenese in him. So it is possible. It's just rare that it happens.
So here we have only stillbirths, many hideously malformed. So not even sterile births, but literally stillbirths. So this is less compatible. But they do speak. They do have language. So this is a humanoid, intelligent race. Hominid, I should say. And, okay, some say there were other races here once. Forgotten peoples destroyed, devoured, or driven out by the brindled men. Yeah, such as the Summer Islanders, like I said. Tales of lizard men, lost cities, and eyeless cave dwellers are commonplace. No proof exists for any of these, because nobody's really been there.
Yeah.
Ask the Summer Islanders. Maybe they would know. But, Tim, go ahead and read to us about, this stupid place. Yeen.
Maesters and other scholars alike have puzzled over the greatest of the enigmas of Sothoryos, the ancient city of Yeen, a ruin older than time, built of oily black stone in massive blocks so heavy that it would require a dozen elephants to move them. Yeen has remained a desolation for many thousands of years, yet the jungle that surrounds it on every side has scarce touched it. A city so evil that even the jungle will not enter. Nymeria is supposed to have said when she laid eyes on it, if the tales are true. Every attempt to rebuild or resettle Yeen has ended in horror.
So I showed off all my Yeen artwork in the Sothoryos video, but it's really cool. So let's look at it again real quick. So this is Chetan Biswas's Yeen. This is the same Chetan Biswas who did the High Tower of Old Town that I always show in my video. I saw his Yeen and commissioned him to build the High Tower because this was really cool. So yeah, oily black stone. Love the texture of it. Really got it right here. Whoops, scrolling through. Like I said, you can see these in more detail in the Sothoryos video. But just to get the vibes going. And this is Yeen by Enrique Murguia. This one has the blocks, the size of the blocks. So you can see the people here. You can see how big the blocks are. The size of a small cottage. Same as at Moat Cailin, which is one of the clues that this might be a Squisher temple, and so is Moat Cailin, etc., etc. Check out Deep Ones. Check out Moat Cailin. Check out Sothoryos. I have made content about this stuff. But yeah, here you go. There's Yeen. Every attempt to rebuild or resettle Yeen has ended in horror. Love that sentence. All right. And so here we come to the grasslands, Tim. All right, so we will start into the section. There's a bunch of stuff that we do want to get to. However, all the Dothraki, early Dothraki and Sarnori stuff, we're going to be skipping because I have a video coming about that on Tuesday. And then 2 weeks after that. But there is some good stuff that we do need to cover here that I don't have in that video. So go ahead and get us started, Tim.
Beyond the forest of Qohor, Essos opens up upon a vast expanse of windswept plains, gentle rolling hills, fertile river valleys, great blue lakes, and endless steppes where the grass grows as high as a horse's head. From the forest of Qohor in the west to the towering mountains known as the Bones, the grasslands stretch more than 700 leagues. It was here amidst these grasses that civilization was born in the Dawn Age. 10,000 years ago or more, when Westeros was yet a howling wilderness inhabited only by the giants and children of the forest, the first true towns rose beside the banks of the river Sarn and beside the myriad vassal streams that fed her on her meandering course northward to the Shivering Sea. The history of those days are lost to us, sad to say, for the kingdoms of the grass came and went in large measure before the race of man became literate. Only the legends persist. From such we know of the Fisher Queens, who ruled the lands adjoining the Silver Sea, the great inland sea at the heart of the grasslands, from a floating palace that made its way endlessly around its shores. Sufficient tales survive to convince most maesters of the past existence of the Silver Sea, though because of diminishing rainfall over the centuries, it has shrunk so severely that today only 3 great lakes remain where once its waters glistened in the sun.
Okay, so real quick here, Tim. This is a famous error on the map. Okay, so if you look at the Lands of Ice and Fire map, there's only 2 lakes. And so at one point, Crowfoot's daughter was wondering if the Womb of the World was the 3rd lake, and if the Silver Sea was this big, which is not impossible. It would be quite the thing, but not totally impossible. However, it has been clarified that this was a map error. Adam Whitehead has verified that for us, and so this is what we actually should have. As you can see, that Gornath, Salash, these are both built on these lakes, and Sathar here on the Sarn River where it splits, or not splits, it's actually fed by these lakes. So the Silver Sea used to encompass all 3 of these lakes, and thus it would have been pretty damn big still. Not as big enough to encompass the Womb of the World, but definitely pretty big. So that's what we're talking about here. Fun little bit of map trivia. And let me take over the reading so I can skim this a little bit. So yeah, the Fisher Queens of the Silver Sea. And let's see. The Fisher Queens were wise and benevolent and favored of the gods, we are told. And kings and lords and wise men sought their floating palace for their counsel. Beyond their domains, however, other peoples rose and fell and fought, struggling for a place in the sun. Let me zoom back out a little bit. Some maesters believe that the first men originated here before beginning the long westward migration that took them across the Arm of Dorne to Westeros. The Andals, too, may have arisen in the fertile fields south of the Silver Sea. Tales are told of the Hairy Men, a race of shaggy savage warriors who rode to battle on unicorns. Though larger than the Ibenese of the present, they may well have been their forebears. So before we go on to some of the weirder stuff, let's talk about what they just threw out. Because some of this I didn't cover in my Dothraki video, because it's not really Dothraki. So, hairy men, Tim. We ran into hairy men when we were talking about Norvos. They were over in this area too. And they were battling, they were pretty much all over this northern area, weren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, because Norvos and Lorath and all those places.
Right. And then we've got hairy men in this Silver Sea region, in the middle of the grasslands. And we know that the hairy men, or the Ibenese, used to have footholds here in the north, which we'll get to. So you can see that the hairy men, they really are George's Neanderthals. And they are like Neanderthals did. They were spread all over the place, and humans basically replaced them as they spread out. And so they exist on the fringes, and specifically in the north, we find them a lot. So that's pretty interesting. They seem to have gotten, well, the original ones were taller, and they bred with us short humans, and so now the Ibenese are a little bit shorter. But the OG hairy men were bigger, and they were in this area. And the other thing is the idea of the first men and the Andals. Okay? The first men have to come from somewhere, so perhaps they come from here. They're going to tell us that the Quaithai arose here too, the people that founded Qarth and these other city-states in the Red Waste. The Qarthine have pale skin, and potentially the Cimmeri that we're about to read about might have pale skin as well. So it is possible. What do you think about this idea of the Andals and the first men having arisen here?
Yeah, this is George riffing straight up from Conan and Hyperborea and the Cataclysm, where different. So when we go from Kull the Conqueror to Conan the Barbarian, there are numerous cataclysms throughout the world of Conan, where new kingdoms rise and fall and then descended. Some people go extinct. Some are able to kind of pick their way back and fight for dominance. And I think this is George playing with all these different people groups coming and going. I think he's playing with a similar idea of the transition from Kull to Conan, with the Cataclysm and the rise of Hyperborea and the whole New Age.
So keep going.
I mean, I can get more into it when we get into things that become more relevant to that. I'm just kind of like laying the groundwork for that one.
Okay. Yeah, right. Okay, I see what you're saying. So, yeah, so we're about, because they mentioned the Cimmeri. So let me just read the next paragraph. Let's see. We hear as well of the lost city of Liber, where acolytes of a spider goddess and a serpent god fought an endless bloody war. East of them stood the kingdoms of the centaurs, half man and half horse. In the southeast, the proud city-states of the Qathi arose. In the forests and to the north, along the shores of the Shivering Sea, were the domains of the Woods Walkers, a diminutive folk who many maesters believed to have been kin to the children of the forest. And between them could be found the hill kingdoms of the Cimmeri, the long-legged Gips or Gyps with their wicker shields and lime-stiffened hair, and their brown-skinned, pale-haired Zakora who rode to war in chariots. So a lot of that I am going to tackle in this video, because those three people went into the Sarnori nation. So I'm going to handle all that. But these Ifakevron obviously are some kind of children of the forest population. And there's another quote about them that we'll read. The Qathi, they basically had cities all through the Red Waste that got absorbed by the Red Waste. And there's even these two cities here by the Stone Road, which is also the Silk Road, the Silk Route. There's Yinishar and Adakakiliki. We don't know who founded those places. Yinishar sounds like a Yitish name. But yeah, these could be cities of the Qathi, or they might not be. We don't know.
Yeah. I mean, just like we don't know what makes the poison sea poison. Is it just like a big salt lake? Is that just a weirdly named Salt Lake City right there?
It could be like a sea that's evaporated and become extra salty, and so that most fish can't live in it. Something like the Dead Sea, perhaps. Okay, so where did I want to go with this? Oh yeah, the Cimmeri. So they mentioned the Cimmeri. The Cimmeri, they say, were potentially the first to work iron. Now, there's several people who claim to be the first to work iron. The Rhoynar claim to be the first to work iron, and they're in the northern part of the Rhoyne here. And then the Andals claim that as well. And Illyrio makes that joke about, oh, well, your Andal smith must have learned it from the Rhoynar. But then they tell us the Cimmeri were the first to work iron. But really, these aren't too far away from each other. This is all northern Essos. So it could be that somewhere in this region, people began to work iron, and then it spread. And so there were several peoples in the north here working iron at a certain point. Hard to say.
Yeah, because becomes one of those points where George isn't just making a tip of the hat to something. He's straight up pulling from another author with the Cimmeri as ironworkers, because in Conan the Barbarian is a Cimmeri. His father is a blacksmith. And for those of you who are familiar with the Conan the Barbarian movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger, Tulsa Doom, played by the late James Earl Jones, go seeking steel blades wherever he can, which is how he comes upon Conan and his family. The whole riddle of steel is him seeking out steel blades, which were very rare, and the Cymeri were known to have them because they were iron workers and steel workers.
And so basically what we're talking about here is, either the trade routes past this secret of ironworking from the Cymeri to the Rhoynar to the Andals or vice versa, or there was a migration. Perhaps the Andals really do come from this area. They were either related to the Cymeri or they learned, the secret of ironworking from them before migrating. The first men did not have this secret, so they may have left first. Maybe the Andals hung around a little longer and gained this secret of steel, as it were, before migrating over a bit to Andalos, because Andalos is all the way over here. So if in fact the Andals came from the Silver Sea, then there was a migration from east to west across the north, and that's a candidate to have brought that steelworking technology. So yeah, impossible to know if it was the Cymeri or the Rhoynar or the Andals, but they are all from the north of Essos, so there could be a cohesive thought there. That's the point. So most of these people are gone now. Their cities burned and buried, their gods and heroes all but forgotten. Of the Quathai cities, only Qarth remains, dreaming of past glories beside the jealously guarded Jade gates, which link the Summer and Jade seas. The others were extinguished, driven into exile, or conquered and assimilated by the people who succeeded them. Now, speaking of Qarth for a second, Tim, It's one of the weirdest things that the World Book doesn't have a section about Qarth. This is all that we hear about it, just that.
I don't know if George just didn't have room for it or what, but yeah, it's missing.
I'm wondering if there's a mystery that's going to be revealed about Qarth in a subsequent book, and that's why he didn't go there. Because, we have a lot of information about Qarth, and they just didn't put it in here. It's kind of weird. But my whole thing about Qarth is that they must be really connected to the Great Empire of the Dawn, just because they're on the south along these trade routes, and also along the sea trade route. So the people leaving the Great Empire of the Dawn would have passed through Qarth, and all Qarth's sort of claims to ancient knowledge and sorcery seem like a claim on the Great Empire of the Dawn legacy. Great Morak, we're told nothing. Nothing about Great Morak. The only thing I can tell you, well, there's the stone cow of Pharos, which you can't milk. That's some sort of deity that's from there. What Morak does show you is that, again, you can just see the geology happening here. The Bones Mountains don't just disappear right here. They run into the sea. Greater Morak is an extension of the Bones Mountains. You see what I mean? So, and this whole same fault line or whatever's creating this mountain range basically runs all the way to Sothoryos. And this is also why we find the same large apes in the jungles of Yiti and Lang, as well as Sothoryos. And you can see there's the same tropical biome across this whole region. So at some point, this was all connected by land, and the animals, traveled. And so you have similar species there. So, okay, this is where we're going to skip ahead a bit. We've got the Sarnori. The Sarnori conquer several of these people. They absorb them. They become the nation of Sarnor. They are charioteers, sorcerers. Huzor Amai is the last son, born of the last of the Fisher Queens, and he unifies their people. Yada, yada, yada. There's this interesting thing about the centaurs and Archmaester Hagedorn speculating that this was actually just the first people who rode horses as perceived by their neighbors who didn't have horses. That's probably true. Centaurs seem a little bit weird for a song of ice and fire. So it probably is the case that these were the first horse riders. It essentially seems like this is where horses were domesticated, somewhere in this steppe land. It's equivalent to the Russian steppe, which is where horses were domesticated in the real world. So, you can see, because the Sarnori are riding horses, the Dothraki are riding horses, the Zokora were the first ones to make chariots, even before the Sarnori. And there's no horses in Westeros, and the Yitish are riding horses. So it seems like this is where horses were domesticated. They go on to talk about the tall men. What I do want to read is about the Sarnori's conflict with the Dothraki. I mostly dealt with their origins in these videos. So if we keep reading, we will see that... Let's see. They're talking about all the various glorious cities, the Waterfall City. There's a library that is akin to the Library of Alexandria. There are some Egyptian vibes to Sarnor, specifically the idea of a river kingdom, and a river that flows north. This Sarn Delta is like the Nile Delta. The entire river flows essentially south to north. Now, it's not in the same part of the world as Egypt, so it's a different climate. But the delta looks similar. And the great antiquity and advanced nature of the culture looks similar. And then there's that library. So, like I said, vague Egyptian vibes. And it was among the world's greatest civilizations for more than 2,000 years. Yet much of what we know of them comes only from fragments of their otherwise lost histories, most notably the Summer and Winter Annals, and records of them from Qarth, Slaver's Bay, and the Free Cities. Sarnori traders traveled to Valyria and Yiti, to Lang and Asshai. Sarnori ships sailed the Shivering Sea to Iben and the Thousand Islands and far Mossovy. So they really got all around. They sailed everywhere. And it says Sarnori kings warred against the Qaithai and the old empire of Gis, and led many a foray against the bands of nomadic horsemen who roamed the steppes to their east. So they are warring with everyone except Valyria, which is smart.
Yeah. Valyria they allied with most of the time.
They did. They allied with Valyria in a couple of the Giscari wars. And go ahead and pick up the reading. They ride with their riders.
Their riders wore steel and spider silk and rode coal-black mares, whilst the greatest of their warriors went to battle in scythe chariots pulled by teams of blood-red horses, oft driven by their wives or daughters, for it was the custom amongst the Sarnori for men and women to make war together. Even in the Seven Kingdoms, the glory of Sarnath of the Tall Towers was celebrated, and Lomas Longstrider included the palace with 1,000 rooms amongst his 9 wonders made by man. Today, however, the kingdom of Sarnor is largely forgotten, and there are many and more in Westeros, even students at the Citadel, who know little and less of its long, proud history.
It's sad, Tim. It's sad.
Yeah. Because a doom came there, the doom that came to Sarnath, which you should all read. Their towers are all fallen, their cities ruined and abandoned, and noxious weeds and tall grasses grow where once their farms and fields and towns were found. The lands that they once ruled are but thinly peopled and traversed only by the wandering Khalazars of the Dothraki horse lords, and such caravans as the calls permit to make the long, slow crossing from the free cities to Vace Dothrak and the Mother Mountains. Travelers name these the Haunted Lands for the many ruined cities that dot them, or the great desolation of their emptiness, but it is as the Dothraki Sea that its grasslands are best known today. That usage is comparatively recent, however, for the Dothraki are a young race, and it was only since the Doom destroyed Valyria that their Khalasars came to dominate these lands, sweeping out the east with fire and steel to conquer and destroy the ancient cities that once thrived here, and carrying off their people into bondage.
About the trading caravans, the Dothraki are kind of running a racket. So you can see that there are roads here, okay? This stone road If you follow it due west, you end up in the lands of the Lazar and then in Meereen. If you follow it north, you get to Vaes Dothrak. And from Vaes Dothrak, you can take these roads which go to these ruined Sarnori cities. One of them goes north to the Sarn Delta. And Sath is still a city. That's a live city. So is Morash. There are remnants of the Sarnori living in these two cities here. And that may be where their civilization even started, the Sarnori. It may have started in the headwaters of this river and spread down. It is hard to know. But the Dothraki permit caravans to cross this great grass sea. But you no doubt have to pay the tax. So you can cross it. The Dothraki do permit caravans to cross. So it's not just the Dothraki running around the Dothraki Sea. Man, it's so big.
Yeah. And then really Umber is also alive. They're just always paying the Dothraki off to leave them alone. And I compared that. We were talking the other night. I believe Umber's probably a reference to Ophir in Conan, which does the exact same thing. They just pay off people to leave them alone.
Yeah, so there's a lot of Conan influence happening in this part of the world, essentially.
Yeah.
So the century of the fall of the great Sarnori kingdoms took less than a century, even as the free cities of the West became locked in a savage struggle for domination during what became known as the Century of Blood. The grasslands, too, exploded into war. During the years that followed the doom, the riders of the eastern steppes, hitherto divided into 80 quarrelsome tribes at perpetual war with one another, had finally been united under a single leader, a Dothraki Khal named Mengo. Counseled by his mother, the purported witch queen Doshi. And this may even be the origin of the Dosh Khaleen, Tim, now that I think about it.
Yeah, Doshi, witch queen.
She's a witch queen supporting the Khal. This is the first call to unify the Dothraki. So yeah, I would say this is where the Dosh Khaleen starts from, or it's a nascent tradition at this point, and her name becomes the name of this type of person later. So yeah, accompanied by Doshi, the witch queen, Khal Mengo compelled the other nomads to accept his rule, extinguishing or enslaving those who refused. Go ahead. Oh, this is let's come back to this sidebar.
Okay. Then in his old age, he turned his eyes westward, contemptuous of the horse lords, who had been no more than a nuisance to them for centuries. The tall men ignored the threat from the east for far too long, even as the Khalasars began to raid across their eastern marches. Some of their kings even sought to use the Dothraki in their own wars, offering them gold and slaves and other gifts to fight against their rivals. Khal Mengo took these gifts gladly, then took the conquered lands as well, burning fields and farms and towns to return the grasslands to their wild state. For the Dothraki consider the earth to be their mother, and think it is sinful to cut her flesh with plows and spades and axes.
What do you make of that one? I've always thought that's pretty funny. The other sort of nature and fertility cults that we know of in this world make a big deal out of planting and stuff. The whole Garth the Green, make the earth fertile thing. But they take a different view. Maybe they just like riding horses and killing people. That's what I think.
Yeah. I do love the whole thing about like the enemy of my enemy is my friend thing going here, when it's like, no, the enemy of my enemy is still my enemy. And it's like, what do you mean the guys I hired to fight my own people turned out to be bad people? And that's exactly what happened. Like, you hire these guys to the Sarnori kings squabbling with one another. They're hiring the Dothraki to fight other Sarnori. So it's like, you're hiring outsiders to fight your own people. What do you think's gonna happen? And then don't act surprised when they conquer you when you're doing something stupid like that.
Well, this is, again, something from the real world that George is copying. We saw it with the Summer Islanders selling their rivals into slavery. When the Andals invaded the Vale, the different First Men clans, some of them tried to ally with the Andals against their other First Men rivals, only to not, it was too late. They realized that there was actually a broader cultural conquest taking place that they were facilitating. So, yeah, the same pattern happens over and over again.
Yeah. And then they're also, Chad is bringing up, like, this is straight out of Mongol religion. And yeah, Mango does sound like a Genghis Khan type figure. And it said his mother, the witch queen Doshi, helped him do this. Same with Genghis Khan. His mother helped groom him for greatness. So it seems like George is borrowing from both of those ideas.
Yeah, and yeah, the Mango is definitely so Genghis Khan, his original name was like Genghis Khan.
Temujin.
Oh, Temujin, right? Yeah, okay, Temujin. But right, Genghis is also said spelled differently, but yes, it was Temujin. I bet you there's a Mango somewhere in his family tree. Yeah, it just seems like too similar.
Alexander's mom too. Yeah, like both Alexander's mom she had a hold on him. Like these Genghis, it could also be Chinggis Khan, but yeah, these guys were groomed for greatness, and their mothers did have huge influence over them.
Yeah. Okay. So, go ahead and keep going with not until Mango's.
Not until Mango's son Khal Moro brought his Khalasar to the very gates of Sathar, the fabled waterfall city, did the tall men seem to realize their peril. Broken in battle, the men of Sathar were put to the sword, their women and children carried off as slaves. 3/4 of them died on the grueling march south to slave marts at the Giscari Hill City, Hazdan Mo. Sathar, loveliest of the cities of the grasslands, was burned to ash and rubble. It is written that it was Khal Maro himself who gave the ruins their new name, Yali Kamai, the place of wailing children.
So that's pretty barbaric. Let's just stop and appreciate the atrocity that was just perpetrated here by the Dothraki. This is brutal stuff. And again, Genghis Khan, he did some brutal stuff, let's just say. So that's kind of what we're seeing here. All the men were executed. So this is a genocidal act. This is an attempt to destroy a civilization utterly. The women and children were carried off as slaves, and 3/4 of them died on the grueling march south, which means they were marched to exhaustion. So absolutely brutal. I'm not sure which atrocity this is drawing from.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be one, because for every atrocity and every genocide that we know of, there are 10 or 100 that are lost to history.
That's true. Yeah, so there has to be some in this history for this history to feel real, and here is one. The place of wailing children. Yeah, you'd be crying too. Even then, the kings of Sarnor proved unable to unite. As Sathar burned, the kings of Kasath to the west and Gornath to the north, sent forth their armies, not to aid their neighbors, but to lay claim to a share of the plunder. In their greed for land, Kasath and Gornath even came into conflict with one another and fought a pitched battle 3 days' ride west of Sathar, as plumes of black smoke rose in the eastern sky. Jesus, dude. Let's look at this map here. So, Sathar is burning, and Gornath to the north, and Kasath. These were the next two cities. They were the closest cities to this destruction. So they heard about Sathar getting taken down, and they buggered over here to grab some loot and got into a fight with each other a few days west of the city. That's crazy. So let's see what happens next, Tim.
So this is not the place to chronicle the events of the years and wars that followed, as the great cities of the kingdoms of Sarnor fell piecemeal to the Dothraki. Those who wish a more detailed account are directed to Bellows, The End of the Tall Men. Maester Illister's Horse Tribes, being a study of the nomads of the eastern plains of Essos. The eastern chapters and appendices of Maester Joseph's battles and sieges of the Centuries of Blood, and Vigaro's definitive Ruined Cities, Stolen Gods.
George loves... I was just going to say, he loves making up fake books, doesn't he?
Yeah, redirect. For more information, check out these books that don't exist.
They sound like really interesting reading.
Let it suffice to say that all the proud Sarnori cities, only Soth remains unruined today, and that port city is a sad place, much diminished from what it once was, surviving largely because of support from Ib and Lorath, whose colony of Morosh is nearby. Only in Soth do men still name themselves Tagaz Fen. Fewer than 20,000 remain, when once the tall men numbered in the millions. Only there are the 100 gods of the kingdom of Sarnor still worshipped. The bronze and marble likenesses that once adorned the streets and temples of the tall men now lean crookedly, overgrown by weeds, along the grassy ways of Vaes Dothrak, the sacred city of the horse lords.
So, in Vaes Dothrak, they have all these different statues of gods, and we're like, man, they've conquered so many people. The Sarnori had 100 gods. So those are mostly Sarnori statues. It just looks like a million different peoples and religions. They're mostly Sarnori statues. That's what they are.
See, Sothor was the first of the, I think this is leading us more into Dothraki. Sothor was the first of the great cities of the grasslands to fall to the Dothraki, but by no means the last. 6 years later, Khal Moro raised Kossoth as well. Okay, so, and then Gornath, in this attack, his riders were aided incredibly by Gornath, whose king had made common cause with the Dothraki and taken one of Moro's daughters to wife. Yet Gornath itself fell next a dozen years after. They keep making the same mistake. Nobody learns their lesson here. They all keep hiring the Dothraki only for the Dothraki to turn around and do the same thing to them.
This story gets really twisted, too. Keep going.
Khal Harrow had by that time slain Khal Moro, ending the line of the mighty Khal Mengo. The king of Garnath died at the hand of his own Dothraki wife, who despised him for his weakness, we are told. Afterward, Khal Harrow took her for his own as rats devoured the corpse of her late husband. Harrow was the last of the great Khals to command the allegiance of all Dothraki. When he was slain by a rival, only 3 years after the destruction of Garnath, his great Khalasar splintered into a dozen lesser hordes, and the riders once again resumed their quarrelsome ways. Yet the reprieve this provided the kingdom of Sarnor proved short-lived, for the tall men had shown their weakness, and the Khals who followed Harrow shared his taste for conquest. In the years that followed, they strove to outdo one another by conquering ever wider territories, destroying the cities of the grasslands, enslaving their peoples, and carrying their broken gods back to Vaes Dothrak to testify to their victories. One by one, the remaining cities of the tall men were overwhelmed and destroyed, leaving only ruins and ashes to mark where their proud towers once stood. He really wants to hammer it home how jacked these guys got.
Both sides of it. Like, they were great and they were brought very low. Like,
yeah, well, they're tall men. The higher they rise, the harder they fall.
The chat is mentioning Babylon here, Sumerian. Like, yeah, vibes wise, this is any great lost civilization that was, like some of the, like I said, the Library of Alexandria, the Hanging Guards of Babylon.
Everyone just flying too close to the sun on their wax wings. For scholars and students of history, the fall of Salosh by the Silver Shore was especially tragic. For when that city of scholars burned, its great burning of Library of Alexandria. And when that city of scholars burned, its great library was not spared, and most of the history of the tall men and the peoples who had gone before them were lost for all time.
Which is why I got to make this damn video about the origins of the Dothraki. Otherwise, I could just read to you from one of those books that would be checked out of the Library of Sarnor. But instead, you've got me. So, and Tim.
Yeah.
And Tim.
Kith and Harnoth soon followed, destroyed by rival Khals, each of whom sought to outdo the other in savagery. The fortress city Mardosh the Unconquerable defied the Horse Lords the longest. For close on to 6 years the city endured, cut off from its hinterlands, encircled by a succession of Khalasars. Driven to starvation, the Mardoshi devoured their dogs and horses, then rats and mice and other vermin, and finally began to eat their own dead. When they could endure no longer, their surviving warriors of the city garrison slew their own wives and children to keep them from the Khals, then opened the city gates and rushed forth for one final attack. They were cut down to a man. Afterward, the Dothraki named the ruins of Mardosh Vaes Gorkori, the city of the blood charge.
So this, again, is George really just like writing but glossing over incredible and implying incredible horror. You know, look at this map here. So the Field of Crows is this one big battle here. We just read about Sathar, Gornath, Kasath, Sarnath with the library, and then Kith fell. So they're just working their way back up the river, following the river. And here's Mardosh, the Unconquerable. So this really is the last. This is like the last real fortress of the Sarnori, and they held out besieged to the point where they're eating their own dead. And then it got so dark that they killed their children and women and went out to commit suicide by battle. That's lovely, and not something you'll find in a Brandon Sanderson novel.
Better to die free than to be a slave. That was their mindset. The fall of Mardosh finally awakened the remaining Sarnori kings to the depth of their peril, but too little, too late. Putting aside their own quarrels and rivalries at last, the tall men gathered up from up and down the Sarn, assembling a great army beneath the walls of Sarnath, intent on breaking the power of the Khals for good and all. Led by Mazor Alexi, last of the High Kings, they struck out boldly to the east. In the tall grass halfway between Sarnath and the ruins of Kasath, they met the assembled power of 4 Khalasars on what forever after was known as the Field of Crows.
So they put this on the map. Here's Sarnath, and here's the Field of Crows. So between Kasath and Sarnath. This is just not where you want to fight the Dothraki. Out in the open grass, man. It is just not. They're just not doing it. Yeah.
Khal Haro, Khal Kano, Khal Loso the Lame, and Khal Zako commanded almost 80,000 horsemen between them. The great host of the High King of Sarnor was led by 6,000 scythe chariots with 10,000 armored riders behind them and another 10,000 light horsemen, many of them women, on the flanks. Behind them marched the Sarnori foot, close to 100,000 spearmen and slingers, giving the tall men a great advantage in number. On this, all chroniclers agree. As battle was joined, the Sarnori chariots threatened to carry all before them. Their earth-shattering advance smashed through the center of the Dothraki horde, the spitting blades on the wheels of their chariots slicing through the legs of the Dothraki horses. When Khal Haro himself went down before them, cut to pieces and trampled, his Khalasar broke and fled. As the chariots thundered after the fleeing horsemen, the High King and his armored riders plunged in after them, followed by the Sarnori foot, waving their spears and screaming victory.
Their elation was short-lived, Tim. The rout was feigned. When they had drawn the tall men deep into the trap, the fleeing Dothraki turned suddenly and unleashed a storm of arrows from their great bows. The Khalasars of Kal Kano and Kal Zako swept in from north and south, while Loso the Lame and his screamers circled round and attacked the Sarnori from the rear, cutting off their retreat. Completely encircled, the High King and his mighty host were cut to pieces. Some say 100,000 men died that day, amongst them Mazor Alexi, 6 lesser kings, and more than 70 lords and heroes. As the crows feasted on their corpses, the riders of the Khalasars walked amongst the dead and squabbled over their valuables. So, basically they strung them out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they offered them a sacrifice. They let them have this charge. They retreated. They strung them out. They had some of the Dothraki lying in wait, and then they just encircled them. So it's tactics. A lot of this is tactics, you know.
Yeah. This is a pincer movement. I'm sure George is probably drawing on either the Battle of Marathon or the Battle of Cannae for this one. It sounds exactly like how those went.
Mm. Yeah, because the Sarnori have various kinds of horse warriors. It's not just the chariots. They also have cavalry and stuff. Mm-hmm. But the Dothraki cavalry must be better. And their tactics were more deceptive. The thing about the retreating is directly from the Mongols. The Mongols used this false retreat tactic a lot because they learned how to shoot from their bows while turning around on their horse. So they did this several times, notably. If you've listened to the Dan Carlin's Hardcore History, series on the Mongols, which probably most of us have, you'll remember that. They did that feigned retreat, and then they would turn around and loose the arrows, even as they were turning. So the Parthian shot, is that what it's called? Oh, like a parting shot from the Parthians. Okay.
Draw you over the river and then charge you back in. Yep. Charge you back into the river.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
That's what George is drawing from here. Let's keep moving.
Yeah. The route was faint. So Loso.
Bereft of defenders, Sarnath of the Tall Towers fell to Loso the Lame less than a fortnight later. Not even the palace with 1,000 rooms was spared when Cal Loso put the city to the torch. They just don't like palaces. They're not into it. The remaining cities of the grasslands followed one by one as the century of blood drew to its close. Saris, at the mouth of the Sarn, was the last to fall, but yielded little in the way of slaves or plunder, for the people of the city had largely fled by the time that Calzego descended upon it. It must not be thought that the kingdom of Sarnor was the only victim of the horse lords. The Valerian colony of Assaria, sometimes remembered as the Lost Free City, and somebody wanted us to mention this last time. It's right here. Was similarly overwhelmed. Today, its ruins are known to the Dothraki as Vais Kadok, the city of corpses. And so, yeah, this was basically, this could have been a free city like Norvos. It was a Valerian colony, or Qohor. But it didn't have enough protection from the Dothraki. Mm-hmm. No natural land barriers. They fell. And then let's see here. In the north, Caldeco sacked and burned Ibish, reclaiming most of the small foothold the men of Ib had carved out on the northern coast of Essos. A much smaller Ibenese colony survives in the dense forests beside the Shivering Sea, huddled around the town they have named New Ibish. So here's New Ibish. There used to be more cities here. So here's one: Vais Lessi, Vais Orisak. These are Ibenese cities. Yeah, so this is Ibish. This is the original Ibish. It was destroyed. And Vais Lisi here. Let's see. And in the south, other Khals led their hordes into the Red Waste, destroying the Quathai towns and cities that once dotted that desert, until only the great city of Qarth remained, protected by its towering triple wall. So that's ridiculous. The Red Waste is a pain in the butt to try to cross. But yet the Dothraki are riding in here to destroy Vais Teloro and stuff. That's crazy. Okay, so let's go back. We passed. Oh, there was a note back here. What was it about? It's way back here.
The old Empire Gis fought 5 wars against the rising freehold of Valyria. In the second and third Giscari wars, the Tall Men took up their swords as allies of Valyria. In the fourth war, rival kings took opposite sides, some joining the Giscari and others the Valyrians. Lomas Longstrider wrote of a fallen obelisk carved about with the figures of Gis's allies in that fourth war, and noted that the tallest warriors depicted, made taller by high helms, were the Sarnori. The obelisk was raised by Gis, but the carvings were Valyrian, for all the warriors were captured and enslaved.
So there you go.
So that's the first time they dropped the ball by not just staying allied solely to Valyria. Someone decided to go on the losing side.
Okay, so let's see. We were...
Then there's the next sidebar is about Qarth.
Yeah, go ahead with this one.
Despite their long history, little can be said with any certainty of the Quathi, a people now gone from the world save for a remnant in Qarth. What can be said is that the Quathi arose in the grasslands and established towns there, coming into contact and occasional conflict with the Sarnori. They would oft have the worst of these wars, and so began to drift farther south, creating new city-states. One such, Qarth, was founded on the coast of the Summer Sea. Yet the lands in the south of Essos proved more inhospitable than those that the Quathi had vacated, turning to desert even as they established their foothold there. The Quathi people were already well on their way to collapse when the doom struck, and any hopes of using the chaos in the Summer Sea to their advantage vanished when the Dothraki attacked, destroying all the remaining Quathi cities save for Qarth itself. Yet in a way, the Dothraki destruction led to a resurgence for Qarth. Forced to look instead to the sea, the Pureborn who ruled Qarth swiftly constructed a fleet and took control of the Jade Gates, the strait between Qarth and Great Morak, which joins the Summer Sea to the Jade Sea. With the Valyrian fleet destroyed and Volantis' attention turned west, there were none to oppose them as they established control over the most direct route between east and west, and so gained immeasurably in both trade and levied tolls for safe passage. Okay, so this is like the Andals. The Andals had to overcome Westeros because they were fleeing from the much scarier Valyrians. Qarth had to come to dominate the Jade Gates and move further south because they were running away from the much scarier Dothraki. So this is showing like how one terror can force another group to be terrible themselves and have to gain some kind of new strength in order to survive.
Well, and the Sarnori before then, the Sarnori, it says, would come in war against the Cathai, and that was driving them south even before the Dothraki were.
Yeah.
So those Sarnori really roamed far afield, you know?
Yeah.
They're out here. Oh, there's the Lonely Hill. There's Dragonstone, where Dany and Drogon are. I didn't picture it quite that far away from Meereen. I picture it more like right here, not all the way up, almost to Sarnor. But yeah, the Sarnori were raiding all over the place apparently, and pushing into the Red Waste. So the Quathai, they arose in the grasslands south of the Silver Sea. So here. But then moved down here and eventually founded Qarth. Now, when we get to Qarth, they're sitting there talking about how it's the oldest city in the world and all this stuff. Mm-hmm. Okay, now, people say all kinds of stuff, but why do they say that? Well, just judging by the location of it, there probably was a settlement here already. Okay, because Yiti is a very old center of population. I mean, it goes back to the Great Empire of the Dawn. So, the same thing that makes Qarth so profitable now, you know what I mean? Like, there probably would have been a settlement here before the Qaithai came. Qaithai probably conquered and built upon it. Because this is kind of what happens. And this is all over Essos. George always tells us, oh, there was originally some people there at Pentos, but we don't know who they were. And then, the Pentoshi came. So there probably is some memory of an older settlement there that is more tied to culture from Yiti in the Great Empire of the Dawn. And then you've got the Qaithai moving south and inheriting that. That is pure speculation, but that's what I would guess.
Because the claim they're making is a claim that Asshai makes, that the city has always been there and always will be. It's a claim that Kadath makes in the even further east. So no, you're probably right. Like there's probably already a settlement from the Great Empire days, because it's just right around the bones. But the big thing is that the Qathi had been pushed so far. It's like, okay, now we're pushed as far as we could possibly go, because if we get pushed again, we're either getting run into the sea or run into the mountains. So we have no choice now. We have to make the sea our strength, because it's literally the only thing we have left. And that's what the Andals had to do. It's why the Andals were able to overcome the first men in Westeros, was by way of having navies and ships and steel swords and all these other things that the first men didn't.
Because for the most part, as I have delved into very ancient history, and the older the better for me, like I'm, before 2000 BC, I'm not interested, right? But cities mostly arise at river deltas, in bays, in safe harbors, or along trade routes. And trade routes are the thing that have really come to understand playing a key role just in the formation of the world as we know it. These trade routes are the first, they're older than the cities. And the trade routes are so old because even hunter-gatherers and people that first settling down into towns are traveling these trade routes. The hunter-gatherers are using them as migratory routes. Then they're settling down and following them back to trade with each other. So we think of the Indus Valley civilization and the Mesopotamian civilizations as being different. Well, they are different, but they were in contact with each other. Like we find lapis lazuli from the Indian subcontinent that the Sumerians are using. And we find there's even a quarter in like a part of town in Sumerian towns where the Indus traders lived when they came to town. So the ancient world is a lot more connected than we realize. And again, when you look at these trading routes that go along the south from Yin to Asabad to Qarth, this trading route is older than a lot of these cities. It's at least as old as them. So that's why I say there would be some civilization here already before the Qaithai got there. But this is really far afield. I'm filling in details here. Let's get back to the narrative. Many in the Free Cities believed that the westward thrust of the Horse Lords was turned back at Qohor, when Cal Temo's attempt to take that city was defeated by the valor of 3,000 unsullied slave soldiers who stood fast against 18 charges of his screamers. To believe that the stand of the 3,000 of Qohor put an end to Dothraki dreams of conquest, however, suggests a complacency akin to the High King of Sarnor when the Horse Lords first came boiling out of the east. Wiser men know that it is only a matter of time until the Khalasars unite again under some great call and turn west once more in search of new conquests. Almost happened in a Game of Thrones. So that's definitely a little inside joke there. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah. The Dothraki have oft attempted to extend their power eastward as well, but there they have found the Bone Mountains to be an almost insurmountable obstacle. Those bleak, inhospitable peaks form an immense stone wall between the Horse Lords and the riches of the further east. Only 3 passes exist large enough to bring an army through and to thwart those who stand the mighty fortress cities Biasabad, Samiriana, and Kaya, defended by tens of thousands of redoubtable female warriors, the last remnants of the great kingdom of Herkun, which once flourished beyond the bones in what is now known as the Great Sand Sea. Many a call has died beneath their walls, and still those walls stand inviolate.
So
where are we next?
Here's the Great
I'm just
Sand
trying to
Sea.
figure it. Yeah.
And here is Biasabad, Samiriana, and Kaya Those are the 3 passes. I talk about those a bit in my video, so we'll just keep going for now. Let's see. Yeah, Fenrisian. Yeah, I'm into that. I don't want to start talking about migrations into North America because we will lose 20 minutes if I do. But yes, I saw that as well. Okay, so west of the Bones, however, from the Shivering Sea in the north to the Painted Mountains and the Skahazadan in the south, the vast expanse of grass where civilization first flowered remains a windswept desolation, where no man dares plow a furrow, plant a seed, or raise a house, for fear of the Khalasars that wander freely there to this very day, extracting gifts from any man who seeks to cross their lands and making war upon each other. So those are the rules. Don't build a house. Don't plant anything. Pretty limiting.
The Dothraki remain nomads still, a savage and wild people who prefer tents to palaces. Seldom still, the Khals drive their great herds of horses and goats endlessly across their sea, fighting one another when they meet, and occasionally moving beyond the borders of their own lands for slaves and plunder, or to claim the gifts that the magisters and triarchs of the free cities bestow upon them whenever they chance to wander too far west. It is said that the fortress cities of Biasabad, Samriana, and Kaya are defended by women out of the belief that those who gave birth are the only ones permitted to take life at will. The true account of Adam of Duskendale's journeys, a merchant's account of his alleged travels in eastern Essos, provides little further insight into these matters, or any others that scholars are interested in, and instead spends most of its time finding ways to remind readers that the warrior women walk about bare-breasted and decorate their cheeks and nipples with ruby studs and iron rings.
They also cut the dicks off of all the men, so may sound hot, but you're probably better off going to Summer Isles and looking for a Roynish wife or something than hitting up Kaya Naya.
I know I'm supposed to be... That's a book. She's like, I know I'm supposed to be talking about my travels, but I just got to tell you about these warrior women Dami mommies. Oh my God. Just look at them.
Did we mention the nipple rings? All right. The Horse Lords have only one permanent settlement, the city they call Vaes Dothrak, which stands beneath the shadow of the lonely peak they call the Mother of Mountains. Beside a bottomless lake they name the Womb of the World. It is here that the Dothraki believe their race was born. No true city. Vaes Dothrak has neither walls nor streets. Its grassy thoroughfares are lined with stolen gods. Its palace is made of woven grass. This hollow shell of a city is ruled by women, the crones of the Dosh Kalin, all widows of dead Khals. The Dothraki esteem Vaes Dothrak as the holiest of cities. No blood may be shed there, for the writers believe this to be a place of peace and power where one day all the Khalasar shall gather together once more beneath the banners of the great Khal who will conquer all, the stallion who mounts the world. For us, however, the only true importance of Vaes Dothrak is that the trading that takes place there. The Dothraki themselves will never buy or sell, deeming it unmanly, but in their sacred city, by leave of the Dosh Kalin, merchants and traders from beyond the Bones and the free cities come together to haggle and exchange goods and gold. The caravans that feed the great eastern and western markets of Vaes Dothrak give handsome gifts to the Khals they meet, crossing the Dothraki Sea, and in return receive protection. So, strange to say, this empty city of the nomads has become a gateway between east and west for those who travel by land. Many distant peoples who might not otherwise meet or even know of one another gather here in this queer bazaar beneath the Mother of Mountains and trade in safety. And this is something where, like, when George was writing Game of Thrones, he might not have had all this worked out, but he wanted a bazaar. He wanted a place where Dany would see Qartheen and Asshai and all these people, and a wine cellar from Westeros plot could happen. And so George created this trading market. And then later, as he builds out the world, He creates the Bones Mountains and Eastern Essos and runs the trade routes through Vace Dothrak so that this all makes sense. Go ahead, Tim.
I think the chat's frozen. I haven't seen it. Doesn't look like it's moved.
Correct.
There we go. Okay, sorry. I was going to point out because this is we're the stream's called the Far East of Essos, and we haven't gotten to the bones yet. So
no, we did. We talked. We went to the Great Sand Sea for a second. We're just back over here now.
Okay.
We're just bones are easy to cross, Tim. Back and forth, no problem. Barely an inconvenience. So I just want to talk about one thing also with Vace Dothrak. We see in Dany's chapter that they do have houses. They've got some underground hobbit holes that they make, hobbit homes. They have tents, but they've also got like pits that they cover with the tents too. So that's to keep cool, probably. And that is the closest they come to houses. So if you're a trader staying in Vace Dothrak, that's where you're living. You're living in a tent, in a wagon, or a hobbit home. So, very cool.
And from here, we move on to the Shivering Sea.
Burr.
The Shivering Sea, bounded to the west by Westeros, to the south by Essos, to the north by the vast frozen wilderness of ice and snow that seafarers call the White Waste. George doesn't even have anything up there; just a bunch of ice caps. And to the east by lands and seas unknown. The true extent of this vast, chilly, inhospitable ocean may never be known, for no man of the Seven Kingdoms has ever sailed farther east than the Thousand Islands, whilst those who venture too far north encounter howling winds, frozen seas, and mountains of ice that can crush even the strongest ship. Beyond them, sailors tell us, blizzards rage eternally, and the very mountains themselves scream like madmen in the night. Mountains of madness.
And this is the one picture we have of the Shivering Sea, Jimmy P. Duda's Ice Dragon. We'll get to the Ice Dragon, but just a sick, sick artwork. And man, does it look cold. I mean, it's the Ice Dragon freezing your ship. So.
But I would say that just like how the Summer Islanders probably know what's in the further south, the Ibenese are probably have more of the Shivering Sea mapped. They're just not sharing that knowledge again. It has long been accepted amongst the wise that our world is round. If this is true, it ought to be possible to sail over the top of the world and down its far side, and there discover lands and seas undreamt of. Over the centuries, many a bold mariner has sought to find a way through the ice to whatever lies beyond. Most, alas, have perished in the attempt, or returned south again half frozen and much chastened. While it is true that the White Waste recedes during summer and expands again in winter, its very shorelines ever changing, no seafarer has succeeded in finding this fabled northern passage, nor the warm summer sea that Maester Harrison of White Harbor once suggested might lie hidden and entombed behind the icy cliffs of the far north. Sailors, by nature a gullible and superstitious lot, as fond of their fancies as singers, tell many tales of these frigid northern waters. They speak of queer lights shimmering in the sky, where the demon mother of the ice giants dances eternally through the night, seeking to lure men northward to their doom. They whisper of Cannibal Bay, where ships enter at their peril, only to find themselves trapped forever when the sea freezes hard behind them. They tell of pale blue mists that move across the waters, mists so cold that any ship they pass over is frozen instantly, of drowned spirits who rise at night to drag the living down into the gray-green depths, of mermaids pale of flesh with black-scaled tails far more malign than their sisters of the south.
Gotta love those evil mermaids.
Of all the queer and fabulous denizens of the Shivering Sea, however, the greatest are the ice dragons.
Okay, so let's pause. Before we get into the ice dragon, let's talk about what we just read. Let me bring up the map. So look, people do navigate the Arctic by boat. Obviously, that's how people got into North America first. It wasn't through the Bering Strait land passage. They actually followed the coastline before that, moving along the kelp forest. And the interesting thing about the kelp forest is that it runs from the coastline of Japan and China and Russia all the way around the northern Pacific, across, Alaska and the Aleutian Islands, and then down the coast all the way to Baja, California, essentially. So if you know how to use kayaks to extract food and resources from the kelp forest and the coastal environment, it is the same biome all the way around, which is why it really wasn't that hard. I mean, it's difficult, but that's why it was possible. Let's say that. Because you look at the map and you watch like Arctic fishermen or whatever, like you see how cold it is up there. And it's like, how are people on kayaks moving through there during the Ice Age? But again, it's one of those things like, how do you live in the jungle of South America or the Yucatan or someplace? Like, if you're born there and you're from there, you learn how to do it. And so these Arctic hunter-gatherers who moved into the Americas, they knew how to navigate this. So when we look at this map here, the Northern Passage, like, you wouldn't just sail into the ice. You don't just sail into the ice cap. You skirt it. So you would sail along the north coast. You'd keep going past Mossovy, and somewhere the Earth, it might curve up. Or if you're in Westeros, you might be able to go on the western side of the Lands of Always Winter and hug the coast there and pop out over here somewhere. And so when it's like it's just weird. You really have to look at a globe. Beringia was mostly icebound. And the passage, the passage, they didn't go through that passage at all. They actually went south along the coast, and they went back north through that land passage. They were hanging out in Beringia for a long time, potentially. That's one of the hypotheses, the Beringia standstill hypothesis. But yeah, I guess it wasn't all icebound, but I mean, it wasn't passable past a certain point in Alaska by land. You could only move into the Americas by the coast until a certain point, but that's neither here nor there. The point is, the Northern Passage wouldn't just be sailing into the ice there. It'd be going along the coastline. But there doesn't seem to be land this far north in the Shivering Sea. Like we see Westeros runs into the north, like, Asia or North America does. But Essos stops right around the parallel of the neck. Ib is parallel with Winterfell. So.
Yeah, and then we get to the Lands of Always Winter, which we just don't know anything about. I do want to give a shout.
I'm sorry, Tim. There's also the chat is pointing out the globe map distortion issue. This is a flat map. It looks overly square. It may well have been designed to mimic inaccurate old maps. So we don't really know how far north this is. This could curve up a little bit. It's hard to say,
But it sounds like if the seasons ran normally, because what we're said here is that the White Waste, so that area up north, just all the floating ice caps, the White Waste, it melts and then it refreezes. So it seems like these ships looking for this Northern Passage keep falling into this trap where they try to navigate through it while it's melting, only to get trapped when it refreezes, and then they have nowhere to go. And a great example of that is the show The Terror, which I want to give a shout out because Syrian Hines, the actor who played Mance Rayder in Game of Thrones, is also a character on The Terror, which is exactly this guy. They're looking for an Arctic passage, and the ship freezes in the middle. The ocean that they're on just freezes solid, and they're just stuck. And it's one of the scariest, most claustrophobic things I could think of, is being stuck on a ship in the middle of a frozen ocean, no way out, and knowing like, oh, what are we going to do? Are we going to walk miles and miles across frozen ocean, hoping it stays intact till we can find someone to rescue us? And even if we survive that, how do we get a boat up here to free a boat that's frozen solid?
Yeah, and nowadays they have super gnarly icebreaker ships to try to like carve a path. You know, the oil companies trying to drill up in the Arctic and stuff, and those things are gnarly. So yeah, there's a lot of stories of frozen ships in Canada and stuff from the days of the early explorers that might be being riffed on here.
Mhm.
So the ice dragons.
These colossal beasts, many times larger than the dragons of Valyria, are said to be made of living ice, with eyes of pale blue crystal and vast translucent wings through which the moon and stars can be glimpsed as they wheel across the sky. Whereas common dragons, if any dragon can truly said to be common, breathe flame, ice dragons supposedly breathe cold, a chill so terrible that it can freeze a man solid in half a heartbeat. Sailors from half 100 nations have glimpsed these great beasts over the centuries, so mayhaps there is some truth behind the tales. Archmaester Margate has suggested that many legends of the North, freezing mists, ice ships, Cannibal Bay, and the like, can be explained as distorted reports of ice dragon activity. Though an amusing notion, and not without a certain elegance, this remains the purest conjecture. As ice dragons supposedly melt when slain, no actual proof of their existence has ever been found.
It does make it hard, Tim.
Mm-hmm. But that does like make us think again. When Sam slays a White Walker, it melts. We get a small glinting of its bones, which look like melt glass, but then they melt too. So it seems like these are dragons, an alternate form of life, but for dragon kind.
Yeah, and these probably do exist. I mean, why not? You know, George thinks that he invented the ice dragon, his version of it, you know, that really breathes cold. He's talked about this. He's very proud of it. And he's got the short story, The Ice Dragon. This ice dragon is described exactly the same as the one in the Adara story. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I always think about the ice dragon story as like a Westerosi folktale that Old Nan tells about the ice dragon, because we know she did tell stories about the ice dragon. So, in the ice dragon eventually, spoiler alert, does die and melts and becomes a pond. And it's a pond at the home farm of Adara. And so it's very comparable to the cold pond in Winterfell. So if you want to speculate, and we have, about Winterfell Pond being a melted ice dragon, you can, because it's weirdly cold and all the other ponds are hot. However, it is probably just George putting that tie to the story in there. There probably will not be an ice dragon that rises out of the pond, as cool as that would be. But they probably do exist in the far north. I don't know if we'll ever see one. We don't know if they're tied to the others, or if it's just a case of like ice magic exists in the world. And so this is a creature of pure ice magic. In other circumstances, human sorcerers discover ice magic and play with it. We've talked about that. You know, fire magic is not just practiced by the R'hllorys. The Valyrians practiced it too. And Shadowbinders practiced it. So there's no monopoly on fire magic just because you make a religious cult based around it.
Let us put aside such fancies and return to fact. Despite the sinister legends that have grown up around its northerly reaches, the waters of the Shivering Sea teem with life. Hundreds of varieties of fish swim through its depths, including salmon, wolffish, sand lances, gray skates, lampreys, and why aren't you working? And other eels, whitefish, char, shark, herring, mackerel, and cod. Crabs and lobsters, some of truly monstrous size, are found everywhere along its shores, while seals, narwhals, walruses, and sea lions have their rookeries and breeding grounds on and around the countless rocky islands and sea stacks. Ice dragons notwithstanding, the true kings of these northern waters are the whales. Half a dozen types of these great beasts make their home in the Shivering Sea, amongst them gray whales, white whales, humpbacks, savage spotted whales with their hunting packs, which many call the wolves of the wild sea.
Those would be orcas, I would think.
Savage spotted whales.
Yeah, because the orcas have the white spot around their eye, and they're sort of a patchy black and white. I mean, the hunting packs, that's just a giveaway. Or there's not orcas are top dog in the ocean. I mean, they're savage.
Well, no, the top dog here is the mighty Leviathan, the oldest and largest of all the living creatures of the earth.
Wait, no, what does this say? Oh, so they're using it here as a term for a breed of whale.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's a gigantic.
So, like, what, the blue whale or something?
I mean, I know that House Volmark on the Iron Islands uses the Leviathan as their sigil.
Yeah. All right. So the westernmost reaches of the Shivering Sea, from Skagos and the Grey Cliffs to the delta of the Sarn, are the richest fishing grounds in the known world. Cod and herring are especially abundant here. Fisherfolk from lands as distant as the Three Sisters in the west and Morosh in the east have been known to work these waters, but they do so at the sufferance of the free city of Braavos, whose fleets dominate the seas northwest of Essos, protected by their sea lords' warships. Together with banking and trade, fishing is one of the three pillars upon which the wealth and prosperity of Braavos is founded. So let's look at the map here. So Morosh, Lorath. So we're talking about these coasts here. It's super good fishing, lots of whales and crabs, seafood. I don't like seafood, so I don't care about that. Anyway, legend claims that 1,000 ships lay entombed in Cannibal Bay. Where's that? Where's Cannibal Bay?
Might have to go up north by Ib.
Let's try the other map. Up by Ib? No. Bay of Whales.
No. Bay of Whales.
Leviathan Sound. Bitterweed Bay. Lorath Bay. It's a mystery. Let's see. Some still inhabited by the children and grandchildren of the original crews. Let's go back. 1,000 ships lie entombed in Cannibal Bay, some still inhabited by the children and grandchildren of their original crews, who survived by feasting upon the flesh of sailors newly caught by the ice. Oh, this is okay. This is talking about
people sailing up into the ice.
Is it that? Yes. Cannibal Bay, up here.
North. Yeah.
Way north of Hardhome. Okay. So that is where you'd look for the passage. You'd hug the coast, like I was saying. Okay. That makes sense. 1,000 ships lie entombed in Cannibal Bay, some still inhabited by the... Okay, right. That's a fun legend. There's enough ships that come there and get stuck that people just live there on the ships and eat the newcomers. Yeah, okay. That's funny.
Where else are they going to go? The next closest land is the land of always winter, and there's White Walkers up there. So you make it to the Cannibal Bay, you're screwed. You're screwed no matter what you do.
I'm just glad we found it, Tim.
Yeah.
Okay, sailing eastward. Will you take it up from here?
An intrepid seafarer will eventually pass from Braavosi waters to those where the free city of Lorath holds sway, albeit with a feebler grip, and thence past the Axe, where many different peoples have lived and died and perished over the millennia in wars beyond count. East of the Axe are the deep blue waters of Bitterweed Bay, where ships from Ib and Lorath have so oft contested for supremacy, and the last great war fleet of the kingdom of Sarnor was sent to the bottom by the Sea Lord of Braavos. On Ib, these waters are known as Battle Bay, whilst the Lorathi named them Bloody Bay. By any name, 1,000 sunken ships and the bones of 50,000 drowned sailors are said to be strewn across the bay's bottom, home to the crabs for which Bitterweed is renowned. Beyond Bitterweed Bay lies the delta of the Sarn, the great north-flowing river whose many vassal streams drain much of central Essos. Here stands Soth with its white walls, the last, and least many say, of the great cities of the fallen kingdom of Sarnor. The ruins of Soth's sister city Saris, sacked into... There's that alliteration. Caesars by the Seabear. Sacked
the
and
ruin of
destroyed
Thath the Thith or Thitty Thari, thacked and destroyed by a Dothraki Cal centuries ago, Tim. That's what you were trying to say.
Whatever, can be found across the width of the delta. Between them, at another mouth of the great river, rises the Lorathi mining and fishing colony Morosh. Those bold enough to continue still farther east and next past the shores of the small pastoral kingdom of Umber, whose craven kings and feeble princes are best known for the grain, gems, and girls they pay the Dothraki horse lords each year to be left unmolested. East of Umber, our sailor will reach the Bay of Tusks, famed as the...
Real quick, Tim, I just want to point out that there being pastoralists here in Umber fits with the idea that this is steppe land and there's a lot of horse peoples of various stripes here. Pastoralism is definitely something you do with horses. And in fact, horses, before they were even, before the Proto-Indo-Europeans were riding horses and using that as a military advantage, they were able to keep much larger herds because they were able to ride horses to manage the flocks. You can manage a much bigger flock riding a horse than you can running around with a couple of dogs. So this allowed them to acquire excess cattle and sheep, and that excess allowed them to trade political favors, build up wealth and a more complex society, and they became an expansionist society seeking to conquer their neighbors. And that the rest is Proto-Indo-European history. So horses are super important. And George just seems very aware of this as he's building this out. So the pastoralists being right next to these horse peoples, that makes sense. As I like to say. So east of Umber, go ahead.
Yeah. Those bold enough to continue still farther east will next Oh, no, we just said that. The Bay of Tusks, famed as the breeding ground of walrus. And soon thereafter, the intrepid seafarer will find himself crossing the heart of the Shivering Sea, where every rock and wave is ruled by the hairy men from the great island of Ib.
And now it's Ib time. Okay, Tim, I need another break. Do you need a break?
Actually good.
Okay, Tim, well, you just keep reading then, you freaking robot machine, king in yellow guy.
I'm a camel. Through the centuries, many different peoples have made their homes upon the shores and islands of the Shivering Sea and sent their mariners across its chilly gray-green waters. The most enduring and significant of these are the Ibenese, an ancient and taciturn race of islanders who have fished the northern seas since the dawn of days from their homes upon the Ibish Isles. The Ibenese stand apart from the other races of mankind. They are a heavy people, broad about the chest and shoulders, but seldom standing more than 5.5 feet in height, with thick, short legs and long arms. Though short and squat, they are ferociously strong. At wrestling, their favorite sport, no man of the Seven Kingdoms can hope to equal them. Their faces, characterized by sloping brows with heavy ridges, small sunken eyes, great square teeth, we're back at that again, and massive jaws, seem brutish and ugly to Westerosi eyes, an impression heightened by their guttural, grunting tongue. But in truth, the men of Ib are a cunning folk, skilled craftsmen, able hunters and trackers, and doughty warriors. They are the most hirsute people in the known world. Though their flesh is pale with dark blue veins beneath the skin, their hair is dark and wiry. Ibenese men are heavily bearded. Wiry body hair covers their arms, legs, chests, and back. Coarse dark hair is common amongst their women, even on the upper lip. The persistent myth that Ibenese females have 6 breasts has no truth to it, however.
Is that like a Total Recall reference to the woman with 3 breasts?
I don't know what George is riffing on with that one. All I know about Total Recall is 2 weeks.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know about that last bit, but basically the rest just tells us that these are some Cro-Magnon, some Neanderthal hybrids, and of course, modern man did interbreed with Neanderthals and coexist with Neanderthals and Denisovans, and we're still trying to figure out where the lines are between all that stuff. Seems like every couple of months we find some new information that causes people to revise their hypotheses. So the more we learn, the more complex it all appears to be as far as all the different hominid, I don't even know the word, species, I guess, diverging and then finding each other and interbreeding again. And so, yeah, it is definitely cool to have some Neanderthals around, and that's what they are. And in George's world, they're really good at sailing for whatever reason. Just for fun, I guess. I don't know. Though the men of Ib can father children upon the women. Is that where you stopped, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Upon the women of Westeros and other lands, the products of such unions are often malformed and inevitably sterile in the manner of mules. Ibbenese females, when mated with men from other races, bring forth naught but stillbirths and monstrosities. But like we said, we know that that's not totally true because the Ibbenese themselves are a hybrid population of hairy men and humans. So
yeah,
there must be some interbreeding that is possible. Such matings are uncommon, though ships from the port of Iben are a common sight in harbors up and down the narrow sea, and even as far away as the Summer Isles and Old Volantis. The sailors who crew them keep to their own kind even when ashore and display a deep suspicion of all strangers. Probably because they know that humans kill or enslave anyone who looks different than them. So that's probably, good practice. On Ib itself, men of other lands and races are restricted by law and custom to the harbor precincts of the port of Iben and forbidden to venture beyond the city, save in the company of an Ibbenese host. Such invitations are exceedingly rare. So it feels a little bit like those traders of Dilath Lean that worship the old ones. They've got goat horns, but they keep them hidden under the turbans, and they're very secretive. They're traders, but they don't really want anyone to know about what their true society is. So I think George is borrowing on some of those vibes here.
I was looking up because I know about the Ibbenese women, because I was looking up what the name of the brothel that Arya's working at in Bravos, because there is an Ibbenese prostitute there by the name of Asadora. So, which just means, she has some great assets. Everyone loves to be around her, even more so to be behind her. What I'm saying is, I admire her commitment to public service and her sweet ass.
Okay, Tim. It's a lot of left field, but yeah, there are, and like you mentioned, what's his name? Brown Ben Plum claims to be part Ibbenese, and so does Sorella Sand. No. Yeah. Is there something about that?
Sorella Sand.
No, not Sorella Sand.
There's Kago Mosat, who is the half Ibbenese sailor who helps get. That's the one who gets Davos to White Harbor.
Yes. There's also who's part Ibn? No, it's Brown Ben, right?
Brown Ben says that he has a drop of Ibbenese blood in him, along when he tells Dany that he has a drop or two of dragon blood.
Okay, yeah. So it seems like it's not exactly true that they can't interbreed with humans, normal humans. There does seem to be some flexibility there. But no, they're not just another ethnic group, dude. They're obviously different. I mean, it's being spelled out that they look like Cro-Magnon and they can't really breed with humans. So this is not just hairy people that have a lot of lies told about them. Like, they are a different hominid species. Just like the brindled men and the giants and the children of the forest. So evolution is a little more loose here, you know. Let's see here. Ib is the second largest island in the known world. Only Great Morak, between the Jade and Summer Seas, is larger. And let me just put the map back up here. Yeah, it's pretty big. So if we scroll down, well, let's scroll over to Westeros and compare. Yeah, I mean, it's like half of the Vale, most of the Vale. It's about the same size, so it's pretty big. Ib is the second. Okay, stony and mountainous, Ib is a land of great gray mountains, ancient forests, and rushing rivers. Its dark interior a haunt of bears and wolves. Giants once dwelt on Ib, we are told, but none remain, though mammoths still roam the island's plains and hills. And in the higher mountains, some claim unicorns can be found. Okay, let's talk about unicorns, because I skipped them earlier. We were told that the hairy men that lived on the Silver Sea rode unicorns, or that lived by the Silver Sea earlier in the grassland section. They were riding unicorns here. We know that the Ibenese built cities here. And then here's the Ibenese. And we also hear about unicorns on Skagos, where they may be related to the Ibenese or the hairy men or the giants. All three of those ideas are thrown out. So what we're seeing here is, again, this is a case of once upon a time, there were land bridges and the various flora and fauna spread out and then later became isolated. But we see them hanging together. So the Ibenese and the hairy men like unicorn goats. They like them on Ib, they like them on Essos, and they like them on Skagos. So how did the unicorn goats get to Skagos? They probably came with the hairy men hybrids that settled there on Skagos. They probably brought them with them from northern Essos, because obviously they seem to be native to this area, as well as the giants.
Yeah.
And the giants are extra hairy, so really it's likely that there may be a closer evolutionary link between the giants and these hairy men and Ibenese than humans. So yeah, we're speculating, but they do seem to stick together, don't they?
Yeah, because I don't know. That's the question. It's like whenever you have like an animal like that on an island, the question is like, where did it come from? Did it evolve naturally on that island, or was it exported from somewhere else, like mainland Essos?
The other thing is there's a trend of rising sea levels that we can see. The Earth seems to be warming up. A lot of the inland bodies of water are drying out, and the sea levels are rising. Arm of Dorn is evidence for that. Potentially the sunken cities on the Thousand Islands could be evidence for that. And so when we look at this here, there's a lot of mess in between this peninsula and the island. So probably, this is like Sri Lanka and India, which were once joined by land. And now it's just very low-lying straits between them. So even the tip of South America used to be joined to Antarctica. If they're close and they're pointing at each other, they probably used to be joined. That's kind of the rule of thumb.
Yeah. Penguins, they're somehow Argentinian penguins.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, penguins used to be a lot more widespread, actually. There used to be penguins in the north, but they are gone. So yeah, the Ibenese and the giants and the unicorns, the hairy men, they lived in the north, and they probably covered all of northern Essos. And when we look at the Narrow Sea, this is probably a rift fault that's spreading apart. That's what this looks like to me. It looks like it's spreading apart, and so probably this was all connected. It wasn't just this arm of Dorne here. If you go back a couple million years ago, there probably was no Narrow Sea at all, and this was probably all one contiguous land. And so that's the other explanation for how unicorns and giants are in Skagos. They just probably were once all over the northern region and then just got separated. So I think one of those two scenarios fits pretty well. And where are we?
So the Ibanese of the woods.
Go ahead.
The Ibanese of the woods and mountains have even less love of strangers than their cousins by the sea, and seldom speak any tongue but their own. Foresters, goat herds, and miners, they make their homes in caves or houses of gray stone dug into the earth and roofed with slate or thatch. Towns and villages are rare. The Ibanese of the interior prefer to dwell apart from their fellows in solitary compounds, gathering only for weddings, burials, and worship. Gold, iron, and tin can be found in abundance in the mountains of Ib, as well as timber, amber, and 100 sorts of pelts in the island's forests.
So that's interesting. They just said there's a difference between two different kinds of Ibanese. The ones on the coast are more human-like, and they build a town. But the people living interior do not. They are more like probably older, hairy men, living more just older, antiquated lifestyles. That's interesting.
Yeah. Or maybe they were like rural Ibanese and looking at the coastal Ibanese like, oh, them city slickers. They don't know how to, like, they only know how to fish, but they don't know how to mine.
That's cool. Yeah. So just like anything where you have a population that's slowly modernizing, some people don't.
Mm-hmm. I think George really just wanted to create a race of dwarven sailors and whalers.
Yeah, they're definitely a bit like the dwarves here. So gold, iron, and tin can be found in abundance in the mountains. Ember, you just read that, sorry. The Ibanese of the shore are a more venturesome folk than their cousins from the woods and mountains. Bold fishermen, they travel the northern seas widely in search of cod, herring, whitefish, and eel, but it is as whalers that they are best known in the wider world. Their great-bellied whaling ships are a common sight in ports up and down the Narrow Sea and beyond. And I will also just point out that, almost all of the Arctic peoples are descended from an older population of Siberian hunter-gatherers, or several populations of Siberian hunter-gatherers. These are North Asian peoples. They are not hairy people at all. So even though the Ibanese are living the lifestyle of Arctic hunter-gatherers and fishers, this is a mashup. These are Neanderthals that are living this whaling lifestyle. But of course, yes, when you talk about Eskimos or literally any people living in the Arctic, they're pretty much all spread from northern Russia, Siberia. And so there's George is sort of doing a mishmash here with their way of life and these Neanderthal dwarves that he's created or whatever. Carry on.
Ibanese ships are renowned for their strength. Oh, though seldom pleasing to the eye or nose, Ibanese ships are renowned for their strength, for they are built to weather any storm and withstand the assaults of even the largest leviathans. The bone, blubber, and oil of the whales they hunt are Ib's chief stock in trade and have made the port of Iben the largest and richest city of the Shivering Sea. Gray and gloomy, the port of Iben has ruled over Ib and the Lesser Isles since the dawn of days. A city of cobbled alleys, steep hills, and teeming docks and shipyards, lit by hundreds of whale oil lamps suspended over its streets on iron chains. The port is dominated by the ruins of the God King's castle, a colossal structure of rough-hewn stone that was home to 100 Ibanese kings. The last such king was thrown down in the aftermath of the doom of Valyria, however. Today, Ib and the Lesser Isles are governed by the Shadow Council, whose members are chosen by the 1,000, an assembly of wealthy guildsmen, ancient nobles, priests, and priestesses, not unlike the magisters' councils of the free cities.
Well, that's interesting. So, that's pretty modernized. Yeah. You know, they used to have a god king.
But now it's like ruled by the landholders, I guess we would say now.
Yeah. Commerce has taken over. It's a little bit like the Summer Isles, actually, in a sense. Okay. Because the Summer Isles, they are occasionally unified, but more often they are fragmented, and it was ultimately trade that took over their culture. And so now that's what they're dedicated to, is commerce. So commercial interests are going to govern the decision making. And the same goes here. The people that are in charge are the traders and merchants. So money talks. God kings eventually go the way of the dodo, I guess.
Yeah. Far Ib, second largest of the Ibonese Islands, lies more than 100 leagues southwest of Ib itself, and is altogether a bleaker and poorer place. Ibsar, its only town, was originally a place of exile and punishment, where the Ibonese of old sent their most notorious criminals, often after mutilating them so they might never return to Ib itself. Though that practice ended with the fall of the God Kings, Ibsar retains an unsavory reputation to this very day.
Yeah, because it'll be all the descendants of those people that live there, so they might have a chip on their shoulder.
Polar Australia. The men of Ib have not always confined themselves to their islands. There is abundant evidence of Ibonese settlements on the Axe, on the Dothraki Isles, and along the shores of the Bitterweed Bay and the Bay of Tusks, and Leviathan Sound, and the Thousand Islands in the east. And history tells of several Ibonese attempts to seize control of the mouth of the Sarn, attempts that brought the hairy men into conflict with the Sarnori sister cities, Soth and Saris. Okay, so this is George alluding to the doom that came to Sarnath, where the Sarnori kill the men of Ib, but in that version, they're not hairy, squat dwarf men. They're freaky little frog men who live on the lake and dance and worship to their water lizard god.
Yeah, and this is also interesting because, of course, Huzor Amai, the founding king of the Sarnori, warred against the hairy men and made a cloak of the pelt of the king of the hairy men. So the enmity between the Sarnori and the hairy men goes back a long way. Long way. And it continued on with the Ibonese. The god kings of Ib before their fall did succeed in conquering and colonizing a huge swath of northern Essos immediately south of Ib itself, a densely wooded region that had formerly been the home of a small, shy forest folk. Some say the Ibonese extinguished this gentle race, while others believe they went into hiding in the deeper woods or fled to other lands. The Dothraki still call the great forest along the northern coast the kingdom of the Ifakevron, the name by which they knew the vanished forest dwellers. So, we'll keep going with Ifakevron in a minute, but what I want to point out is that the hairy men of Huzor Amai's day were close to this region anyway. They were living somewhere in here, probably in these forests. So when the Ibonese moved back and reconquered all this land, they probably had a sense of trying to reconquer the land of their ancestors, because that is where the hairy men lived, in northern Essos there. So, okay, let's see. Where are we? The fabled sea snake, Corlys Velaryon, Lord of the Tides, was the first Westerosi to visit these woods. After his return from the Thousand Islands, he wrote of carved trees, haunted grottos, and strange silences. A later traveler, the merchant adventurer Brian of Old Town, Brian, the adventurer they called Brian, captain of the Cog Spearshaker, provided an account of his own journey across the Shivering Sea. He reported that the Dothraki name for the lost people meant those who walk in the woods. None of the Ibonese that Brian of Old Town met could say they had ever seen a woods walker, but claimed that the little people blessed a household that left offerings of leaf and stone and water overnight. So this is George riffing on that Scandinavian tradition of the Nissa man. And elves and gnomes in Scandinavian tradition more generally, this is what you do. You leave little offerings for them to keep them happy so they don't pull pranks or kill your livestock or poison your farm. So similar idea here is being conveyed onto the children of the forest, and that's because Nissa was a children of the forest. You guys know what that's about, hopefully. But so this is a population of children. Now, are they all dead? Probably not. People think that children are dead in Westeros too, but they're not. There's a few left in the caves. So in the deep woods here, who knows? There may be. But, and if we zoom in here, we can see that the womb of the world forms a river that flows out through the forest of the Ifukevron to the sea. So it's natural that the Dothraki would have some connection to the Ifukevron. And they used to be skin changers. You guys know that, right?
The history of the fighting pits of Meereen.
Tim.
What?
Tim.
What?
You just want to get to Yiti. I just said the Dothraki were skin changers, and you just said nothing and went right on reading. I guess I've talked about it before, but
yeah. No, I got that. Yeah, call Drogo, bring me his horse, possibly.
Never mind. I should make a separate video about it. I'm not going to try to do a bad version of Dothraki skin changers right now. It is a thing, though. Mm-hmm. I'll make a little 15-minute video and put it out. How about that? All right, go ahead, Tim.
The history of the fighting pits of Meereen, known as the Red Book, written by an unknown Yunkish hand and translated a century after by Maester Elkin, makes passing reference to the fact that many of the Ibenese women sold into slavery ended their days in the fighting pits of Meereen, Yunkai, and Astapor, for the slavers of the South deemed them too ugly to serve as bed slaves and too savage to use as field hands.
Well, that sucks.
At its greatest extent, the Ibenese foothold on Essos was as large as Ib itself and far richer. More and more of the hairy men crossed over from the islands to make their fortunes there, cutting down the trees to put the land under the plow, damming the rivers and streams, mining the hills. Ruling over these domains was Ibish, a fishing village that swelled to become a thriving port and the second city of the Ibenese with a deep harbor and high white walls.
So that's here. You can see Ibish. So they're cutting into this forest. And they said an area bigger than Ib itself. So this is a big chunk of land definitely starting to infringe on the Dothraki's territory. Go ahead.
So, let's see.
And you know what that means.
All that ended 200 years ago when they dug too deep and unleashed a Balrog.
Yes, that's right.
The coming of the Dothraki. The Horse Lords have hitherto shunned the forests of the northern coasts. Some say this was because of their reverence for the vanished Woodwalkers, others because they feared their powers. Whatever the truth, the Dothraki did not fear the men of Ib. Call after call began to make incursions into Ibenese territories, overrunning the farms and fields and holdfasts of the hairy men with fire and steel, putting the males to the sword whilst carrying off their wives into slavery. The Ibenese, a notoriously avaricious and greedy people, refused to pay the tribute the Khals demanded, choosing to fight instead. Though the men of Ib won several notable victories, famously destroying the huge Khalasar of the fearsome Khal Anko in one epic battle, the Dothraki only came in greater numbers, as each new Khal sought to eclipse the conquests of the last. The Khalasars pushed the Ibenese farther and farther back, until at last they are overwhelmed even the greatest city of Ibish. Khal Skoro was the first to take the city, breaking through the whalebone gates to loot the temples and treasuries and carry off the city's gods to Vaes Dothrak. The Ibenese rebuilt, but a generation later, Ibish was sacked again by Khal Rogo, who put half the city to the torch and marched 10,000 women to slavery.
As the Dothraki are wont to do.
Mm-hmm. Today, only ruins remain where Ibish once stood, a place the Dothraki named Vaes Arasok, or City of Cowards, for when the Khalasar of Anko's grandson called Dako approached to sack the city once again, the remaining inhabitants took to their ships and fled back across the sea to Ib. You demon. In his wrath, Dako not only put the abandoned city to the torch, but burned so much of the surrounding countryside that he was thereafter known as the Dragon of the North. Ib retains a modest foothold on Essos even to this day, on a small peninsula surrounded by the sea and defended by a wooden wall almost as long as the ice wall of the Night's Watch, if not a third as high. A towering earth and timber palisade bristling with defensive towers and protected by a deep ditch. Behind the earthworks, the men of Ib have built the town of New Ibish to rule over their much diminished domains, but sailors say that the new town is a sad and squalid place, more akin to Ibsar than to the thriving city that the Horse Lords reduced to ruins.
So that's crazy here. I feel like there's some parallelism going on. There's a dragon of the north, and there's a wall with people with blue blood holding out north of the wall. Don't know.
Yeah, this is George once again taking the major themes of the story and then writing them small by giving us this sort of symbolic copy of it. But here, yeah, rather than a literal dragon and a literal White Walker, we have a Dothraki who is a symbolic dragon fighting symbolic others. These hairy men with their blue veins, and yeah.
So let's look at this, how big the wall is here. Okay, you could see it. And then I'm just going to scroll right over. So yeah, it's cutting across this peninsula here. So I'd say it's about 2/3 as long as the wall, depending on where exactly they built it. But yeah, that's a pretty big thing to create. Mm-hmm. All to guard their sad little new Ibish. So yeah, that's the Ibenese. Terio Orastes, the great Braavosi adventurer, kept a record of his time among the Dothraki and witnessed the fall of Ibish while a guest of Caldeko. His chronicle, Fire Upon the Grass, notes that Caldeko was said to take great pride in being accounted the Dragon of the North, but at the end he came to rue it. For when his Khalasar was broken in battle by that of Khal Temo, the younger Khal took the elder captive and fed him to the flames, cutting off his hands and feet and genitals and roasting them before his eyes. Oh. After first burning his wives and sons in the same manner. Oh.
The calls just, they continuously want to one-up one another in terms of brutality and violence.
I think this is the most horrible sentence in all of Ice and Fire. Because, like, it just gets, it's like, oh yeah, he took great pride in being counted the Dragon of the North. But then he was captured, defeated, and burned. But before he was burned, he was mutilated. And before that, his family members were mutilated and burnt in front of him. So the Dothraki are kind of mean, Jeff says, and I agree.
Just a tad.
Pretty brutal. Okay, so now where are we going here? East of Ib, let's talk about the Bones Mountains. We've been going 4 hours, Tim. 1,000 Islands. I need to see what we've got here. Not that much. I guess we got to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Just like sick bastards. This might be 5 hours, but, you know.
Sleep is for the weak. Sleep is for the weak.
Oh. Okay. Beyond the Ibish coastlands and the forests of the Ifakevron, the foothills of the Bones rise up out of the grasslands, and further east the mountains themselves march down to meet the sea. Even from miles out into the Shivering Sea, the great northern peaks with their icy crowns and jagged spires seem to split the very sky. Krasaj Zaska, the Dothraki call the northernmost of the bones, the White Mountains. And that's these. Beyond them lies another world, one that very few Westerosi have ever visited. Those who have come this far, like Lomas Longstrider, have come by land, through the mountain passes, or by way of the warm southern waters and the Jade Gates. Through the eastern waters of the Shivering, though the eastern waters of the Shivering Sea are as rich as those of the west, few come to fish them, save for the Ibenes themselves, for beyond the bones are found the lands of the nomadic Jogos Nai, a savage race of mounted warriors with no ships and no interest in the sea, and no interest in you having any interest in the sea either. Whalers from the port of Iben regularly hunt Leviathan Sound, where those great beasts come to mate and birth, their young. In the Ibenese, fishermen speak of vast schools of cod in the deeper waters, seals and walrus on the rocky islands to the north, and spider crabs and emperor crabs everywhere. But elsewise, these eastern seas are empty. Still farther east lie the so-called Thousand Islands. Ibenese chart makers tell us there are in truth fewer than 300 rip-off, false advertising, a sea-girt scatter of bleak wind-swept rocks believed by some to be the last remnants of a drowned kingdom whose towns and towers were submerged beneath the rising seas many thousands of years ago. Or they're Deep One cities that the Deep Ones built underwater because that's where they live. Only the boldest or most desperate mariners ever make landfall here. For the people of these islands, though few in number, are a queer folk, inimical to strangers, a hairless people with green-tinged skin, who file the teeth of their females into sharp points, and slice the foreskins from the members of their males, which is really not that strange, honestly. But the rest of it is evidence of Deep One farming, and of course, I talked all about this in my Deep Ones video, so I'm glossing over here and powering through. You guys hopefully know the deal. These people were farmed by the Deep Ones, and that's how they lost their language, and that's why they look fishy. They speak no known tongue, and are said to sacrifice sailors to their squamous fish-headed gods, likenesses of whom rise from their stony shores, visible only when the tide recedes. Though surrounded on water by all sides, these islanders fear the sea so much that they will not set foot in the water under the threat of death. So, their gods are in the sea, but they're terrified of the sea. Mm-hmm. What does that tell you? That's a squisher relationship here. And as I talked about in the Deep Ones video, I think that this is why Grey King showed up on the Iron Islands and taught them all this stuff, how to fish, how to sail, how to make boats, how to weave nets, is because what he found was a Deep One farmed out culture of hybrid thralls who didn't have language and didn't have any memory of where they came from.
Yeah, it's like, I've seen this before. We're not going to let this happen again. I know what happens when you don't fight back and learn to adapt. You become these people. Even Corlys Velaryon dared sail no farther east than the Thousand Islands. This was where the sea snake turned back on his great northern voyage. In truth, there was no reason for him to continue, save for his hunger to learn what lay beyond the next horizon. Even the fish taken from these eastern seas are oddly misshapen, with a bitter, unpleasant taste, it is said. So I'm thinking more than likely Corlys wanted to go further east, but he had a mutiny on his hands at this point when they saw the people of the Thousand Islands.
It just becomes a point at which it's like, where are we? What are we even doing? You know?
Yeah. Only one port of note is to be found on the Shivering Sea, east of the Bones. Nefer, chief city of the Kingdom of Nagai, hemmed in by towering chalk cliffs and perpetually shrouded in fog. When seen from the harbor, Nefer appears to be no more than a small town, but it is said that 9/10 of the city is beneath the ground. For that reason, travelers call Nefer the Secret City. By any name, the city enjoys a sinister reputation as a haunt of necromancers and torturers. Beyond Nagai are the forests of Mossovy, a cold, dark land of shape changers and demon hunters. Beyond Mossovy, no man of Westeros can truly say. Certain septons have claimed that the world ends east of Mossovy, giving way to a realm of mists, then a realm of darkness, and finally a realm of storm and chaos where sea and sky become as one. Sailors and singers and other dreamers prefer to believe that the Shivering Sea goes on, unending, past the easternmost coasts of Essos, past islands and continents unknown, uncharted and undreamed of, where strange peoples worship strange gods beneath strange stars. Wiser men suggest that somewhere beyond the waters we know, east becomes west, and the Shivering Sea must surely join the Sunset Sea, if indeed the world is round. It may be so, or not. Until some new sea snake arises to sail beyond the sunrise, no man can know for certain.
All right, sorry, I fell behind on the pages there, but I was posting a new Discord link for Squishers, which I had forgotten to post. Someone in the chat mentioned it. It is now up, and I'll post it on Patreon later after the stream. So there we go. It's cold. It's weird. I don't believe that about the fish tasting weird. All fish taste weird. I'm allergic to seafood, by the way, so I don't have to like seafood. You can hate on me for not liking onions. That's just a matter of taste. But yeah, I can't eat seafood. So the bones and beyond, east, beyond Vase Dothraki and the mother of mountains, the grassways give way to rolling plains and woods, and the earth beneath the traveler's feet turns hard and stony. And you know what? I did this in my video. The Bones Mountains are very tall, and there's 3 passes through them. And Longstrider saw them and thought they were very tall. That's more or less the deal. Yeah, and there's a bit about the ancestors of the Dothraki maybe having crossed over those mountains. That's the whole thing I'm making the video about. They left their bones behind. There's a bit about how there's so many, the bones of every kind of animal are in these passes. And it is, the maesters think that these were people fleeing over the Bones Mountains from some great disaster in the Far East that they have no idea what it was, Tim. No idea. I'll just point out, though, as we look at the Shadowlands, we can see it's all messed up. If there was a moon meteor, one definitely fell here. But then you can look and see there's a bleeding sea. Something seems to be messed up with that. The dry deep, the shrinking sea, the great sand sea, the expanding red waste, the shrinking silver sea. All of these things are drying up. All of them. So there is a trend of environmental desertification, I guess you could say, or just, like I said, just heating up here. So there was a disaster. It was tied to the long night, and apparently it made everyone run over these mountains. So that's the short version. The longer version is out on Tuesday. Let's see here. So I'm going to get to some of the stuff I did not talk about. The Jogwin. The Jogwin, the stone giants, massive creatures said to have been twice as tall, twice as large as the giants of Westeros. So I guess that isn't twice as tall. Twice as large could just mean mass. But the last of the Jogwin disappeared 1,000 years ago. Only their massive bones remained to mark where they once roamed. So apparently they weren't made out of stone. They were flesh and blood giants with bones, but they lived amongst these mountains, and so they were called the stone giants. But the Jogosnai killed them because they're violent. 1,000 roads lead into the bones, but only 3 lead out, and those are the 3 passes. I literally read this whole quote in the video.
Okay. You just tell me where you want to pick up again. We can skip.
Yep. Let's see here. Sand Road. We talk about Qarth. We mentioned that many accounts inform us that the mountain warriors of Kayakaya, Semiriana, and Biasabat are all women, daughters of the great fathers who rule these cities, where girls learn to ride and climb before they learn to walk, and are schooled in the arts of the bow, the spear, the knife, and the sling from the earliest childhood. Lomas Longstrider himself tells us that there are no fiercer fighters on all the earth. As for their brothers, the sons of the great fathers, 99 of every 100 are gelded when they reach the age of manhood and live out their lives as eunuchs, serving their cities as scribes, priests, scholars, servants, cooks, farmers, and craftsmen. Only the most promising males, the largest and strongest and most comely, are permitted to mature and breed and become great fathers themselves in their turns. So, this is, they're literally emasculated, most of these men. Maester Naelin's rubies and iron, named for the penchant of the warrior women to wear iron rings in their nipples and rubies in their cheeks, speculates on the circumstances that led to such strange customs, although they don't give us the circumstances. And one wonders why they are guarding these passes. Who are they guarding them for or against? Maybe they're just extracting tribute?
Yeah. I mean, with the Great Sand Sea drying up and these 3 cities being the last remnants of this once great empire, they got to make their money somehow, because it seems like if everything's dried up, they got to import their water. So they want to make sure that their trade routes are protected. Like, you got to pay the toll to get through here, because we desperately need that money.
Yeah, and they've kept up this tradition of martial prowess and warrior training that probably dates all the way back to Hyrkoon, the kingdom of Hyrkoon. And I guess that's just a good way to be toll collectors. Yeah. But, yeah.
It's like, you can either pay us here and we'll let you through, maybe even guide you if you're lucky, if you want to pay even more for that, or we can kill you if you try and gyp us, or you can go around and try and navigate the bones yourself, where you're probably going to die. So honestly, your best option is just pay us.
And then they spend all their money on rubies and nipple rings. Sometimes George's world building seems a little... like, most of it's really well thought out. No one can say that harder than me or Tim. But sometimes this is just like, it's something he read in a pulp comic in the 60s and just put in the book, and there's no explanation for it, really. This is one of the weirdest things. It doesn't really, none of this really makes sense to me. The existence of these fortress cities. I have no idea what George is really going for here. Why don't you keep reading?
All right. The 3 fortress cities began as true forts, outposts, and garrisons raised up by the patriarchs of Hyrkoon to guard the western marches of the realm against the brigands, outlaws, and wild men of the bones, and the savages who dwelt beyond them. Over the centuries, however, the citadels grew into cities, whilst Hyrkoon itself withered into dust, as its lakes and rivers dried away, and its once fertile fields turned to desert. Today, the heartland of Hyrkoon is the Great Sand Sea, a vast wasteland of restless dunes, dry riverbeds, and ruined forts and towns baking beneath the sun. Water is said to boil away, it is so hot in the deep southern portions of the sea. Beyond the Great Sand Sea, another world awaits, the further east, a vast land of plains and hills and river valleys that seem to have no end, where strange gods rule over stranger peoples. Many great cities and proud kingdoms have risen and flourished and fallen since the dawn of days. Most of these are little known in the West, even their very names long forgotten. Only the broadest outlines of the histories of the further east are known to the Citadel, and even in those tales that have come west to us over long leagues of mountains and deserts, there are many omissions, gaps, and contradictions, making it all but impossible to say with any certainty what portion is true and what portion has arisen from the fevered imaginings of singers, storytellers, and wet nurses.
And YouTubers. Fevered imaginings of YouTubers all over this. So, yet the oldest and greatest of these Eastern civilizations endures to our present day, the ancient glorious golden empire of Yiti. It's time for Yiti.
Yiti.
A fabled land. I think I was doing the Jawa. Yiti. Yeah, I was doing the Jawa. That's what it was. Is the Jawa sound. became Yiti.
We're at Yiti, and I'm drinking peach tea.
Oh, we're 4 hours in. Okay, all right. Okay. A fabled land even in the Seven Kingdoms, Yiti is a large and diverse country, a realm of windswept plains and rolling hills, jungles and rainforests, deep lakes and rushing rivers, and shrinking inland seas. Shrinking inland seas, see? All over the place. Mm-hmm. Its legendary wealth is such as to allow its princes to live in houses of solid gold and dine on, sweetmeats powdered with pearls and jade. Lomas Longstrider, awestruck by its marvels, called Yiti the land of 1,000 gods and 100 princes, ruled by one god emperor. Those who have visited Yiti as it is today tell us that the 1,000 gods and 100 princes yet remain, but there are 3 god emperors, each claiming the right to don the gowns of cloth of gold, green pearls, and jade that tradition allows the emperor alone. None wields true power, though millions may worship the Azure Emperor in Yin and prostrate themselves before him whenever he appears, his imperial writ extends no further than the walls of his own city. The 100 princes of whom Lomas Longstrider wrote rule their own realms as they please, as do the brigands, priest kings, sorcerers, warlords, and imperial generals and tax collectors outside their domains. This was not always so, we know. In ancient day, the god emperors of Yiti were as powerful as any ruler on earth, with wealth that exceeded even that of Valyria at its height, and armies of almost unimaginable size. In the beginning, the priestly scribes of Yin declare all the land between the bones and the freezing desert called the Grey Waste, from the Shivering Sea to the Jade Sea, including even the great and holy Isle of Lang, formed a single realm ruled by the god on earth, the only begotten son of the Lion of Night and the Lion made of night. No, the maid made of light. Lion of light. Yeah. Who traveled around his domains in a palanquin carved from a single pearl and carried by 100 queens, his wives. For 10,000 years, the great empire of the dawn flourished in peace and plenty under the god on earth, until at last he ascended to the stars to join his forebears. Dominion over mankind then passed to his eldest son, who was known as the Pearl Emperor and ruled for 1,000 years. The Jade Emperor, the Tourmaline Emperor, the Onyx Emperor, the Topaz Emperor, and the Opal Emperor followed each in turn, each reigning for centuries, yet every reign was shorter and more troubled than the one preceding it. For wild men and baleful beasts pressed at the borders of the great empire, lesser kings grew prideful and rebellious, and the common men gave themselves over to avarice, envy, lust, murder, incest, gluttony, and sloth. Sloths and lemurs and orangutans. When the daughter of the Opal Emperor succeeded him as the Amethyst Empress, her envious younger brother cast her down and slew her, proclaiming himself the Bloodstone Emperor and beginning a reign of terror, as we know. He practiced dark arts, torture, necromancy. He enslaved his people, took a tiger woman for his bride. I still say that it's... You know, it occurred to me, Tim, this is Tiger Woman, it's just Nissa Nissa. Like, the act of Azor Ahai taking Nissa Nissa to wife and using her for blood magic. If she was a child of the forest, then this was a deeply sacrilegious act. You're not supposed to do that. So, that's why marrying Tiger Woman is remembered as a sin. It's not that Tiger Woman is like, ooh, he married a Tiger Woman, and they're all so bad. And we're racist against tiger women. It's not that. It's that he married a child of the forest, an elf woman, and that was an abomination because he killed her and used her for blood magic, and her name was Nissa Nissa. In any case, many scholars count the Bloodstone Emperor as the first high priest of the sinister Church of Starry Wisdom, which persists to this day in many port cities throughout the known world. In the annals of the further east, it was the blood betrayal, as his usurpation is named, that ushered in the age of darkness called the Long Night. Despairing of the evil that had been unleashed on the earth, the maiden made of light turned her back upon the world, and the Lion of Night came out in all his wrath, to punish the wickedness of men. How long the darkness endured, no man can say. Probably about 12 years, the same time the Night King reigned at the Night Fort. but all agree that it was only when a great warrior known variously as Harkoon the Hero, Azor Ahai, Yntar, Neferion, and Eldric Shadow Chaser arose to give courage to the race of men and lead the virtuous into battle with his blazing sword, Lightbringer, that the darkness was put to rout, and light and love returned once more to the world. Yet the great empire of the dawn was not reborn, for the restored world was a broken place where every tribe of men went its own way, fearful of all the others, and war and lust and murder endured even to our present day, or so the men and the women of the further east believe. So the Maesters finish with this long, sort of poetic indulging of the Yitish mythical history, and then they sort of drop the cold water. So go ahead and pick it up here.
At the Citadel of Old Town and other centers of learning in the West, Maesters regard these tales of the great empire and its fall as legend, not history. Yet none doubt that the Yiti-ish civilization is ancient, mayhaps even contemporary with the realms of the Fisher Queens beside the Silver Sea. In Yiti itself, the priests insist that mankind's first 2 towns and cities rose along the shores of the Jade Sea and dismissed the rival claims of Sarnor and Geese as the boasts of savages and children. Whatever the truth, Yiti was beyond question one of the places where men first climbed from the pit of savagery to civilization and literacy, for the wise men of the East have been reading and writing for many thousands of years. Their most ancient records are cherished, almost venerated, but also are jealously guarded by their scholars. Such accounts as we have are pieced together from hearsay from travelers and scattered texts that have escaped Yiti to find their way across the seas to the Citadel. To tell the tale of Yiti is far beyond our scope here, comprising as it does hundreds of emperors and myriad wars and conquests and rebellions. Let it suffice to say that the Golden Empire has known golden ages and dark ages, that it has waxed and waned and waxed again throughout the centuries, that it has weathered floods and droughts and sandstorms, and quaking of the earth so violent as to swallow entire cities, that thousands of heroes and cravens and concubines and wizards and scholars have passed across the pages of its histories. Since the further east emerged from the long night and the centuries of chaos that followed, 11 dynasties have held sway over the lands we now call Yiti. Some lasted for no more than half a century, the longest endured for 700 years. Some dynasties gave way to others peacefully, others with blood and steel. On 4 occasions, the end of a dynasty was followed by a period of anarchy and lawlessness when warlords and petty kings warred with one another for supremacy. The longest of these interregnums, I don't know how to say that. Interregnums lasted more than a century.
Okay, so we just read a whole bunch of stuff, and the Great Empire of the Dawn stuff, look, we're not going to talk about it. I've made videos about it. It would be boring at this point for me to recap all that. Let's talk about the Great Empire of the Dawn in the context of Yiti and this historical timeline. So the Maesters, the truest sentence in this whole passage was the one that Tim just read, where it says, "Since the further east emerged from the long night and the centuries of chaos that followed, 11 dynasties have held sway." The historical period begins after the long night. Everything before the long night, which is a cultural bottleneck, as I always like to say, is fable and legend. There was no writing before then. And then all of it got just scrambled up. So many people would have died during the long night, and so many cultures would have collapsed that there would have been a big break in the record keeping. And so that fits the Yiti picture perfectly. They have legends of an older culture that ended during the long night. That's the Great Empire of the Dawn. It's their term for whatever was going on there before the long night. The important thing is that the Yitish link their existence to the Great Empire of the Dawn. So they still call themselves God Emperor. And the things they wear, the gold and jade and the pearls, that's probably from the Great Empire of the Dawn. They had a Jade Emperor and a Pearl Emperor. So basically it seems like Great Empire of the Dawn is some sort of Atlantis civilization, Lemuria, whatever, Numenor. It got destroyed. in the long night. And the passage just said, all the tribes of men became fearful of the others and went their separate ways, and the great empire of the dawn was not reformed. Yiti is only part of it. The great empire of the dawn occupied everything on the screen right here. Everything east of the bones. Hyrkoon was part of it. Jogos Nhai was part of it. Nefer. They have their version of Azor Ahai up here in Nefer called Neferion. What does that tell you? That means that at one point, this was all unified, and the Azor Ahai legend was a universal myth for all these people. And so as time went on and it's fragmented, his name became Hyrkoon for the Hyrkoonish. It became Neferion for the people of Nefer. So that's how it works. The names change, the story remains the same. And so Yiti is essentially the heirs to the great empire of the dawn. So that's a powerful cultural idea. And so we see that there were 4 different times when there was total chaos. Yiti didn't necessarily need to reform, but it did. It kept reforming. The idea of Yiti is very stubborn because it dates all the way back to the Dawn Age, to this great empire of the dawn. They still think about themselves as the heirs to that empire. They see their civilization as a continuation of that one.
Yeah. And that's why, because Yiti obviously is based off of China, and that is very much the story of China. China, as one of the oldest civilizations on Earth, has endured. It is fractured many, many times. George even saying 4 times, there have been numerous warring states periods in China where dynasties rise and fall, and there are huge gaps in between when it's unified again. But throughout it all, it's always able to rise back and come back strong. And that is what he's doing. Everyone, and we've talked about the fall of empire, everyone wants to be the successor of Rome, whether they're the Holy Roman Empire or Constantinople. And the same thing is holding here. Yiti wants to carry that torch of what was the great empire of the dawn. But when we get here in the next section, the God Emperors of Yiti, with the color-coded emperors, it's a lot like the gemstone emperors of the great empire of the dawn, but it's literally a pale version. We go from these the more vibrant gemstones to these less vibrant colors when we get to our different Yiti dynasties.
But you can clearly see the inspiration. And yeah, Tim, you do look a little bit like one of the harpies. Put your mask back. Lower your mask and hood for a second. Yeah, you look a little bit like the harpies' sons. I'm envious of your golden cloak. It's very sumptuous and rich. Where'd you get that?
Etsy. Got it off Etsy.
That's nice. I need to get a good cloak like that. So
let's see. The God Emperors of Yiti. To recount even the most important events of this long history would require more words than we have, yet we would be remiss if we did not at least mention a few of the more fabled of the God Emperors of Yiti. Har Loi, the first of the Grey Emperors, whose throne was said to be a saddle, for he spent his entire reign at war, riding from one battle to another. So we're going with family names here, right? So Har, and he's the Grey Emperor. Now we connect this to the Grey King, right, in Ancient Mariners, and where we get a lot of Har names with the suffix of Har, or prefix, whichever one it is. We get that in the Iron Islands, Hair the Black, House Harlaw, and all that. So what's interesting to me is that this, at least what we can imagine, is the first of successor states of Yiti to come after the Great Empire are the Grey Emperors. And the fact that they use Har as their family name just raises a lot of red flags to me when it comes to Ironborn and Ancient Mariner theory and people coming over the Sunset Sea.
And I think what this is I think it's a parallel. Mm-hmm. Meaning I don't think the Ironborn, I don't think they're using the same words because, they could. I can't even say I don't think that. It could be one or the other. Let's just say that. It could be that since Yiti are remnants of the Great Empire of the Dawn, we think the Great Empire, not all Ironborn, but the Grey King and his people, who are one group of ancestors of the Ironborn, they did come across the Sunset Sea, it seems. So where did they come from? We don't know. It could have been anywhere in the Great Empire of the Dawn. It could have been the Great Waste. It could have been the jungles of Yiti. It could have been Great Morak. Could have been some part of the map we don't see. We don't know. But they came from somewhere out here. So, yeah, it's either they're using the same vocabulary because there's an actual common link, or George is doing an elaborate parallelism with all these Yiti emperors to help us fill in the Iron Island stuff. But let's talk at least about the Yitish emperors themselves on their face, because there is some pretty colorful stuff in here.
Yeah. So Harloy, the first of the Grey Emperors. Did chat freeze again? Doesn't look like it's moving again.
Oh, it might have. There you go.
All right. Next, we got Chuck, the humpbacked 15 and last of the Indigo Emperors, who kept 100 wives and 1,000 concubines and sired daughters beyond count, but was never able to produce a son. Mango Quen, the glittering god, third of the Jade Green Emperors, who ruled from a palace where the floors and walls and columns were covered in gold leaf, and all the furnishings were made of gold, even to the chamber pots. And then this Jade Green Emperors, all the gold. It sounds like, when if the Hars are a parallel to the Ironborn, this is a parallel to the Lannisters and Land the Clever.
And what's interesting is that George is just playing with the rumors here. Like, people talk about Tywin Lannister. Oh, casually, he lives in a gold mine. His house is made of gold. He shits gold. Like, we've gone from solid truth to absolute bullshit here, okay? But these are all things that people say about Tywin. So when we hear about this stuff, we're meant to wonder, were the chamber pots really gold? You know? It's like, I don't know. Maybe they were. Maybe they weren't. But what we do know is that this guy was rich. He had a lot of gold. Does Tywin Lannister shit gold? No. But does he have a lot of gold? Yes, he does. So there must be some truth to it. Yeah.
Lo Tho, called Lo Long Spoon and Lo the Terrible, the 22nd Scarlet Emperor, a reputed sorcerer and cannibal, who is said to have supped upon the living brains of his enemies with a long pearl-handled spoon after the tops of their skulls had been removed.
Random Silence of the Lambs shout out there. No idea why that was needed, but...
Lo Doc, called Lo Lackwit, the 34th Scarlet Emperor, a seeming simpleton cursed with an affliction that made him jerk and stagger when he walked, and drool when he tried to speak, who nonetheless ruled wisely for more than 30 years, though some suggest that the true ruler was his wife, the formidable Empress Bothi Malo. The 9 Eunuchs, the Pearl White Emperors who gave Yiti 130 years of peace and prosperity. As young men and princes, they lived as other men, taking wives and concubines and siring heirs, but upon their ascent, each surrendered his manhood, root and stem, so that he might devote himself entirely to the empire.
You'd have me pulling a Prince of Pentos on that and be like, yeah, maybe I'm going to go and become a trader or a mercenary in the disputed lands or something.
Yeah. But what this is sounds like what Varys is aspiring to. I want to be like the eunuch emperors and bring 130 years of peace and prosperity.
Hey, what's up, Eldrick Stoneskin? Rolling in 4.5 hours deep in our stream. What's up there, buddy? Good morning to Australia. How's Monday? So, Jarhar and his sons Jarjok, and Jarhan, the 6th, 7th, and 8th of the Sea Green Emperors under whose rule the empire reached the apex of its power. Jarhar conquered Lang. Jarjok took Great Morag. It's supposed to be Morak. It's probably a typo. Yeah, Morak. Jarhan exacted tribute from Qarth, Old Gis, Asshai, and other far-flung lands, and traded with Valyria. So that's cool. So Yiti has occupied Great Morak at times.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. That's cool. They got Lang and Great Morak. That's a big island. It's a lot of land. Chai Duke, the fourth Yellow Emperor, who took to wife a noblewoman of Valyria and kept a dragon at his court. What was he trying to emulate? Perhaps the Great Empire of the Dawn?
Mm-hmm.
Though Yiti is a vast land, much of it is covered by dense forest and sweltering jungles. Travel from one end of the other empire is swift and safe, for the great web of stone roads built by the eunuch emperors of old have no equal in all the world, save for the dragon roads of the Valyrians. The cities of Yiti are far famed as well, for no other land can boast so many. If Lomas Longstrider can be believed, none of these cities of the west can compare to those of Yiti in size and splendor. Even their ruins put ours to shame, the Longstrider said, and ruins are everywhere in Yiti. In his Jade Compendium, Colloquial Votar, the best source available in Westeros, on the lands of the Jade Sea, wrote that beneath every Yitish city, 3 older cities lie buried. And that makes sense. If the Great Empire of the Dawn existed for thousands of years before the Long Night, there would be cities and towns all over the place. There was only 3 on the map. Jinki, Jinqui, Yin, and Ashbad. Tikwi maybe is also a Yitish city. But it says there's tons of them, so they're just not on the map. They're all over the place. This is a heavily populated area. Let's see. Pick it up with Over the Capital, if you would.
Over the centuries, the capital of the Golden Empire has moved here and there and back again a score of times as rival warlords contended and dynasties rose and fell. The Grey Emperors, Indigo Emperors, and Pearl White Emperors ruled from Yin on the shores of the JC, first and most glorious of the Yiti-ish cities. But the Scarlet Emperors raised up a new city in the heart of the jungle and renamed it Seako, the Glorious. Long fallen and overgrown, its glory lives now only in legend. Whilst the Purple Emperors preferred Tikwi, the many-towered city in the western hills, and the Maroon Emperors kept their martial court in Jinki, the better to guard the frontiers of the empire against reavers from the Shadowlands.
Well, that's interesting. So Tikwi is a Yitish city, and it's been the capital. That's pretty funny. So it's moved all around. Oh, the 5 forts. Okay, look, we don't have to read this. We've talked. People know the deal with the 5 forts. I'll put up the art.
All right. Today, Yin is once more the capital of Yiti. There, the 17th Azure Emperor Bugai sits in splendor in a palace larger than all King's Landing. Yet far to the east, well beyond the borders of the Golden Empire proper, past the legendary Mountains of the Morn, in the city Carcosa on the Hidden Sea, dwells in exile a sorcerer lord who claims to be the 69th Yellow Emperor from a dynasty fallen for 1,000 years. And more recently, a general named Pol Ko, Hammer of the Jogos Nye, has given himself imperial honors, naming himself the first of the Orange Emperors, with the rude, sprawling garrison city called Traitor Town as his capital. Which of these 3 emperors will prevail is a question best left for the historians of the years to come.
Okay, so Traitor Town, Pol Ko, Hammer of the Jogos Nye. I bet he doesn't call himself that within hearing of any Jogos Nye. That's one where I'll be like, yeah, how many did you really hammer? Did it happen one time? Like I said. The Mountains of the Morn, Carcosa on the Hidden Sea, a sorcerer lord who claims to be the 69th Yellow Emperor from a dynasty fallen for 1,000 years. Now that is true. That is fact. And that is why Tim is here as the King in Yellow. He does rule from Carcosa on one end of the Hidden Sea. City of the Winged Men. How high are the Carcosan taxes on the City of Winged Men, Tim?
I have no answer for that one.
Okay. And then Traitor Town. Trader Town is all the way up here. So yeah, this is almost in Jogos Nye territory, Trader Town. That's right on the borderlands. Yeah. So that was called a garrison city. Yeah, it would have to be because of the Jogos Nye presence. And then so they mentioned the 5 forts. They're made of fused stone. They're huge. And they're built by the Great Empire of the Dawn. This is proof that they were dragon lords. You guys, if you watched my channel, you surely heard me talk about this. So, you guys know the deal. There they are, the 5 forts. Let's see here. Between the Bleeding Sea, named for its characteristic hue, the characteristic hue of its deep water, supposedly a result of a plant that grows only there. And does anybody know, is there any body of water that is red because of plants? Is that a thing? I know in Australia, some of the flamingos are pink because they drink a certain kind of mineral from the water. Isn't that right?
Yeah. Oh, the Lake Natron in Tanzania.
There you go. And there's one. So there's looks like there's more than one. Somebody says there's one in Greece. There's the pink krill and there's a red algae. So yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things. So there really is a Red Sea here. Yeah. The flamingos eat the shrimp. That's it. Yeah. Cool. Oh, there's that red waterfall in Antarctica. That's right. Yeah. George wouldn't have heard of that when he wrote this, but yeah. Okay, cool. So there you go. That's what that is. And then the Bleeding Sea, and the Mountains of the Morn, Tim. The 5 forts are very old, older than the Golden Empire itself. Some claim they were raised by the Pearl Emperor during the mourning of the Great Empire to keep the Lion of Night and his demons for the realms of men. And indeed, there is something godlike or demonic about the monstrous size of the forts. Of the lands beyond the 5 forts, you want to read this, or shall I read while you glare at the camera?
Of the lands that lie beyond the 5 forts, we know even less. Legends and lies and travelers' tales are all that ever reach us of these far places. We hear of cities where the men soar like eagles on leathered wings, of towns made of bones, of a race of bloodless men who dwell between the deep valley called the Dry Deep and the mountains. Whispers reach us of the gray waste and its cannibal sands, and of the shrikes who live there, half-human creatures with green-scaled skin and venomous bites. Are these truly lizard men, or, more likely, men clad in the skin of lizards? Or are they no more than fables, the grumpkins and snarks of the eastern deserts? And even the shrikes supposedly live in terror of Qarth and the Grey Waste, a city said to be older than time, where unspeakable rites are performed to slake the hunger of mad gods. Does such a city truly exist? If so, what is its nature? On such matters, even Lomas Longstrider is silent. Perhaps the priests of Yiti know, but if so, these are not truths they care to share with us.
Yeah, some crusty maester shows up in Yiti asking about Qarth. It's like, bro, no, you're just getting poison in your drink.
I mean, I could tell you all about Qarth, and I did in Stream Quest of Unknown Qarth. You should go check that out on the Grey Wisdom channel. But
indeed, and basically, how would you encapsulate what George is doing here? He's kind of using a lot of Lovecraftian and Conan type things for the hinterlands of his universe. He's definitely paying tribute, but he's also doing it in a way that kind of makes sense. Like if he needs to make a Shadowland of monsters that's outside the realms of men, he's going to populate it with things that would live there and places that make sense to be there, like Qarth, right?
Yeah. And that's with George's further east, it's such a mishmash of different stories and legends and fables and real history. Because what George did is he took romance of the three, with the situation where he has currently in Yiti with these three emperors, the Azure, the Yellow, and the Orange Emperor, is he has taken romance of the three kingdoms and blended it in with Robert W. Chambers, the King in Yellow, as well as throwing in Lovecraft and Howard. And just what George does, he takes like these different balls of clay, mashes them together, and then reforms them into his own creation. And
so what do you think? Can we explain any of this? The Shrikes. Now, these could be cast-offs from the Blood of the Dragon experiments that the Great Empire of the Dawn did. I think that's the best theory if you want to explain them. You know, we were putting lizard DNA in people, and some of the experiments went wrong, but they escaped and were lizard people, and now they live as lizard people in a city. They're the Shrikes. Any other idea on that?
Yeah, because it seems like when the Valyrians took over Gogossos and started making their flesh pits where they were breeding women with animals and creating chimera-like creatures, it doesn't seem like they came to that conclusion on their own. It seems like that was a continuation of what the Giscari were doing beforehand. And then the question becomes, well, where did this Giscari learn about that? And it probably all stems back to the Great Empire of the Dawn and the creation of what I guess we would call the original dragons, the people from the shadow who came out of there. And how are dragons a natural creature, or are they this hodgepodge creation by man? And if so, well, when you're creating something like that, you don't get a success on the first go. You always have your failed test subjects. And I had mentioned when we were talking Sothoryos, the tattooed lizards, I said a Jurassic Park situation. Quite possibly the same thing out here. These Great Empire flesh labs probably had like these creations, some of them who got loose and ran amok and ran to the east, and now they're just living wild as like this sort of invasive species.
And the other sensible scenario we could come up with is that the Valyrians have Shrike DNA inside them. That's there already were reptile people in Ice and Fire world because there are lots of animal-like people. The children of the forest are animal-like. The deep ones are animal-like. So maybe there was lizard people just over the mountains there, and the Great Empire of the Dawn grabbed some of them to do experiments on to try to capture the lizardness and breed it into humans. So it could go in either direction, but it seems to me that having green-skinned, scaled, venomous biting lizard people so close to the Great Empire of the Dawn, it's either just a flim-flam or it's connected to those experiments that created the Blood of the Dragon. But then we've also got bloodless men. Are those whites? Those wouldn't have cities, though. This says cities of the bloodless men. So
I think this is George. I think that's supposed to be the night people from Fever Dream. That's probably the fabled city that Joshua York and his people are looking for.
Oh, okay. Maybe so. Wasn't that supposed to be underground?
It is supposed to be underground. And but then George takes that and gives us Nefer, which is an underground city of sorcerers and necromancers. So once again, not always a perfect 1-to-1 ratio. Sometimes he takes the idea, splits it into two, and then repurposes it.
I dig it. Joshua York, this is where you need to look. Okay. Yeah. So, let's see here. The Jogos Nye we are skipping. I am covering all Jogos Nye material in my video. Not the one on Tuesday, but the one 2 weeks from Tuesday. That's where it'll be. Because there's 2 Dothraki videos coming at you. So I go through all of it. Literally every cultural belief and habit of the Jogos Nye is analyzed. So I'm not going to go into that. This I will cover there. So, okay. the Zia Zorsface part. So before the dry times and the coming of the great Sand Sea, the Jogos Nai fought many a bloody border war against the patrimony of Herkun as well, poisoning rivers and wells, burning towns and cities, and carrying off thousands into slavery on the plains, whilst the Herkun, for their part, were sacrificing tens of thousands of the Zorse riders to their dark and hungry gods. The enmity between the nomads and the warrior women of the Bones runs deep and bitter to this very day, and over the centuries a dozen Jatars have led armies up the Steel Road. Thus far, all these assaults have broken against the walls of Kaya Naya. Yet the Moonsingers still sing of the glorious day to come when the Jogos Nai shall prevail and spill over the mountains to claim the fertile lands beyond. That's kind of crazy. I forgot about that they had thrown themselves against Kaya Naya so many times. And that they believe there's something special over the mountains. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Even the mighty Golden Empire of Yiti is not exempt from the depredations of the Jogos Nai, as many a Yiti-ish lord and princeling has learned to his grief. Raids and incursions into the empire are a way of life amongst the nomads, the source of the gold and gems that drape the arms and necks of their moonsingers and jots, and of the slaves that serve them in their herds. Over the past 2,000 years, the Zorse riders of the northern plains have reduced to ruins a dozen Yiti-ish cities, 100 towns, and farms and fields beyond counting.
So the Jogos Nai, and I skipped over them because we're going to talk about them, but the quick summary is they are tough. They ride Zorses, and they're tough as nails, and they don't fight each other, and instead they fight everyone else. Their culture is a martial culture. Fighting other people, it's perpetual with them. It's the opposite of the Summer Isles, where it's like, well, we've never tried to conquer anyone. It's all they do is try to conquer people. So, yeah. During that time, many an imperial general and 3 god emperors have led armies across the plains in turn to bring the nomads to heel. History tells us that such attempts seldom end well. The invaders may slaughter the herds of the nomads, burn their tents and yurts, collect tribute in the form of gold, goods, and slaves from the bands they chance to encounter, and even compel a handful of Jots to vow eternal fealty to the god emperor and forswear reigning forever. But most Jogos Nai flee before the imperial hosts, refusing to give battle, and sooner or later the general or emperor loses patience and turns back, whereupon life resumes as before. So it's a little bit like the Dornish. They're like, yeah, if we fought you all in one place, you could beat us, but we don't have to, so we're not going to. Go ahead and pick it up here. This is a good one.
During the long reign of Lohan, 42nd Scarlet Emperor, 3 such invasions of the plains ended as described, yet the end of his days found the Jogos Nai bolder and more rapacious than they had been when he first donned the imperial regalia. Upon his death, therefore, his young and valiant son Lobu determined to end the threat posed by the nomads for all time. Assembling a mighty host, said to be 300,000 strong, this bold young emperor crossed the frontiers with slaughter as his only purpose. Tribute could not sway him, nor hostages, nor oaths of fealty and offerings of peace. His vast army swept across the plains like a scythe, destroying all, leaving a burning wasteland behind it. When the Jogos Nai resorted to their traditional tactics, melting away at his approach, Lobu divided his huge army into 13 smaller hosts and sent them forth in all directions to hunt down the nomads wherever they might go. It is written that 1 million Jogos Nai died at their hands.
So this is one of those things where, like, again, you hear about these dark moments in history, thousands and thousands of people dying, even 1 million people dying, and it's just impossible to process, really. But you have to also remember this is an extended period of time, years and years of war. But this is a major culture clash here. So this whole thing has been ratcheted up a level. And so, this guy, Lobu, he is not going for any tribute or anything else. He is looking to get rid of them. So this is very much like the Mongols and the Han Dynasty. Yeah, it's pretty much based on that.
that's why, like, if you look through history, like, look into Chinese history and their wars of the past, they are brutal. And it's because China's always had such a huge population. Like, we hear about, like, where we went through the Dothraki, and it's like hundreds died and thousands died. But when you get to, like, some Chinese wars, we start going into hundreds of thousands, millions of deaths. And right here, we just, a million Jogos Nai died at his hands. The last nomads, facing the extinction of their race, did what they had never done before. 1,000 rival clans joined together and raised up a Jottar, a woman and man's male named Zaya. Known as Zaya the Baron, Zaya Zorsface, and Zaya the Cruel, and famed even then for her cunning, she is remembered to this day in the Golden Empire of Yiti, where mothers whisper her name to frighten unruly children into obedience. In courage, valor, and skill at arms, Lo Bu had no peer, but in cunning he proved to be no match for Zaya. The war between the young emperor and the wizened Jottar lasted less than 2 years. Zaya isolated each of Lo Bu's 13 armies, slew their scouts and foragers, starved them, denied them water, led them into wastelands and traps, and destroyed them each in turn. Finally, her swift riders descended upon Lo Bu's own host, in a night of carnage and slaughter so terrible that every stream for 20 leagues around was choked with blood. Amongst the slain was Lo Bu himself, the 43rd and last of the Scarlet Emperors. When his severed head was presented to Zaya, she commanded that the flesh be stripped from the bone so that his skull might be dipped in gold and made into her drinking cup. From that time to this, every Jottar of the Jogos Nai has drunk fermented Zorse milk from the gilded skull of the boy too bold by half, as Lo Bu is remembered.
And that fermented Zorse milk has a kick, let me tell you. I'll get you in trouble real fast. All right, so that was the story of Lo Bu and Zia Zorsface. So what's the Arya parallel here? Is she using the wolf pack to string out armies of man or armies of whites? What do you think?
I mean, so Zaya Zorsface, so Arya Horseface, and yeah, I think it's just going to show. This is just like showing that when Arya comes back, just how brutal she could potentially be when it comes to the Freys and everyone else on her list and any other person or group that she deems an enemy of the Starks.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what armies the Starks will be fighting with at that point in the story. Like, is it Fagon's army, Cersei's army we talking about here? The Boltons? Like, hard to say. But this is interesting. And there's even a little last hero math with the 13 armies. So, yeah. Lang, Tim. This is going to be a short section. I think this will be the last one, too. Southeast of Yin, surrounded by the warm green waters of the Jade Sea, the verdant Isle of Lang is home to 10,000 tigers and 10 million monkeys, or so Lamas Longstrider once claimed. The great apes of Lang are also far famed. Amongst them are spotted humpback apes said to be almost as clever as men, and hooded apes as large as giants, so strong they can pull the arms and legs off a man as easily as a boy might pull the wings off a fly. Lang's history goes back almost as far as that of Yiti itself, but little less of it is known west of the Jade Straits. There are queer ruins in the depths of the island's jungle, massive buildings long fallen and so overgrown that rubble remains above the surface, but underground we are told endless labyrinths of tunnels lead to vast chambers, and carved steps descend hundreds of feet into the earth. No man can say who might have built these cities. I mean, we could say. Or when. They remain perhaps the only remnant of some vanished people. Boy, if I had a dime for every time they say that. Some vanished people, we'll never know. It was the old ones. Of course, the only question is who are the old ones? The president, why don't you pick it up here?
The president The present inhabitants of Lang are of two sorts, so utterly different from one another that we must regard them as entirely separate peoples. For much of its recent history, Leng has been a part of the Golden Empire of Yiti, ruled from Yin or Jinki. During these epochs, tens of thousands of soldiers, merchants, adventurers, and sellswords made the migration from the empire to the island, seeking their fortunes. Though Leng broke free of Yiti 400 years ago, the northern two-thirds of the island are still dominated by the descendants of these Yiti-ish invaders. We can come back to the other islands. To the traveler, they remain indistinguishable from the people of the Golden Empire. They speak a dialect of the same language, pray to the same gods, eat the same foods, follow the same customs, and even reverence the Azure Emperor in Yin, though they worship only their own god Empress. Their principal towns, Leng Yi and Leng Ma, resemble Yin and Jinki far more than they do Tirani, the city to the south. On the southern third of Leng dwell the descendants of those displaced by the invaders from the Golden Empire. The native Lengi are perhaps the tallest of all the known races of mankind, with many men amongst them reaching 7 feet in height, and some as tall as 8. Long-legged and slendered, with flesh the color of oiled teak, they have large golden eyes and can supposedly see farther and better than any other man, especially at night. Though formidably tall, the women of the Lengi are famously lithe and lovely, of surpassing beauty. For much of its history, Leng has been an isle of mystery, for the native Lengi seldom sailed beyond sight of their own shores, and such seafarers who chanced to glimpse their coasts while crossing the Jade Sea met a cold reception should they dare to come ashore. The Lengi had no interest in foreign gods, foreign goods, foreign food, or dress or customs, nor did they allow outsiders to mine their gold, harvest their trees, gather their fruit, or fish their seas. Those who attempted to do so met a swift and bloody end. Leng became known as a haunt of demons and sorcerers, a place to be avoided, a closed island, and so it remained for many centuries. It was mariners from the Golden Empire who opened Leng to trade, yet even when the island remained a perilous place for outsiders, for the Empress of Leng was known to have congress with the Old Ones, gods who lived deep below the ruined subterranean cities, and from time to time the Old Ones told her to put all the strangers on the island to death. This is known to have happened at least 4 times in the island's history, if Koloko Votar's Jade Compendium can be believed. Not until Jarhar, 6th of the Sea Green Emperors, conquered Leng with fire and steel and took it into his empire did these slaughters cease for good and all. In the 4 centuries since Leng threw off the yoke of Yiti, the island has flourished under the rule of a long line of god empresses. The first of the current dynasty, still revered in the east as Kiara the Great, was of pure Lengi descent. To please her subjects, she took 2 husbands, one Lengi and one Yiti-ish. This custom was continued by her daughters and their daughters in turn. By tradition, the first of the imperial consorts commands the Empress's armies, and the second her fleets.
Legends persist, Tim, that the Old Ones still live beneath the jungle of Leng. So many of the warriors that Jarhar sent down below the ruins were turned mad, or not at all, that the God Emperor finally decreed that the vast underground city's ruins should be sealed up and forgotten. Even today, it is forbidden to enter such places under penalty of torture and death. So, very secret place. They don't like foreigners. They don't want anybody going down into the caves. And I made a video about this too, Tim. I did long ago. Needs an update. But these Old Ones being, we can assume that they are... Okay, well, let's start with the Lengi. The Lengi are the tallest people in the world. Why are they so tall? Well, they have congress with the Old Ones. The Old Ones are a race of, well, we don't know what they are. But looking at the Lengi having those large golden eyes, it kind of gives you a clue that they probably got that trait from the Old Ones, since that's kind of an unusual trait. Oh, we lost Tim. Doesn't like the Old Ones. And so, basically, what I suspect is that when we look at the Lengi, they look a little bit like children of the forest, actually. They're just very tall. They have the same skin tone, same large golden eyes. They can see in the dark, and we've got these underground caves where their gods live. So it's all very reminiscent of the Children of the Forest, but they are tall. And tall Children of the Forest would be green men. Then there's the Lovecraft connection, which I would let Tim explain if his internet hadn't have stolen him from our stream. He has been reclaimed by the Grey Waste. But as Tim has educated me, the old ones in Lovecraft live on Lang as well, but they're not. The old ones are essentially the vanished gods. They are like incomprehensible beings. But the people who live on Lang and worship the old ones look like green men. They're goat people. They're satyr people with horns and stuff like that. So it makes sense that we can surmise that the old ones on Lang may be horny goat people, because George has green men that are horny goat people. And that's all something you can hear about in Secret Origin of the Green Men, Isle of Lang. So apart from that, the only thing left here is Asshai by the Shadow. And me and Tim have done a whole stream about Asshai by the Shadow. Just that. There may be a couple things in this section that we didn't cover that relate to our narrative here. But yeah, Tim. What happened to Tim? I don't know what I did with my phone. Here's my phone. Let's see if he's texted me. I'm assuming Tim's internet crapped out on him. He was having internet problems earlier. I guess we're lucky that he made it through 5 hours of the stream before his computer died. So thank you, Tim. But yeah, I can't talk about Asshai without Tim. That's messed up. But like I said, I already did this. I already talked about Asshai for 3 hours with Tim. And that one was called Origin of Asshai. So probably there's not really much we could say here that we didn't say there. Yeah, it's all Great Empire of the Dawn stuff. It's huge, which means it was built by a thriving civilization, which would have been the Great Empire of the Dawn. It's sitting astride the Saffron Straits, which means it would have grown wealthy in trade, just as Qarth has. There's Tim. I at least wanted to be able to say goodbye to you, man. I mean, we're basically done, but...
I don't know what happened there.
Rude.
I'm sorry. All right, what happened? Where were you?
Well, I finished up Lang, and we've come to Asshai, and I'm just kind of sitting here twiddling my thumbs. We did a 3-hour stream on Asshai. Is there anything about Asshai that you wish to say that you didn't say last time?
Nah, I think we've done plenty on Asshai. No, so my things were more about Yiti and the current three emperor situation, because I do think it is very, very interesting when you start tracing back the influences that has, because that is the whole King in Yellow thing that comes into play there.
Why are there 3 rival emperors?
Okay, so if we want to go, I don't know if you want to bring up the notes that I sent you, if you have that Google Doc.
You can read off of them, but I don't want to put them up.
Okay.
Is it a long answer?
Well, I just, to make sure I get it right, because I am talking about Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which someone in the chat did inquire about it before when I brought it up, because it is one of the most important works of literature in Chinese history, right up there with Journey to the West.
Okay, yeah. I've never heard of this. Go ahead. This sounds cool.
Okay, so what George is doing with his current situation in Yiti, with the Azure Emperor, the Orange Emperor, and the Yellow Sorcerer Lord, this is all one gigantic reference to Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which is based upon one of the warring states periods in China. George has said, in Yiti, there were 4 separate occasions where the empire just fell into complete disarray. Same too for China, and this just happens to be one of those periods. And what you see is in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, this is a 14th century historical novel, and it takes place during the years of the Three Kingdoms period of China. And this is the fall of the Han Dynasty. And during this period, this lasts from 184, the years 184 to 220, and then again from 220 to 280. There is just these long meandering process of different warlords and would-be emperors and rebellions all coming forth and trying to take over China, and you're just left with a near century of absolute chaos, almost like the Century of Blood. But three states rise to prominence. These are Chao Wei, Shu Han, and Eastern Wu. And George is simplifying this in his version by, instead of giving us three kingdoms, he's giving us three emperors. So the Azure Emperor, the current dynasty under Bugai, represents the crumbling Han dynasty. And I believe this is a reference to Emperor Ling of Han. He's one of the last Han emperors. He was a weak ruler who indulged in women and military parades, sold political offices, and left governance to his council, among them a bunch of scheming eunuchs. So this guy is like a very skinny Chinese version of Robert Baratheon. He has no interest in ruling. He's spending his days whoring, drinking, decadence. He leaves rule to all of it, to all these council members. And just like how now Robert wasn't exactly selling council seats, but he did allow someone like Littlefinger, who would embezzle. He did allow Varys to continue on a small council. And positions in the Kingsguard were essentially being given out as political favors.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we get the Orange Emperor. So we got General Poko, the Hammer of the Jogosnai. He represents the numerous warlords all fighting for control over China. The biggest reference would be the character of Gong Sun Zan, the Iron Fist General, a military-minded man who saw ruling a state much like commanding an army. He protected the northern territories from invaders, just in the way that Paul Ko is fighting against the Jogosnai. And then, of course, finally, we get to the Yellow Emperor. And this is where George takes the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and he just straight up combines it with the King in Yellow.
Right.
The Yellow Emperor, a sorcerer lord in Carcosa, claiming to be the 69th Yellow Emperor. This represents the Yellow Turban Rebellion, aka the Yellow Scarves, led by a man named Zhang Zhui. The Yellow Scarves was a mixed peasant rebellion and religious uprising from the more rural parts of China. Zhang Zhui was a Taoist priest who, according to his enemies, was a sorcerer capable of conjuring storms and directing the wind. So this is a thing that keeps coming up, right, in A Song of Ice and Fire.
That's cool.
Is all of these yellow storm god figures, some of whom also happen to be like sorcerers or wizards or whatever.
Yeah, I was going to say that's really lucky because obviously if he's wanting to shoehorn the Lovecraftian King in Yellow into one of these three, it would be the one that was yellow, and that one happens to be a sorcerer. So he was just like, oh, okay, cool. Well, that sounds like the King in Yellow anyway.
So what George is doing with his whole Euron as the King in Yellow thing is actually, and we've talked about how Euron is like a corruption of all these things. What I found is that Euron is actually, it goes again, Euron is a corruption of Zhang Zhui, because Zhang Zhui went into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, and he came upon, and this is all legend, he came upon an old man claiming to be the immortal spirit. He hands him a book, tells him, once you've mastered these contents of this book, you will represent the heavens in spreading his knowledge and thereby save all of mankind. If you start to have second thoughts, there will be terrible consequences for you. Zhui reads the book, practices night and day. Eventually, he could summon the wind and rain and came to be known as the Great Peace Taoist. And an actual statement in the words of Zhang Zhui is, the azure sky is already dead. The yellow sky will soon rise. So again, why did George make the current ruling dynasty the Azure and have this yellow emperor and this orange emperor? It all plays into to this real story talking about this legendary time in China. So Euron, again, but Zhang Jue was leading to what this peasant and religious uprising and what he believed was the best state of affairs. And in his mind, he's trying to do good. Like everyone is the hero of their own story. But Euron is an absolute corruption of this. He is a corrupt Yellow King figure who also happens to be a wizard who can summon storms and control winds and all that. That's what makes Euron a storm god parallel. And that is where the whole Hastur thing comes in, because Hastur from Lovecraft is like taking this Yellow King figure of Zhang Jue, who was a peaceful priest, and just manipulating it and turning it into this whole eldritch abomination. George does it, but he's just making but with Euron, he's just making the absolute worst kind of person who is trying to become an eldritch abomination by becoming a god.
Well, that's pretty tight work. Where did you uncover this with the three kings here? The what's the story called? The Romance of the Three Emperors.
Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I believe it was somewhere on the wiki where it was in the references where they say like maybe a reference that when I was first reading Carcosa and I was like, wait, is that King in Yellow? And then there it was in the notes on the wiki. This may be a reference to Robert W. Chambers. When I started looking into Yiti, I was like, this sounds very familiar. And then I had to go and I picked up Romance of the Three Kingdoms and started reading it. I'm like, yeah, this is all there. This is a very simplified version, but it's capturing all of the major story beats.
That's pretty wild.
And then in China, oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
So in China, there is there's a lot of Chinese legend. There's the legend of the three gods and the five emperors. The story basically it's a mythical tale about the founding of China. One of these figures is the Yellow Emperor. He is a legendary figure in China, one of the first emperors. He is credited with creating the lunar calendar, the art of building houses and ships from wood, compass needle, and the earliest forms of writing. And I was like, this is very Grey King sounding, but it's a Yellow King. So once again, here's Euron. But what do we have? We have Euron, who is a corruption of all of this. And then, fun fact, the Imperial Dynasty of China, the Qing, introduced the first national flag, an azure dragon on a yellow field chasing an orange sun. So there are even the first national flag of China has all of the colors of that George assigned to these emperors.
Cool. So that's wild, because you read the Yiti history and you just think, oh, this is a bunch of BS he just made up. He just spun out some history.
No, he's drawing heavily on real Chinese history, Chinese myth, Chinese folklore. And then, of course, after that, I have the King in Yellow connection, because George took Romance of the Three Kingdoms, then he mashes it with Chambers King in Yellow by putting his Yellow Sorcerer Lord in Carcosa. Carcosa sits on the Cloud Lake of Hawley. George's Carcosa is the furthest point east before the map ends. It lays encircled by the Hidden Sea and the opening ranges of the Mountains of the Morn. So it literally sits at the end of the earth where the light ends and the shadows begin. So then we go into the King in Yellow. And our opening of King in Yellow is Casilda's song, where we talk about just like how you said, if I had a dime for every time someone could say, like someone said, people who are lost, or if we had a dime for every time someone said they brought steel and fire, how many times did they also say strange people worshiping strange gods under strange skies? Here's Casilda's song, the opening to King in Yellow. Along the shore, the cloud waves break, the twin suns sink behind the lake, the shadows lengthen in Carcosa. Strange is the night where black stars rise and strange moons circle through the skies, but stranger still is lost Carcosa. Songs that the Hyades shall sing, where flap the tatters of the king, must die unheard in dim Carcosa. Song of my soul, my voice is dead, die thou unsung as tears unshed, shall dry and die in lost Carcosa. George takes elements of this because Carcosa has the twin suns and multiple moons. And George has done this with his story because we only have one sun. and only one moon, but we get the Qarthian legend of a second moon. So Carcosa...
And then anything that explodes in the sky becomes like a second sun. He loves that phrase. Yeah. He shoehorns it in everywhere.
Yeah, and then there's black stars. But then when we don't have black stars, but we do have bleeding stars. The big bleeding star is the red comet. And when Euron talks about like recreating a new world from the graves and the charnel pits, he's invoking things from this poem with that sort.
I see.
We go back to Emperor Chiduk, who we read about. The fourth Yo Emperor married a Valyrian noblewoman, kept the dragon at its court. In the court of the dragon. So King in Yellow is not one story; it's an anthology. It's a series of many short stories where the King in Yellow is not really a character. He's more of this lurking presence in the background. You feel him in the atmosphere. It's in the way that George has said, like, we're never going to get actual gods on page, but we always kind of feel the like some kind of unseen hand pushing and tapping the scale, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether that be R'hllor or the Seven or the old gods or what have you. Same holds true for the King in Yellow, except for one story in the Court of the Dragon. This is the only story in the original run of King in Yellow stories where the King in Yellow appears in person and speaks. And his one line is, "It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God." This is a quote from the Bible, Hebrews 10:31, emphasizing the severity of God's judgment and the importance of remaining faithful. We apply that to Euron. What has happened to Aeron Damphair? A fearful thing, falling into the hands of a living God when he makes him quaff the shade of the evening and he sees Euron as this godlike eldritch entity. King in Yellow is Lovecraft loved the King in Yellow stories, big fan of Chambers. Just like George, he adopts King in Yellow and puts it in his own story. It's expanded upon by the later writers, in which the King in Yellow becomes one of these actual Lovecraftian deities, Hastur the Unspeakable, half-brother Cthulhu, who lives on a wandering red star and can summon cosmic wind. So, again, the whole yellow storm god just stays. The entire thing just keeps repeating. And then we throw in a red star. So this is our red, and George's stand-in for the red star is his red comet. And so we have a repeating pattern of yellow associated with storm gods and storm kings, the Durandons, the Baratheons, the Greyjoys. Their colors are just inversions of the Baratheon colors, originally the Durandon colors. Stags and krakens were antlers and tentacles. So it's stags and krakens, and then, of course, antlers and tentacles are key features of Hastur. And then Hastur commands a Byakhee, which is a corpse dragon with the beak of a crow or a raven, and he consumes the golden mead, which allows for extended travel through the vacuum of space. George is doing this on a symbolic level with the whole thing about traveling through the weirwood net, drinking shade of the evening, consuming weirwood paste, riding the dead dragon through the weirwood net, and then, of course, and what really got me on this one was your last video discussing Victarion and Viserion, when you brought up Viserion eats corpses. He is a corpse-eating dragon, and the Byakhee is a corpse dragon. So, the golden mead of the elder gods renders the drinker insensible to the effects of time and space so that he may travel in these dimensions. Moreover, it heightens his sensory perceptions that he remains constantly in a state bordering upon dream. This would be not only the perfect means of traversing the weirwood net, but also in a astral realm, but also the perfect means of traversing something like the lands of always winter. And George has said, when we get winds, we're going to go further north than where we have been. In order to get something like that, you need someone like Cold Hands. Well, how can someone get to the level of Cold Hands without dying? Well, in Lovecraft, the answer is consuming this golden mead, this elixir. But while he has this golden honey mead, the golden mead is very sweet, George has given us a corrupted version, Shade of the Evening, which is rotten and bitter to the taste. So again, Euron is a corruption of... Taking the corruption levels even further, Euron is a corruption of a corruption.
Okay.
Because
Can you pause for a second? I've been trying to get it this throwing a lot of stuff out here, and I've got a couple of comments on some of this. So golden mead is really important. Mead is the original what am I trying to say? The mead of poetry that we all know from Norse mythology is that's the Norse version. That's an old Proto-Indo-European idea that goes back like 6,000 years and probably older. So they were originally brewing honey mead, and that was essentially the first alcoholic drink that they had, and they would use that to enter altered states and do magic. Okay, so that's where the mead of poetry stuff comes from. I had not connected the Shade of the Evening as being like rotten mead of poetry. That's exactly what it is. And in fact, in the Odin myth, there's like the two batches of mead. There's the stuff that he pisses out or shits out as a bird, and then there's the good stuff that he spits out. And the bad poetry is from the people who drank the bad mead. So that kind of all fits really well. I like that a lot. And then the other thing about the corpse dragon, Tim, is that, of course, there's the vision in the Undying about Stone Beast taking wing from a burning tower, breathing shadow fire. That could be either John Con and Fagon, or it could be a Euron dragon thing, or it could be a double thing. But a great Stone Beast sounds a bit more like a dead dragon. And we've got all this Waking Dragons from Stone stuff when Danny already did that. So is there some other kind of stone dragon? Is that actually a corpse? Do we turn the dragon back into stone? Is Euron going to do some weird thing with Viserion? This is something that we were talking about, you and I, Tim, after my Viserion video. Like, is Euron going to claim Viserion as is, or do you think Viserion's going to get transformed? In the show, Viserion transforms into an ice dragon. Could he become more of a dead dragon somehow? Do you have any ideas about that?
That's where we're getting into this, because that's why I brought up the Byakhee again, which are dead dragons. I think that Viserion is going to be a symbolic dead dragon. I don't think it's going to go the way it did on the show. I don't see any reason to kill Viserion and resurrect him to have him play this role. He just needs to turn cloak, which is exactly what's going to happen. It's more about Euron being the one who's whited and but yet still having control of Viserion. That's going to make this whole dead dragon thing really pop.
I think it mostly is symbolism, not only eating the corpses, but the whole pale mare, pale dragon thing. And he's also like kind of like the bone of the weirwood. So there's a lot of dead symbolism around him, I guess.
Yeah. So the other thing about the Byakhee is that in some stories, they roost along the Lake of Holly, making their lairs in the mountains surrounding it. So back up where I put Carcosa, where I circled Carcosa, and I said, like, it sits where exactly it sits. On the Hidden Sea, Mountains of the Morn. So it's right at the opening of the Shadowlands. So then we have this question of like, well, do dragons come from the shadow, or are they from Valyria? Like, where do dragons actually come from? And the answer is like maybe both. But if there's any evidence for dragons coming from the shadow, then it's tracing it back to the Lovecraft elements, where in his version of the shadow, this city of Carcosa with its black stars, yes, they do come from the shadow. The dead dragons roost and make their home in the Shadow City around its lake. And his Carcosa is in the shadow, is sitting right atop the Shadowlands where the mountain ranges open on a hidden lake. And then I just brought art, and then I just included some artwork to really hammer it home. Look at Viserion, and then look at the Byakhee, right? This skinny, yellow, corpse-eating dragon. And there's the king in yellow riding a Byakhee. You can see a dead dragon, Ravenbeak, and then scroll down further. There's more of a Byakhee with a bit more skin on its bones, but you see, like, you notice the resemblance, right? And then, blasted Byakhee. It really is like, it's like a very emaciated Viserion. With the gold and yellow
meat.
color.
I hadn't connected, so that's an even more of a Viserion connection for Euron, is that the fact that the space meat has to do with all that. All right. There's the king in yellow.
And then there's Hastor with his tentacles and his stag antlers. And you can see the stars in his eyes, but then also one eye is empty, but it also looks like an eye patch. And then that's why I when I first did my Tales of Hastur talk of Euron, I used this picture alongside a picture of Euron that really highlighted his eye patch and the glint in his eye.
Well, that is frightening, but makes sense, right?
Yeah, this particular artwork of Euron. But yeah,
all right.
Again,
well, so what did you just tell us? Essentially,
I do think that George.
What if I could sum up? George is building out his idea of Euron as a magical villain, and he is doing it by building heavily on ideas from Lovecraft, which he has hidden references to in the story in the Far East, because that's where these ancient powers come from. And of course, Euron has visited Asshai and is, wearing Valyrian armor and stuff. So when we look to the Far East, in whether it's Carcosa or the Yitish history, we find a lot of repeated references to the King in Yellow, because that is the major Lovecraftian inspiration for Euron. Did I say that correctly?
How I would sum it up is when George is putting in things like Carcosa, like Yang, like the Patrimony of Haircoon, things that are ripped straight from Lovecraft or Derleth or Chambers or Howard or Michael Moorcock. The question is this fun world building? Is this tips of the hat to writers he likes? Does this serve a meaningful purpose to the narrative at large? And the answer is D, all of the above. Yes, it's fun world building. Yes, it's Easter eggs. It's George having a laugh. But when you really start digging into it, and again, tracing the breadcrumbs back, you begin to see, no, there's more to this. There is a deeper meaning in why exactly he put these things here. And the key is finding where does this affect the main story? And it affects it it's not all it's a very roundabout way. We're going through quite the maze and labyrinth to get to this point. But eventually, though, we find the exit, and it's it was a long way of going at, but it did all connect. It did all serve a narrative purpose.
Well, so you made a great point, which is that George never really does things that are just references to stuff. He uses them, once he puts them in his story, he uses them as building blocks for his story and assembles them in a coherent fashion. So like you said, Carcosa is known for being a source of dragons from the shadow. And so where is it? It's just beyond the Shadowlands where dragons come from. So it all makes sense. The Green Man, you could look at Qarth the Green, that's just a reference to the Green Man and Carnunos. Be well, no. He yes, but not just, because he's using that. The Green Men are related to the Children of the Forest, and they're connected to the Weirwoods and all the stuff. So, as always, these references and hat tips are fun to spot, but that's only where the fun starts. You got to, pull on the threads here.
And that's where the narrative purpose of Asshai comes. Because while George can, put Carcosa in there as a little Easter egg, he can't exactly use it because it's not his creation. Instead, what he has to do is, okay, I can put this here, but I want to make something that's like this, that kind of serves the same narrative purposes, has the same motifs, does the same things. That's how you get Asshai. Asshai is George's Carcosa.
Right.
It's George's Kadath. It's George's Leng. It's his Herconia, his Stygia, all of the great magical sorcerer cities of all the writers that he loved as a kid. Now he has to create his own version, and that's how we end up with his Asshai. Asshai is just the next line in a long path that has been set out by writers before.
And he's put all his basically the inspirations for it all around it. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Thanks for the thanks. There are no children in Asshai, so what do you think happens when a woman gets pregnant there? I think what's going on is that it's a magically toxic environment, and nobody, you don't do, so there's no animals there either. It's not that like children can't go there. It's just that they'd fall into ill health and sickness. And it's the population of the city either. Like the population, it's not families and stuff. It's people who go there to join a cult and maybe become not human and attach their souls to glass candles and do necromancy. Like that's why there's no children there. But they don't survive. It's definitely a toxic environment. So children are just more delicate. Old people wouldn't do well there unless they're magically old. And animals don't do well there. So that's just the type of environment that it is. If someone got pregnant there, the child might come out stillborn or malformed, possibly. Yeah, that seems like that could happen. Welcome to Squisher, those of you who have joined.
Sorry, to give up more on hitting on that question again, just to pimp my own things. The question you're asking is actually a lot of the themes that I go in my Color Out of Asshai video, where I talk about the color out of Lovecraft's tale, the color out of space, and how Asshai is like a citywide version of the Gardener farm. Because in Color Out of Space, first it's the animals that get corrupted, then it's Nahum's children, then it's his wife. Like it goes in stages. And I think what happens in Asshai is just a natural progression of what Color Out of Space does. George sometimes takes things and writes them small. Other times he'll take ideas and write them large. And that is, I think that's what he did with Asshai by adapting it from Color Out of Space.
The Gardener Farm thing was great. I got to come back to that with the old ones and stuff. Gerald Garcia earlier said, well, you got to catch the fireworms when they're babies. That's what they do with the sandworms in Dune to milk them. So that is good theory. Steerpike Sister asked if the Children of the Forest know about the Ephekevron. I would think they would, since they're all psychic and stuff, but maybe the tree networks are somewhat localized. So there's a Westeros psychic tree network and one in Essos that's separate, and they don't talk to each other, but I would guess that they do. It's a need-to-know thing. They haven't told Bran about that yet. I mean, they've already nearly broken his little Bran brain with a lot of the stuff they've told him. So, one thing at a time. That'd be funny if this Leaf starts rambling about the Ephekevron. That's the bad fan fiction. Okay, all right, guys. Well, I think that will about do it for today.
Oh, wasn't there one about... You scroll up a second. Sorry. Everyone in the chat, what do you think about one hell of a pair of gloves there? Oh, yeah. My gloves have a transmutation circle on them, which is a symbol of alchemy. So it seemed it went well with the costume.
Yeah, it's the white glove. Something about the white gloved hands is also disturbing. The whole costume is disturbing, Tim. It's good. It's good.
Thank you. That's what I set out to do.
Well, somehow 800 people watched us for like 5 hours, so...
Where in Lovecraft are the Horned Men? That would be Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath. The Men of Leng are like, they're goat men, and they hide their horns underneath their turbans.
Yeah, the Dream Quest is one of the best. I've messed around with a couple Lovecraft stories. Dream Quest, most people say, is one of the better ones. I enjoy Dream Quest, so I would recommend that. What's east of Essos? I can actually answer that. It's Michael Moorcock's universe. So check this out.
Yes, Dream Quest does have cats. They are pirate cats who can sail to the moon on their cat pirate ship.
Right here it is. I've shown you this, Tim, right?
No, I've never seen this. Wow, look at that. It's a puzzle piece. It's like South America and Africa fitting together.
So on the right is the edge of the Eldrick of Melnibone map. And on the left is obviously the edge of the Ice and Fire map. So if you keep going through the Saffron Straits, Sorcerer's Isle that's where the Melniboneans live. No, is it? No, it's next. It's the one next over. Melnibone is right there. I think there's a better version of this somewhere. Or maybe we'll just pull up the whole Elric map. clicks to get to it. Oh god. So you can see, Sorcerer's Isle. This is Melniboné. This is that little channel right there. Yeah. So if you scale it just right, you can get this. So that's what's east of Asshai, is some more stuff. You have to go read Elric to find out about that. But that's kind of like almost works though. Like this Melniboné would potentially, they're a Dragon Lord society. So you'd think that maybe the Great Empire of the Dawn's descendants, some of them went and created Valeria, and the other ones went and created Melniboné or something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pull up a map of Conan, the Hyperboric Age, and line that up and see
if you can fit it anywhere. Yeah.
I can fit it in any... Where do all these pieces fit? This is one giant, make a map puzzle.
Sorry, I moved the mic away from my mouth. Apologies, it was quiet, but
then probably line up Middle Earth with it as well.
Yeah, this is probably the only one. This was pretty sneaky here. So well done. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm really hungry, and Cleo's she's probably screaming her head off downstairs. This has been a 5.5 hour stream, but thank you very much for watching it. It makes me feel special and entertaining and stuff.
Watching that counter, 900 people still. You guys are insane to be sticking with us that long, but we definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, what were you supposed to be doing this afternoon?
This is what I planned my day around.
Hopefully people were listening and getting some chores done while they were rocking this. So yeah, so Tim, there is, if we want, we can go through the history of the Seven Kingdoms as well from the World of Ice and Fire. It's similar sort of origins of all the kingdom stuff. I think that might be a good stream to do. Are you around next week or no?
Yeah, I can be around.
Cool. And then we'll basically have read all of the World of Ice and Fire. Or most of it.
Yeah, I don't think we can get through all 7 kingdoms.
Well, so just to be clear, this wouldn't be all the Targaryen kings and shit. It would just be like the 3 or 4 pages on the history of the Stormlands, the history of Dorne, all that stuff. So that would actually be a lot less than what we did today. And now we're being pelted with onions.
Well, yeah, because you don't like onions. And you don't like fish, but I like both of those things.
That's a whole meal right there. Like onions, fish, and a grill. And I'm like, you enjoy that. All right, guys. Thanks a lot, y'all. Look out for my video on Tuesday. That would be really awesome. Put a lot of work into it. I'm very proud of it. And yeah, hopefully it's going to knock your socks off. So it'll be there Tuesday morning. I'm going to get some food, take care of my birds. And Tim, thank you. You're a champ. Your check's in the mail, and great costume.
Thank you. Yes, and if you'd like to hear more about like this Lovecraftian Far East stuff, check out my channel. Do definitely check out the Color Out of Asshai and the Stream Quest of Unknown Kadath, where I dive heavily into the Lovecraft stories themselves and pull out all the things that George ripped from them and explain it in exhausting detail.
Stream Quest, that really was it's an incredible piece of marketing there. Very well named. One of the greatest names of all live stream history, I would say. So thanks for joining. And again, you can get to Tim's channel by clicking on his name in the description below the video. That's also where you can find a link to the t-shirts, the Bonfire store. Got some cool stuff on there, some Garth Green stuff. I put a new shirt up there if you missed last week. And do your cats sit on your lap when you're wearing that?
Yeah, Damon, throughout the stream, Damon and Dalton came and went, and Cassie was actually sitting next to me.
They don't.
She was just off camera.
Yeah, they know who you are. They know the truth. All right. My birds are not like that. I put on a weird hat, and they're like... What'd you do with Tave? All right. Okay, guys. Love y'all. Thanks a lot. And I'll see you with that video on Tuesday. Like I said, if you would, hit refresh and leave a comment on the way out. That really helps the stream get seen. Click the thumbs up. And that's it. See you soon.